Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on Assume If Naruto Had Makima for overnight, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. An explosion lit the night sky. A blast so powerful, so radiant, that it seemed as though the sun had risen over Tokyo, despite it being dark moments earlier. Makima blinked. She stood from the couch, stopped reading a book. Her dogs, numerous in number, whined in protest. All 7 of them barked loudly. They encircled her, blocked her path, and refused to let her leave. It was as if they were protecting her, shielding her from something yet to come. She smiled softly, petting each of them gently. At her touch, the noise ceased. Her canines calmed down and finally let her move to a nearby window. Her suite was located at the 2nd floor of one of Tokyo's most luxurious buildings. Here, she could see everything. The city was grand, sprawled out before her. She overlooked countless humans as they walked below, each one like tiny ants on a planet so vast, going about their daily lives, most of them oblivious to the inner workings of the world, oblivious to the ones who pulled the strings from above. This time was different, however, Makima noted. She tilted her head curiously, crimson locks spilling over her beautiful face. For once, people stopped their various activities. Cars braked to a halt, creating traffic jams across the city. She discerned the voices of thousands, her sense of hearing enhanced by lower lifeforms across Tokyo. From mice, to birds, to certain pets, she could borrow their ears and listen in on almost any conversation. People whispered fearfully. Many stared at the night sky, perplexed, wondering what the source of that flash was. Makima followed suit, golden eyes drawn to the upper atmosphere. A glow seemed to cover the world, and suddenly, she could see it, a display of power unlike anything since the Gun Devil's rampage. A display of power that rivaled, perhaps even surpassed, the primal devils. Seconds later, a shockwave shook Tokyo, shook Japan and its surrounding nations. Every window in the city either cracked or shattered. She didn't flinch as shards of glass flew her way. In fact, she didn't blink, even when they pierced her skin, drawing blood. She took the brunt of the blast wave, protecting her dogs from injury. In a blink, her wounds were gone, healed almost instantly. Then, nonchalantly, she put on a suit, tie, and black overcoat, and leapt off the top floor of the building. She gently floated downward, defying gravity as she landed silently on a busy city street. Onlookers were shocked by her descent from above, but she ignored them. Her phone was already ringing, and dozens of messages were pouring in. Makima broke out into a sprint. She became a blur, invisible to the naked eye. Her coat billowed in the wind. She jumped, bounding into the air, landing on the roof of another building. She continued this pattern, leaping and running upon buildings until she was standing atop the tallest skyscraper in Tokyo. There, she looked up and witnessed a battle like no other. She could see it clearly. 3 figures. First, a giant purple monstrosity. Second, an equally monstrous golden apparition, which resembled a fox, equipped with 9 gorgeous flowing tails. What a sight it was! The last creature was more humanoid in appearance. It was a being with long white hair and pale skin and an eye on its forehead. Makima marveled. The battle raged, sending more shockwaves through the city. The clouds around Tokyo were darkening. Thunder crackled through the air. Lightning flashed brilliantly, racing across the night sky. Soon, rain began to fall. Fat drops of water. Each one seemed to glow as they descended, tinted orange by unfathomable amounts of energy. She was instantly drenched, water seeping into her suit, soaking every inch of her body. Yet she didn't move, didn't attempt to find shelter, didn't turn away from this battle, even when a stray bolt of lightning struck the roof of the building. Her eyes narrowed. She watched the clouds closely, noticed something odd. A sort of spatial distortion. It was almost as though the creatures fighting above were both physically present and not physically present at the same time. Like 2 separate worlds were colliding. Merging. Splitting. Attracting each other. Then repelling each other once again, akin to identical poles of a magnet. Her phones continued to buzz. The messages were ceaseless. So, finally, she answered one of the calls. It was the Prime Minister of Japan. As always, he sounded tense as he spoke to her, all too aware of the being he was interacting with. "Control Devil," he began tersely. "Prime Minister," she greeted calmly, a smirk on her lips. "We haven't spoken in quite some time. To what do I owe the honor?" He ignored her question. "I assume you're aware of the situation." She nodded, cool rain trailing down her hair. "Indeed." "Explain it to me, then. Just what are we witnessing in Tokyo?" Makima hummed thoughtfully. "How about this? First, tell me what you're seeing, Prime Minister. After all, I perceive things differently than your kind. So, my account might not be the same as yours. There was a sigh on the other end of the line. Fine. Let me take a closer look. There was shuffling in the background, whispering. His advisors, probably. They must have been seeing a live broadcast of the phenomenon. There's only a bright light. A ball of energy, glowing, floating above the city. So, he couldn't see the battle occurring in the stratosphere. Not surprising, really. Her senses were more highly attuned than most humans, to such a degree that they might as well be blind when compared to her. With the Prime Minister unaware of what was truly happening, Makima decided to keep this little aspect of the event a secret. I see the same thing, Prime Minister, she lied, then continued to watch the clashing of otherworldly beings. Just a ball of light. She heard him sigh again. Then it's a natural phenomenon? Not related to a devil's ability? As far as I can tell, this is not the work of a devil, Makima replied. Many things happen in nature. Things we cannot explain. Our only option is to protect the people of Tokyo and worry about the rest later. Very well. Continue your duty. The Prime Minister's voice grew distant as he barked orders to his subordinates. Since this isn't a devil hunter issue, I'll be sending a battalion of Defense Force soldiers to Tokyo, as a precautionary measure. A battalion, huh? He wasn't taking any chances, Makima shrugged. I will contact you if the situation changes. He ended the call. She shattered the burner phone to pieces, chucking it aside. Makima continued to look up, hands clasped behind her back in a dictatorial fashion. With each shockwave, she felt chills of excitement crawl up her spine. This power, this energy, it wasn't of their world, it was something else, something different, something indescribable. And she just had to have it, to control it. The rain fell harder now, yet she stayed in place. She received many more calls. This time, on her primary phone. The most pressing one came from the higher-ups. The leaders of public safety relayed instructions to her, as well as every devil hunter in the city. In short, they were to patrol the streets and keep an eye out for opportunistic devils, those that might use the fear and uncertainty of this event to wreak havoc. Makima frowned. She didn't want to stop watching just yet. The battle had grown fiercer. She could see a golden figure flying through the sky, engaging in close combat with the white-haired, horned assailant. She assumed he was male based on his physique, launched several energy projectiles at his opponent. Another blast of air and energy shook Tokyo to its core. Tearing her gaze away from the battle, Makima decided to get to work. She was a well-known devil hunter, after all. Thus, she had to keep up the appearance for now, lest she jeopardize her future plans. Shibuya, Tokyo. The Prime Minister had been right, in a way. Makima admitted this much. In truth, the phenomenon occurring in the skies of Tokyo wasn't caused by a devil. At least, not a devil she'd ever heard of. But it was, as predicted, causing a spike in devil activity throughout the city. Reports came flooding in after the initial explosion. Reports of supernatural creatures roaming the streets, attacking civilians, taking them hostage, even devouring them. Devils walked about. Some seemed to have a dazed look in their eyes, just staring up at the ball of light. Their rampage, though seemingly random, had a purpose. They were all headed to the center of Tokyo, headed to where that sphere of energy floated. Makima couldn't blame them. Even she felt drawn to the dazzling, warm, energetic phenomenon. She resisted this urge, however, focusing on killing devils that threatened the lives of those around her. This is fucking nuts, Tendo hissed from behind her. She was a tall woman, armed with a sleek, black katana. She was pretty, too, Makima mused, looking at her for once. She didn't normally remember human faces. Only their scents. However, Tendo's features were unique enough for Makima to take notice. The scar across her cheek and nose added character to her face. She wore the standard public safety uniform, consisting of a black suit, white shirt, and black tie. Agreed, Kuros replied. He was a shorter man, holding a katana as well. His scar mirrored Tendo's, but it was on the left side of his face. Tendo and Kuros had traveled all the way from Kyoto to aid in their efforts. They were very close, these two, their souls bonded together by tragedy, by the gun devil's rampage. Makima gazed at them fondly, as an owner gazed upon her pets. Humans never ceased to fascinate her. Their drive, their willingness to fight that which was much greater than them. With a glance, she could tell that, truly, these two did not want to be public safety devil hunters. They did not wish to put their lives on the line on a daily basis. They would much rather be doing something else, pursuing other dreams. But pride made it impossible for them to stray from the path circumstance had laid for them. Killing the gun devil. This was the goal of nearly all young devil hunters. The terror that befell humanity 13 years ago was still fresh in their minds. Even if the task seemed impossible, Countless people joined either civilian or public safety for the express goal of hastening the gun devil's death. Tendo and Kuros were no different. Humans, she thought. So fascinating. Watch out, Miss Makima. Tendo's cry reached her ears. Her subordinate began running, blade drawn. A devil was approaching, barreling through the street. Shaped like a crocodile, it knocked over power lines and sent civilians scurrying like ants. Tendo stood beside Makima, trying to aid her. She found it adorable. Please get back, Tendo, Makima soothed. Focus on helping civilians. Tendo hesitated but nodded. Makima held up a single finger. The crocodile-like devil was the size of a building. It rampaged mindlessly, kicking up cars, cracking the ground beneath its feet. She pointed at the creature. Bang! An invisible, telekinetic force erupted from her finger, striking the creature head-on. A single attack, and its skull exploded. Blood sprayed with much force, splattering buildings and people alike. She wiped a spot of crimson from her face. Good thing it was still raining. Water falling from the skies soon washed the blood away. Makima placed her hands in the pockets of her knee-length black coat, turning to her subordinates with an easy smile. Both Tendo and Kuros stood there, stunned. They glanced at her, then the deceased devil with a mixture of awe and envy. Like every human she'd encountered, that spark of inferiority glinted in her subordinates' eyes. To them, she was at a height they could never attain, at a peak too high to climb. Phone in the civilian hunters, she instructed. Have them clean up this mess. Kuros quickly snapped out of his stupor. Of course, ma'am. While he made the call, Tendo followed after her. Miss Makima. Hands still in her pockets, Makima turned with that ever-present smirk. Yes, Tendo? There it was again. Tendo was avoiding eye contact, looking everywhere else but at Makima. Feeling small. Inferior. What do you suspect that thing is? She was referring to the orb in the sky. Makima shrugged. I have no idea. Why, you think it's a devil? One like the gun? Makima looked up. The sky was so wonderful, so dazzling. If I were to hazard a guess, I'd say no, this is unlike anything I've ever seen. Tendo looked sad, even though she tried to hide it, her calm, collected persona cracking. I really hope it's not a powerful devil. The world can't take another tragedy. As she spoke, Makima continued to stare upward, her eyes widened. It was subtle, but the ball of energy had become brighter. The rain fell harder as well. The lightning grew more luminous, and the sound of thunder pounded against her ears. Something's about to happen. She could feel it. Tendo, take Kuros and find shelter, now. The sternness of her voice made Tendo stiffen, but she listened, dragging her buddy to the nearest building. Hands in her pockets, Makima watched calmly as the ball grew brighter, to the point where she couldn't see the beings within anymore. Then, suddenly, bolts of lightning flew from the orb. Purple electricity struck dozens of skyscrapers across the city. The largest one hit the very center of Tokyo, generating a cloud of smoke that rose into the sky. Finally, one last bolt, orange in color, struck a forest outside the city. Makima's gaze narrowed, eyes following the final lightning strike. When it was over, that orb of energy was no longer there. It had vanished without a trace. The defect of equality. A young man awoke to darkness, and dirt, and trees, and rain. Pouring, pounding rain. He sucked in a sharp breath. The smell of nature reached his senses, bringing with it a feeling he could not describe, a familiar feeling, one that reminded him of home. For a time, he laid still, staring, just staring at angry clouds as they spewed water from above. He was also under a tree, under its large sheltering branches. When he finally tried to move, pain tingled through his entire body. So deep, so visceral was the pain that he was left breathless, panting, and heaving as waves of discomfort washed over him. A grunt escaped his lips. From head to toe, agony was there to greet. Like an old friend, it remained with him, held him, providing no respite. What happened to me? He was soaking wet. His clothes were torn to shreds, and there was blood. A lot of blood. He craned his neck upward in an attempt to assess his physical state. Cuts and lacerations lined his body, etched deeply into his skin. Agony pulsed in his chest specifically. His skull pounded fiercely, and he could scarcely feel his left arm. Helpless, he remained motionless, wondering why everything felt so wrong. Not only was he in a strange place, covered with wounds, and alone, but he also couldn't remember. He couldn't remember anything, not what he'd been doing before. Not where he was. He couldn't even remember who he was. It was a strange feeling. Not knowing anything. Not knowing yourself, even. He was aware of himself as a unique entity, as a human being with thoughts and feelings. But internally, he had little idea about himself. Little idea of where his story began and where it was now. Shit. He closed his eyes, opening them a moment later. Fine, then. He wouldn't let that little setback get him down. He'd start with something simple. Like, a name. Now, what was his name? He racked his brain for ideas, drawing upon fractured memories that were barely within reach. Kagaya? No, that wasn't it. An S? No, an N. Yeah, that was it. After minutes of brainstorming, it came to him, suddenly and without warning. Naruto, he exclaimed, before wincing in pain. That was it. That was his name. He grinned. It just felt so right. He couldn't put his finger on how exactly he knew, but he did. Afterwards, the surname, Uzumaki, returned to him as well, and for the first time, he felt a burst of happiness swell in his chest. Great, Naruto whispered with relief. We're getting somewhere, at least. Now, he had to figure out where he was, and what he was going to do about being out here, exposed to the elements. The sound of splashing puddles made him freeze, then, a voice. Oh, thank goodness, you're awake. It came from behind him. He arched a brow. It was soft, high-pitched, distinctly female. She was wearing a raincoat, holding a device in her hand. The woman was young, average height, sporting short bluish-black hair that fell just below her ears. Someone else was there, bringing up the rear. It was a male, young as well. He also had a raincoat, and was huffing with exertion. Holy shit, you really did find someone, the male said, catching his breath. The woman shot him a look. Why would I be lying? He rubbed his dark hair sheepishly. Sorry. With all the rain and that strange light in the sky, I thought no one would be crazy enough to be out here practically naked. Well, we're crazy enough to be out here, she responded. The young woman knelt beside him, smiled gently. But we actually came prepared, and we're filming our movie. Pretty good reason to be out here, her partner argued back. Then he frowned. He looks really hurt. The woman leaned close, shined a light in his face. Hi there. Are you okay? Naruto groaned, closing his eyes. I'm not sure. I think you were struck by lightning, she explained. Can you move? He tried to do so once more, finding that the pain was hardly any better. Barely. Don't try to get up, the young man soothed. He'd finally realized the gravity of the situation. I'm calling for help. This spot's supposed to be safe from devils. You're lucky you weren't injured outside of the area. We got lots of public safety officers here. Public safety, he echoed. After making a call, the man sat down beside him. He pulled out a waterproof tarp from the lady's bag, draped it over Naruto's body, then inspected him as well. You sure he was struck by lightning, Eri? Asked the young man, eyes wide. Looks more like he was mauled by a bear. There's a lot of blood. I'm not sure. I saw the lightning strike. It was large, golden. Very loud. Eri tried to explain it. She seemed to also notice the severity of his wounds, growing pale. Yuta. Hey, the male, Yuta, said softly. What's your name? Naruto, I think. Why were they looking at him like he was going to die? Yuta moved closer. Naruto, huh? Wait, you think? Yeah, he answered. I'm having trouble remembering certain things. Yuta nodded, then placed a cloth on Naruto's chest, adding pressure to a nasty wound that would not stop bleeding. Eri rubbed his bloodied hair and tried to call for help on her device once more. Do you have any family? She inquired gently. She held his hand. Anyone we can reach out to? Again, that look in their eyes. Afraid, uncertain. Acting like he wouldn't make it, like hell he wouldn't. Not after just waking up, and certainly not before he discovered who he was, who he used to be. A burst of warmth flooded his body, responding to his emotional state. It surged from his stomach. The warmth, now afire, headed to his chest, burning, his wounds hissing with steam. Yuta and Eri seemed shocked, almost jumping back, and then, a sudden, mighty wind blew, knocking Naruto away from the tree. The massive gale made his eyes tear up, blinding him momentarily, but when he could finally see, he wasn't quite sure what he was looking at. A large, mutated bird descended from above, beating its wings with such ferocity that the tree behind him was torn from its roots. The lumbering trunk was ripped from the ground, where it collapsed with a heavy thud. Shit. A devil? Yuta yelled, stumbling toward Eri. He tried to pick her from the muddy ground, but another burst of wind threw both of them off their feet. The being in question, a devil, they'd called it, landed, splashing water and dirt into the air. Naruto stared, blinking. What the hell was this thing? It was a bird, yet many, many times larger, and it looked hideous, like a vulture, but much more monstrous. It didn't hesitate, lunging at Yuta and Eri with horrible talons. They acted quickly, ducked as it sailed overhead, as it rammed into a dozen trees, knocking them down in the process. The black-feathered vulture screeched. It had been too eager, too careless, and gotten its beak lodged in the mud. "Come back here, humans," the creature bellowed, freeing itself from the ground. "It talks." Naruto wouldn't say he was surprised, though. Seeing as he had no frame of reference for what was normal, he took things in stride, no matter how bizarre. Yuta and Eri looked as though they wanted to leave, wanted to escape this nightmare that had befallen them. But they paused. They turned to him. "We can't just leave," Eri exclaimed fearfully. "Naruto still needs our help." Yuta shut his eyes tightly. Damn it. He looked around, scared out of his mind. "Go ahead, I'll carry him." Naruto was stunned. He gazed at them, studying their faces with amazement. Didn't they expect him to eventually die from his injuries? Yet, here they were, still willing to help, putting their lives at risk for the sake of a stranger. Their kindness touched his heart. It left a profound impact on him in that moment. Instead of escaping, Eri helped Yuta hoist Naruto onto his back. "I told you to run," he hissed, glaring. Eri glared right back. "I'm not leaving you behind." The ground shuddered as the vulture came barreling toward them. They ran like hell. As fast as they could. Rain pelted Naruto's face, soaking him to the bone. Lightning flashed across the night sky, striking trees, even starting a small fire, which was promptly extinguished. Yuta panted. Eri stayed by his side. Their display of courage, their perseverance in such a situation, triggered memories. Images of a past he no longer remembered. He saw many things. Many strange, confusing things. He glimpsed a war. Mirrors of ice. Death. Destruction. Faces he could not recall. A spear of bone ripping through his chest. Naruto gasped, choking on blood. His wound hurt terribly. His chest burned, and he screamed. Cried to the heavens. The steam returned, rising from a hole near his sternum. Eri turned, worry coloring her face. The vulture was upon them, beating massive wings. A gust of air nearly knocked the duo off their feet. Feathers flew from the creature like bullets. They moved fast, dozens of them, destroying trees in the distance. One feather struck Yuta in the leg, tore a piece of flesh from his calf. He cried out, collapsing in the mud. Naruto was flung from his back, sliding against dirt and water. Eri fell as well, arm bleeding profusely. The vulture came to a halt, chuckling. "Food, food, food, food." It screeched, drool spilling from its beak. Eri crawled to Yuta, who was panting, trying to get up. He looked at her. She looked at him. Time slowed to a crawl. They hugged, held each other in that moment. Held each other amid pouring rain. Amid flashing lightning and howling winds and certain death, and Naruto thought that this was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. He gritted his teeth, fists balling in the mud. He fought against the agony, eyes narrowed with rage. There was no way in hell he'd let these two die, especially after risking their lives for him. A complete stranger. Fuck no, the devil sprang forward, jaws agape, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. A familiar power surged in Naruto, flowing from his stomach, empowering every cell in his body. Mud splashed loudly. He blurred forward, punched the ugly piece of shit's jaw, broke its beak, and sent it crashing through a nearby tree. Panting, he held onto his chest. The wound was healing, very, very slowly, but healing, nonetheless. "And Naruto?" He heard Eri's voice, the shock, the amazement. Naruto turned, only grinned. He stood in front of them, protectively. The vulture recovered, blood leaking from its wrecked maw. It stared him down, fury burning in its beady eyes. "Fool! You dare strike me," the devil howled, readied itself for another attack. It fluttered its wings, sending a hail of razor-sharp feathers flying their way. In truth, Naruto didn't know how he did it, neither did he care. The action was almost like a reflex to him, practiced for years, years that he no longer remembered. The moment the creature's attack came, he raised both hands, felt that same surge of energy rising from his stomach. A wall of dense, spinning water rose to meet the feathers, supplied by pouring rain. It was almost instant, stopping the projectiles from reaching, halting them in their tracks. The water wall then collapsed, splashing him, splashing Eri and Yuta. Despite the situation, Naruto chuckled with glee. He could control water, actual, fucking water. The high of the moment gave him confidence. On reflex, he reached into the holster of his pants, grabbed a knife, a kunai, and broke into a sprint. A dim glow surrounded the blade. Adrenaline masked the pain. He leapt up, high above the devil, skewering its eye as he landed. It screamed in agony, trying to shake Naruto off, to no avail. He stabbed its other eye and blinded it. The creature rammed into trees, broke branches in an attempt to toss him asunder. Naruto held fast. He stabbed and stabbed and stabbed, piercing deep into the devil's thick hide. In one swift motion, he sliced its neck in a long arch, effectively slitting its throat. The vulture gurgled and slammed into more trees. Naruto gritted his teeth, taking the brunt of the force, blood bubbling up his throat. Yet he held on, kept his kunai in place. In desperation, the devil took to the skies, beating its great wings. They flew upward, so high that the forest now seemed like tufts of grass. So high he thought he could touch dark, angry clouds. Though in pain, Naruto marveled at a city in the distance. It was massive, full of towering buildings and bright, twinkling lights. He gritted his teeth, found that energy one more time. This time, the wind obeyed, controlled by his will. Again, on reflex. He didn't truly know what he was doing. Naruto formed a hand sign, and a blade of compressed air descended like a guillotine, slicing the devil's head off. "You filthy Huma-ak." The words stopped in its throat, head separated from body. It died instantly, and so, victorious, Naruto let go. He fell. The dark, unforgiving ground raced to greet him. This sucks, he thought. Just when he'd started to discover some things about himself, he'd end up dying, injured, in pain, and plummeting from the clouds. He smiled despite the agony, despite the fear as the earth loomed ever closer. At least he could protect Yuta and Eri, the first people he'd ever met. At least he did something worthwhile. Something genuinely good. The air was strangely gentle as he fell, peaceful. Utterly exhausted, he closed his eyes and let himself be held by it, let himself be carried and taken. If the fall didn't kill him, his injuries were sure to do it. He accepted it, strangely enough, accepted the fact that his life, though short-lived, was about to end. Or so he thought. Naruto felt something mid-fall, something like gentle hands. They wrapped around him, slowing his descent to earth. This person, they were warm. They were soft. And they smelled good. Amazing, even. Like flowers and rain and sunshine. With a hint of blood. They held him and stopped the fall. He didn't open his eyes. Not yet. He let himself be held, let himself be safe in this person's care, in spite of the rain and the pain and the freezing wind. They were floating now, suspended in midair. Naruto finally opened his eyes. He looked up, saw the most enchanting set of eyes. They were golden. They seemed to glow, covered with two strange rings around each pupil. Then he noticed her hair, fiery red. Two crimson bangs caressed her cheeks, tossed about by the wind. Her face was beautiful. Simply beautiful. Perfect by all accounts. She was smiling, too. It was a smirk, a confident twitch of the lips. She looked at him curiously, head tilted slightly. She was dressed in a suit and tie, not concerned by his injured, bloodied state. The woman held him steady, one arm under his back, the other under his legs. They floated down until the forest no longer seemed small and the trees were as large as they were supposed to be. A glowing, ethereal chain, one attached to her abdomen, flickered out of existence when they landed. She remained quiet. Howling wind and pouring rain filled his ears. Naruto looked up, studied her face. She'd taken on a more inquisitive look. She glanced around, spotting the carcass of that bird-like devil. "You killed it," she stated. Fascination, rather than surprise, tinted her voice. Naruto liked her voice. Yeah, she looked at him, smiled. Even while so injured? He wanted to laugh, but even the thought made him wince. "I guess so," he whispered. "I don't really know how I did it." "You don't?" "I don't." She seemed even more interested. "What is your name?" "Naruto," he answered. "I think so, at least." The woman arched a slender brow, but nodded. "I'm Makima." Makima. He thought. His hero. An angel. Another kind person, like Eri and Yuta. She set him down so he could stand. He hardly could, wobbling on his feet. She steadied him with those slender, yet powerful arms. They were close, so close he could feel her breath against his cheek. "Who are you, Naruto?" Her voice sent chills down his spine. "I don't remember," he answered honestly. No use lying. Maybe she could help him remember, help him get better. "Is that so?" He whispered tiredly. She smiled that same gorgeous, all-knowing smile. "If that's the case, then let me be the first to tell you this." She leaned closer, whispered, "Welcome to our world, Naruto." Our world? What did she mean by that? His weight fully against her body, he struggled to keep conscious. She ran her fingers through his hair, softly, gently. She massaged his scalp in little, soothing circles. "I'll help you. Don't worry about a thing," she reassured. "As long as you listen to me, everything will be okay." Naruto wanted to sleep, to lay down and close his eyes. He could barely process her words. He could hardly comprehend what she was saying. He remembered Eri and Yuta in that moment, remembered their display of affection for one another. Naruto wanted to thank Makima in a way that meant something, a way he felt was beautiful. He looked at her. She gazed at him, blinked curiously. Naruto reached forward. He wrapped his arms around her, held her as tightly as he could, rested his face in the nook of her neck. "Thank you. For saving me." Makima stiffened, froze against his touch. Her eyes widened, then quickly reverted to their usual size. Controlled. Unfazed. Like she always was. She returned his hug and wrapped her arms around his waist. She pulled him into her. So close that he could feel her soft bosom against his own. The rain continued to fall, and their clothes were soaked beyond measure. They were practically skin against skin. Body against body. "As long as you listen to me, you'll be fine," Makima repeated, eyes glowing hypnotically, a glint in her amber gaze. Her breath tickled his ear. "Well, Naruto. What do you say? Will you give me all of you? Will you give me the entirety of your being?" He lost consciousness, her final words echoing in his mind. Oh, yeah, Naruto mused. He had to thank Eri and Yuta as well. Darkness gazed out over the vast expanse of hell. It was shaking. Everything was shaking. Trembling. Tremoring. Bolts of lightning flashed above him, and the doors of hell were left rattling in the wind. Countless devils, roused by the sudden noise, fled in all directions. It was chaos, mayhem. Some emerged from the ground. Some descended from above. Some simply stood there, entranced by the strangeness of it all, by the uncertainty that crackled through the air. Hell was, quite frankly, ablaze with activity, not unlike the times when Vegeta had wreaked havoc across the home of all devils, cutting hundreds down with his buzzing, slicing chainsaws. Interesting, Darkness spoke. His voice was but a whisper, yet rife with thunderous power. Opening, closing, the doors of hell slammed with such force that its eerie sounds echoed through every corner of this hidden, inaccessible dimension. Darkness walked. And all activity ceased. With each step, wandering devils froze. Then they fell to their knees as he passed them by. Out of fear, out of reverence, out of malice, or out of jealousy, each devil's motive was unclear, known only to themselves. Yet, they still bowed before him, still showed him the respect he was due as a primal entity. Darkness watched with multiple eyes, observing his surroundings with mild intrigue. Hell was bathed in a mystic glow, a sort of light that was unnatural, a light not affected by his abilities. Because everywhere he went, blackness followed. He was clothed in it, bathed in it. Like the endless void of space, anything caught within his shadow was swallowed up, never to return. A stray devil suddenly flew past his line of sight, disrespecting him by not paying penance. It was a devil with dark, metallic wings and long, silver hair. A child. A baby devil. Recently born in hell, by the feel of things. She was ignorant, it seemed, unaware of the hierarchy that existed here. In time, she would learn. She would realize that one could not just do as they pleased in the presence of a primal being. Without remorse, Darkness pointed a single finger. The winged devil died, instantly. It was a gruesome display. Once beautiful, the devil exploded, limbs flying, organs bursting, blood raining. He walked over the corpse as she faded from existence. Soon, she would be reborn on Earth, as all devils who died in hell were. By now, space was shifting, distorting itself. Every door above opened, and Darkness peered into the void. He saw something. Something that intrigued him to such a degree that he could do nothing but watch. Not out of fear or alarm, but out of a desire to know, to understand, and to comprehend. He witnessed the battle clearly. It was a war, more accurately. Three beings clashed in a way he and the other primal devils often did, causing great cataclysm and unparalleled destruction across a barren world. Even from a distant plane of existence, their power could be felt, and it affected hell so profoundly that grand displays of lightning covered the skies above, bathing the land in a bright, luminous aura. A stray bolt raced toward him. Darkness took the blast without flinching. The devils behind him weren't so lucky. They were vaporized by purple lightning, too weak to accommodate such energy. At first, he thought these three were primals, just like him, or like death, but upon closer inspection, he realized that they weren't devils to begin with. They felt more human than anything else. Fascinating, he repeated, gaze locking on a golden figure specifically, as he fell from the sky and to the earth in a spectacular bolt of lightning. Oh, how the universe, how existence, never ceased to satiate his boundless curiosity. Spring, 1997. The afternoon sun burned from above, bathing the city in a glinting, soporific glow, a dreamlike radiance that dulled the senses and eased the mind. Despite the time of day, When activity was normally at its peak, few people traversed the winding streets. Due to government orders, most were in their homes, either with their families or friends, ordered to take refuge in case of another sudden swarm of dangerous devils. Only those with special permission, such as healthcare workers, or public safety devil hunters, were permitted to come and go as they saw fit. In contrast, however, numerous Defense Force soldiers patrolled the streets. Armed to the teeth and given jurisdiction by the Prime Minister himself, they aided public safety and local police in keeping the peace, as well as watching out for any stray devils roaming hidden corners, abandoned buildings, or empty alleys. All things considered, Tokyo wasn't as damaged as initially believed. After the events of 3 days ago, the destruction had mostly been relegated to cracked or shattered windows and broken concrete in the city streets. Makima was impressed. Things seemed far worse in the moment. She surveyed the damage with keen eyes. Inside a car, she leaned back in the passenger's seat. The window was down, and the cool air of spring fluttered through her red hair. It had been quiet since then, but she'd hardly had a chance to breathe. Meeting after meeting. Phone call after phone call. This had been her life for the past 72 hours. She stretched her arms, taking a sip of steaming coffee. "We'll be arriving shortly, Miss Makima," Tendo announced. The tall woman was driving. She glanced at Makima from the rear-view mirror. "Thank you, Tendo." She smiled. "I don't really enjoy talking to the higher-ups, so I need to ready myself for their questions. Who knows what those old men are going to ask me?" Tendo glanced away when Makima caught her gaze. Her grip around the steering wheel tightened. I'm sure you'll define, ma'am," Tendo said softly, albeit stiffly. "Can't be any harder than taking down devils with a single attack." Her form of a compliment. Makima nodded absently, continued to display nothing but strength and assurance in herself. "That's where you're wrong, Tendo," she thought. The higher-ups knew almost everything about her. She was under the state, the government, for the greater good of Japan and, by extension, humanity. If she tried to lie, they might see right through it. She could always control them, could always speak the words and force them to be subservient to her, but she wasn't aware of the devils they were contracted with. For all Makima knew, they could be connected to beings like pain, or darkness, or death. Devils even she couldn't manipulate, devils that were stronger than her. If she used her power on the higher-ups, things could backfire, resulting in her plans being jeopardized and suspicion being placed on her. For all her strength, she was not omnipotent. She had to be stern, crafty. She had to weave the best answers to their questions, to ensure her grip over the future did not slip away. Makima leaned back in her chair, buttoned her suit and straightened her tie. After this meeting, she would be visiting Naruto at the hospital to check on his condition. Her newest pawn, the blonde that fell from the sky, had been in a coma for the last 3 days, the wound in his chest so gruesome, even the best doctor in Tokyo couldn't understand it. Even she couldn't understand it, couldn't understand him. He was human, of course. All of her senses told her this. He felt human, smelt human. Yet his physical capabilities, even while on the verge of death, was on par with Kwangshi, the first devil hunter. It was interesting, to say the least. Makima had many theories on the matter. What she'd seen in the sky that day, the merging and scattering of worlds, wasn't something she'd consider surprising. After all, hell, her place of birth, was located in a different dimension, and was not accessible by normal means, either. Logically speaking, if such a place as hell existed separately from the physical world, then other places, some like Earth, others different, could also exist as well. The possibilities were endless, and she, being a highly curious devil, wished to explore this new reality. Unbidden, the memory of their first encounter returned. His scent still lingered in her mind. It was unique, an otherworldly scent. There'd also been something else, a sort of aura that surrounded him, emanating from the depths of his being. She shivered at the thought, an involuntary chill crawling down her spine. The memory of his arms around her suddenly blazed to life. His arms around her neck. His body against hers. His breath against her ear as he thanked her. Why had that felt so pleasant? Now that Makima thought about it, had she ever been hugged before? Even as a child, newly reborn on Earth, none of the government officials had so much as shown her an ounce of affection. It was a confusing feeling, to say the least, but not terrible. "We're here, ma'am," Tendo announced, snapping Makima from her thoughts. The car slowed to a halt in front of a large building. Devil Hunter headquarters stood starkly against a silent city. Unlike the streets of Tokyo, activity here was ceaseless. Devil Hunters came and went, some in pairs, some alone. Tendo parked at the front, in a lot overlooking the elegant building. It was beautiful, a unique architectural structure with multiple stories, a well-kept garden, and various flags waving in the wind. "This shouldn't take long, Tendo," Makima stated. "I'll call you when I'm finished." Tendo nodded once. She unlocked the doors, and after that, "We'll be heading to the hospital," she answered, earning a nod from the taller woman. Makima opened the door and headed down a straight path. As she moved, several devil hunters paused, staring after her. Some nodded in respect, greeting her with nervous smiles. Others froze as she walked by. They placed her on a pedestal, yet kept themselves at arm's length. She entered the building, greeted more hunters, and headed to the highest floor. There, Kishibe was waiting. She recognized his scent even before she saw him. As always, she took a moment to study his face, to remember his features, eyes trailing the long scar that ran from his lip to the end of his jaw. He was an older man. Handsome, yet clearly aging. His graying hair glinted beneath the bright lights. His angular face, peppered with stubble, seemed weary with fatigue. "You're here," Makima stated, unsurprised. Kishibe shrugged. "Whenever there's something to clean up, you bet I'll be here." He crossed his arms. "I'm assuming they called you in?" She nodded once. Her eyes focused on the great double doors. Behind, 5 men waited for her to enter. What did they ask about? Kishibe rubbed the stiffness from his neck. "Oh, the usual questions whenever shit hits the fan. Nothing notable." He was lying. Makima could see it clearly. She looked into his eyes, tried to understand his angle. Kishibe didn't trust her, he never had. It was plain as day on his face. No matter. He was just another pawn in her game. Another piece to be moved around until she deemed him unfit to continue playing on the board. She tilted her head. "Then I have nothing to worry about?" He chuckled. "You, worried? I didn't know you could feel an emotion so trivial?" Her eyes narrowed, yet she smiled. "Even the strong feel fear, Kishibe," she said cryptically. "I hear your old partner has been making moves in China. Quite a bit of eyes are on her again. Perhaps I should place my attention on her as well? After all, she is a threat to national security." Kishibe remained silent, trying to act unfazed. Yet that spark of emotion, invisible to most, was clear as day to her. "Why would I care about what Guangxi's doing? I haven't seen her in years." He waved her off nonchalantly, beginning to walk away. "If anything, I'd be more concerned with what happened 3 days ago." "Indeed," Makima said, asking, "Any ideas as to what that was?" Kishibe paused. "I don't." She watched him leave, smirking. Just another pawn, Makima thought. She opened the doors. Makima stood before them. All 5 of them. They were older men, dressed in fine suits. Seated at a long table, they scrutinized her with unflinching gazes. Behind them, many great windows rose, letting in rays of light so bright, it seemed to make them glow. She clasped her hands behind her back. Confidently, she met their eyes. She was used to this. Used to being watched, questioned, tested. She abided the chain of command. She feared no one, yet respected the wishes of the higher-ups. At least for now, until she was done playing this role. An older man with gray hair and glasses looked up from a stack of papers. "It seems that Japan wasn't the only nation involved in this latest incident," he drawled. "Every country, from China, to India, to the United States, report similar occurrences." He read through the paper once more. Darkening skies. Flashes of lightning. Shockwaves and shattered windows. Few causalities, though, surprisingly. Another man, dark-haired and gentle, leaned forward. "There's also the sudden uptick of devil activity in response to this incident. The surge, as we're calling it, occurred just moments after that flash appeared in the sky. Numerous devils of a weaker to middle-strength caliber made themselves visible, acting atypically." He pinned her with a soft gaze. "You were one of the first on the scene during the incident, Makima. Was there anything worth noting? Anything you saw?" Feet apart, hands clasped behind her, she considered their words. "No," she answered in a measured tone. "The phenomenon occurred while I was home. I simply did what any other devil hunter would do and decided to investigate the situation. All the eyewitness accounts and videos are consistent with my own. I saw nothing but a flash, a ball of light in the sky." The man with glasses placed the papers down. "Even your keen eyes didn't see anything, huh?" he replied, sighing. "Our world grows more uncertain by the day, it seems." "The gun devil plunged us into an era of fear and chaos," another higher-up said. "This event is quite reminiscent of that day. I predict that the fear of devils will only continue to rise, creating even stronger entities in the future. And we will face such entities head-on," Makima said calmly, confidently. "Don't forget that I am here. That devil hunters are here to protect Japan." The man with dark hair laughed softly. "Of course," he said wistfully. For a moment, he looked at her strangely, almost regretfully. His eyes glinted with emotion. Why was he looking at her like that? "Nevertheless," he continued, "we mustn't let our enemies use this as an opportunity to threaten our security. Japan was hit the hardest, and the Soviets are always in the mood for provoking us. Then we must project an air of strength, Makima suggested. She swept her gaze past all 5 men. Have you given thought to the idea I proposed? A special division composed of devils and fiends. Yes, we've considered it, said the white-haired man. We wanted to give it more thought. However, due to recent events, I believe putting more devils and fiends in our arsenal might be what the future is pointing to. After all, there's been rumors circulating about the Soviets drafting devils into their armies. So, we're at an understanding? She inquired. Yes, the gentle-voiced man said. We'll begin the process in several weeks. You're already acquainted with the subjects, so I'm sure they will listen to your commands. She nodded. Of course, and if they do not comply, I will kill them myself. No need to worry. Good, very good, the white-haired man said. He glanced at his paper once more. Another thing, Makima. I see that a notable amount of our funds has gone to Okabadera Hospital. Says here that a young man is being treated for severe injuries after, as eyewitnesses put it, killing a strong devil with his bare hands just outside the city. Care to explain? Makima smiled. It's as you read it. I found someone promising. Someone I'm sure will aid humanity in their fight against the devils. Is that so? Asked the man. Another dog for the machine? Her eyes glinted. More like a puppy, an innocent puppy. Just waiting to be molded, to be turned into a weapon of mass destruction. Her weapon of mass destruction. Well, I trust your judgment on the matter, the soft-spoken man said. You're dismissed, Makima. She nodded once, turning to leave. Okabadera Hospital. The spider lowered itself from above, suspended by a single, thin web. So small, yet so powerful, this creature had inspired fear in humans for thousands of years, bringing about her existence. Prinz reached out a hand and let the spider land on her finger. The arachnid, feeling a sense of safety in her grasp, crawled along her skin without a second thought, or an instinctual urge to scamper away. She smiled, the tiniest twitch of her lips. A smile so small it didn't seem like one, for her features were forever frozen in an expression of nonchalance. The zipper-like attribute that descended the middle of her face only added to this aloofness, providing her with an odd, slightly unnerving, visage. In a rare moment of contemplation, Prinz wondered what made humans fear spiders so much. Was it the legs? The fangs? The venom? Truly, few of them were actually venomous. Thousands of species across the globe, but most were harmless. Yet, the anxiety centered around spiders was the sole reason she was alive. She was the spider devil, given life by humanity's collective fear of these peculiar arachnids. It made little sense to her, but she didn't dwell on such thoughts, choosing instead to see the world as it was. In black and white. Prinz was a simple devil. She didn't need much, didn't want much, didn't even speak much. Truth be told, she didn't really know what she wanted, but here she was, watching over Makima's newest pawn. The young man was asleep, in a coma, more precisely. Gone were his old clothes. They were replaced by a hospital gown. His blonde hair was bright and beautiful. His face was strong and handsome, marked by strange whiskers along his cheeks. His expression was peaceful, a direct contrast to the horrible wound that defined his chest. It was bad. Though now covered with bandages, the hole was deep, so deep, in fact, that Prinz had wondered how he was still alive. He was human. But his resilience was like that of a devil. Black, horrible veins and arteries spread out from the bandaged wound, clustering around the hole in his chest. The veins pulsed heavily, almost as if wanting to spread and destroy the rest of his body at a cellular level. But the young man was strong. He fought back against the corruption. Somehow, he kept the black veins from spreading any further. Every ounce of energy he possessed was focused on healing that peculiar injury. She could feel it. That energy. There was a warmth in the air. It felt like water flowing around her, emanating from the sleeping blonde. This energy was so palpable, she swore she could see it whipping about the room, a shudder running down her spine. Prinz leaned closer, walking on multiple legs. This felt eerily similar to what had set the skies ablaze 3 days ago. She leaned even closer, suddenly drawn to his motionless body. Could he be responsee? The hospital room's door opened. Prinz flinched back, returning to her position among the shadows. Makima walked in with a doctor, and Prinz sank into the walls, disappearing from view. The red-haired woman glanced her way, knowing Prinz was present, but the human doctor couldn't see her, even though it was afternoon. The two talked for a time, discussing the young man's prognosis. Makima listened intently, glancing at the blonde every so often. We don't know what the problem is. We've ran multiple tests, drawn blood, collected cultures. The doctor frowned. She was a short middle-aged woman with glasses and graying hair. There's no sign of infection. Yet that wound refuses to begin the healing process. See those black arteries and veins? I've never seen anything like it. Makima crossed her arms. How about surgery? We considered it. She paused, finding the words. You might not believe this, but every time I placed a surgical instrument inside the wound, be it steel or iron, the tool would crumble into dust. She glanced at Naruto. Perhaps it's the work of a devil, the doctor suggested. That's more your domain, so I have little knowledge on the subject. Makima nodded once. She strolled around to where Naruto slept, running her knuckle along his whiskered cheeks. Thank you, Dr. Aiya, Makima stated, eyes fixed on the sleeping young man. I'll take it from here. Aiya, straightening her glasses, looked on curiously. What will you do? Wait, she titled her head. Wait. Makima crossed her arms, a look of complete assurance on her face. In time, he will awake. That, I'm sure of. She glanced at the corner of the hospital room, where Prinz was. I'll be taking him to my home. But I'm not sure that's a good idea, Aiya ventured, sweat pooling at her brow. He's not stable. Not yet, at least. If you wait a couple more days, maybe. Will you be quiet? Aiya's mouth snapped shut, eyes lowering. Sorry, good girl. Makima smiled pleasantly. Now, listen. You will discharge him today. Write up a report concerning his prognosis. Hand over guardianship to me. And keep quiet about your findings. In fact, remove all documentation about his injury from the hospital's medical health record. I want everything wiped clean. Is that understood? Aiya nodded, obeying her without question. Yes, of course, Miss Makima, Aiya intoned. She exited a moment later, which left Makima and Prinz alone. The spider devil emerged from the wall, almost as though it was made of liquid. Lady Makima. Makima retracted her hand from Naruto's face, turning. Take him to my home, Prinz, she instructed. Watch over him until I get there. Let no one see you. As you wish. Prinz dipped her head, scooped Naruto up gently, in her arms. He looked so peaceful, so calm. She wondered if he would be just as calm if he were awake, if he saw her multiple legs and the eerie zipper etched into her face. He'd probably look at her with disgust. Shaking those thoughts from her mind, Prinz also grabbed the IV pole. He was attached to intravenous fluids, whereby he received nutrition, despite his comatose state. Then she sank into the ground, taking him with her until she disappeared from sight. The last thing she saw was Makima walking to a window, hands clasped behind her back, like a leader, like a ruler, no doubt planning the actions she would soon take. That's who she was. Always looking to the future, always one step ahead of everyone. TDOE Makima arrived at nightfall. Today was the most exhausting one yet, no doubt due to a rise in devil sightings across Tokyo. She spent several hours coordinating the activity of many teams as they patrolled the streets. She'd also oriented new devil hunters, giving them lectures on ways to handle dangerous, life-threatening situations. She took an elevator to the 3rd floor. Then, she entered one of her rooms, a large suite connected to the 2nd floor. There, her dogs waited to greet her. All of them barked loudly, leaping at her as she made her way through the door. Makima laughed. Genuinely laughed, a giggle escaping her lips. The dogs covered her in loving licks, circling her and barking with glee. She reached down and petted each one of them, running her hands through their fur. She let them play for a time, let them lick and hop and bark. All right, she said gently, that's enough. Sit, all of you. They obeyed. Sat without so much as a whine. Though their tails wagged excitedly through the air, they listened to her command. Now, back to your room. All of them stood, movements synchronized, before they returned to where they came from. Makima walked into her luxurious apartment. On the walls were paintings, famous, beautiful paintings that always caught her gaze when she entered each room. She passed a small library. It was filled with books, filled with collections of knowledge that had stood the test of time. Over 300 texts were here, and she'd read each one, always hungry for information about the world, about reality, about existence. Makima stopped by the kitchen and dropped off groceries she bought on the way home, before she went to the bathroom. She stripped off her clothes and entered the shower, washing away the sweat of today. She let the warm water hit her skin, let herself relax amid all the responsibilities she had begun accumulating. Once finished, she stepped out of the bath, stopping by a lengthy mirror. Makima paused. She rarely looked at herself, rarely took a moment to observe her physical form. She was older. An adult by human standards. She shrugged, deeming her age unimportant. Her soaking red hair framed a face that most considered beautiful, though, honestly, she couldn't quite see the appeal her current body held. If one thing was constant, though, it would be her eyes. She didn't remember all her past lives, both in hell or on earth. But only these. Only these eyes remained. Makima dried herself, moisturized, and put on a simple long-sleeve white shirt and gray shorts. Then she went to see Naruto. He was in one of her spare rooms. Prince was here, standing over the blonde with both hands clasped in front of her. Lady Makima, the spider devil greeted, "Welcome." Makima nodded once. She approached the bed where Naruto laid, his eyes closed, face peaceful. She studied his features, mapping its uniqueness with a sharp gaze. "Any progress?" "None," Prince answered. "He's been like this since I arrived." She shifted uncomfortably, the faintest of blushes tinting her cheeks. I bathed him as well. Humans do that sort of thing daily, don't they?" Makima's eyes glinted with amusement. "Yes. I also provided spare clothes, in the event that he wakes." "Good work, Prince," Makima praised. "You may go, of course, Lady Makima." Like before, Prince phased into the ground, sinking beneath as though it were water. She was gone, then, leaving Makima alone with him. She sat at the edge of the bed. It was silent. Even her dogs remained quiet in the other room. "I saved you for a reason," Makima whispered coldly. "I know this injury won't kill you." Her amber gaze glowed possessively. "You are mine, Naruto. Mine to use. To mold. Don't disappoint me by dying. There's so much to accomplish in this world." Silence. Then a sound. She glanced his way. Naruto was speaking. Saying something. She leaned closer. "I'm sorry, Neji," he murmured. "I'm so sorry." "Neji?" Naruto was trembling, shaking. His features contorted into a pained expression. He flinched in his comatose state, caught within a nightmare, or was it a memory? Makima reached out to hold him steady, to stop his trashing. His wound was bandaged, but the black veins still spread across his chest. What kind of injury was this? He was responding to her touch, though. His shuddering slowed, his breathing becoming more even. But it wasn't enough. There was a sudden bout of convulsions, his teeth gritted as pain racked his body. Without hesitation, Makima joined him in bed. It wasn't planned, or thought out. Just what she thought was necessary to secure him for her future plans. Like yesterday, she wrapped her arms around him as they laid on the mattress. She held him tightly and weathered the storm, his body warm against hers, his breath soft against her neck. In time, Naruto's breathing slowed. He stopped shaking, and somehow, someway, recognizing the presence of another person, his arms snaked around her as well, around her hips. In his comatose state, his subconscious needs rose to the surface. His need for closeness, for safety. Their legs were a tangled mess in the sheets. His head came to rest just above her bosom, golden locks tickling her chin. Huh. There it was again. That sensation. That strange feeling in her chest. Makima stayed there, mentally distant, yet intrigued. Being held. Why did this feel so pleasant, clinically, experimentally? She chose not move. She chose not to back away from the strange feeling in her chest. Makima held him, and he held her. And they stayed like this for hours. In the end, he didn't make a sound for the rest of the night. She fell asleep, too, much quicker than she ever thought possible. The defect of equality. There were many faces here, dozens of them. A young woman with glistening pink hair. An older man with silver white hair. A young man with dark hair and equally dark eyes, always frowning and brooding to himself. These were just a few of them. They plagued his dreams without end, scenes of their haggard, battle-worn features playing over and over and over again. There was also a village, a host of buildings, and a monument to 5 individuals carved into stone. It was beautiful. The images came and went. Each one was more confusing than the last. There was a giant fox with 9 tails, its powerful appendages whipping about in a frenzy, kicking up dust and debris, changing the very landscape with a single, mighty roar. What, or better yet, who was this creature? He didn't know. He couldn't remember. Though, familiarity still burned in his mind like the hottest flame. That was the worst part, really. Not knowing. Not being able to fit all the pieces of the messy, scattered puzzle that was his mind. There was also pain here. Real, tangible, physical pain. He could feel his body. He could feel the agony all around him, centered in his chest. It felt like days had passed, days of pure pain and sorrow. Until, suddenly, he hurt no longer. That pain in chest was burned away, vaporized by the energy bubbling in his stomach. Finally, relief. Naruto awoke slowly, eyes fluttering open to something bright and powerful. The sun had shined from a grand window, piercing his retinas without mercy. He blinked away the sudden light, and just like that time in the rain, he remained still, taking in the sensation of life. Unlike before, however, he wasn't in pain, nor was he soaked to the bone. He was dry and warm and comfortable. He was on a bed, too. It was nice, it felt nice. He didn't want to do anything but lay here in the silence, listening to the soft breathing of the person in his arms. Makima. He'd noticed her the moment he opened his eyes, or perhaps even earlier, in his dreams, where the touch of another person had calmed the raging storm that was his mind. After a moment, he glanced down. She was still sleeping. Her red hair fell messily over a beautiful, angular face. Her eyes were closed, and she looked so peaceful, so comfortable here with him. She was the third person he'd met, the one who caught him as he plummeted from the sky. He didn't know how, but she had spotted him among dark clouds and pouring rain. Not to mention, Makima did this when she had no reason to. Because honestly, who was he, but a random person that happened to be near death? Yet she saved him. Just like Eri and Yuta had. He glanced at Makima, a sudden happy grin spreading across his features. She must be a good person, he thought. Slowly, tenderly, he untangled himself from her grasp, careful not to wake her. He rolled out of the bed, accidentally tearing out the IV connected to his arm. He panicked as blood welled on his skin, but moments later, the wound closed and the scarlet flow stopped. The minor injury was stitched up in seconds, leaving nothing but the outline of a small scab. So, I heal really fast, he concluded, surprised. Seeing no harm done, Naruto explored the room. It was relatively empty, devoid of decorations or personal artifacts. Must be a place Makima rarely uses, he thought. Next, he stumbled into another room, one with a toilet, sink, and large bathtub. Instinctively, Naruto knew what these devices were. In the back of his mind, he understood that he ought to brush and shower. So, he did, cleaning his teeth and body by muscle memory alone. The shower had been tricky at first, what with all the knobs and pulleys, but he eventually got it to work, enjoying the warm water as it cascaded over his naked flesh. Once finished, he grabbed a towel and gazed at himself in the mirror. Tan skin and spiky blonde hair greeted him. He leaned closer, memorizing the subtleties of his face with intrigue. His eyes were a deep blue. His cheeks were etched with strange whiskers, 3 on either side. He reached up to feel them, running fingers along the slight indentations each mark made in his flesh. Naruto looked at the rest of his body, brows rising, surprised. He was quite fit, quite athletic. Bumps and curves of hard muscle lined his physique, earned only through years of training, years he could no longer remember. The last thing he observed was the injury that defined his chest. Carefully, he peeled off the wet bandages wrapped around his torso. Naruto grimaced. While all the gashes and bruises were gone, the wound on his chest was now a scar. What happened to me? Thankfully, the wound was closed. It didn't hurt as badly anymore, either. Only a subtle throb pulsed up his neck. They were faint, but black blood vessels ran from his injury to his collarbone, up his throat, and to parts of his face and skull. Was this the reason he couldn't remember? Had these black, poison-filled veins reached so far into him that they damaged his brain? Naruto didn't know. And by the looks of things, even those veins were starting to fade, healing. But the damage had already been done. A sudden throb of pain lanced through his skull. Naruto flinched, closing one eye as the image of a white-haired woman blurred to life. She had horns and a crimson eyeball on her forehead. Who? She shot something from her hand, a spear of bone that sailed through the air, headed for a young man with black hair. The vision faded, reality bleeding back together again. Naruto panted, eyes wide, chest aching. He shook his head. He didn't want to think about such things right now. It was too much, too traumatizing. So, he put that image out of his mind, dried himself with a towel, and looked through a closet in the bathroom. Surprisingly, he found something to wear, something that suited him well enough. Black form-fitting pants and a royal blue shirt. He put them on and made his way back to the room. Good morning. Her smooth, gentle voice reached his ears. Makima was awake, seated at the edge of the bed with a single leg crossed. She smiled, amber eyes locking with his own. Lost in those mysterious orbs of hers, it took a moment for him to process her words. He rubbed his hair sheepishly. He returned her smile, shyly at first. Hi, Makima. Come. Sit. She patted a spot next to her. He hesitated. It's okay. Come on, Naruto. You can trust me, remember? Finally, he moved and sat beside her, body sinking into the soft mattress. He remained silent for a time, staring ahead. He didn't know what to say, didn't know what to think. The world felt so alien to him, yet so familiar at the same time. It was strange. For instance, Naruto knew he was male, and that Makima was female. He knew what the sun was, what clouds were, what rain was. He knew how to shower and wear his clothes. He knew they were in a building, that they were on a bed. Naruto understood these basic, intrinsic things. But he couldn't comprehend the past, his past. He didn't know where his story started, and where it was now, or how he came to be in a forest, injured and dying in the pouring rain. You really, truly don't remember who you are, do you? Makima finally spoke. She glanced his way. Her eyes seemed to peer into his soul. I don't. He frowned, still frustrated by the reality of it all. I'm sorry. This must be hard, she said tenderly. No one deserves to go through something like this. Naruto looked to her. Then, you believe me? Yes. Why? He questioned skeptically. For all you know, I could be lying to you, using you to gain something. She chuckled. Trust me, I'm not so easily controlled. Also, I believe you're genuinely telling the truth. Makima glanced out the window. You don't seem like the type of person to lie. Naruto considered her words. How can you be so sure? I don't even know what type of person I am. Of course you do. Makima whispered soothingly. Amnesia is a tricky thing, Naruto. There are many types, some caused by traumatic injuries, others by degradation of the brain. I'm not sure what is causing your particular situation, but I do know that your personality, who you are, survived whatever trauma you experienced. He remained silent, and she continued. You saved those 2 civilians, despite your injured state. You didn't give up. You pushed through the pain and put yourself between them and that devil. Makima took his hand, squeezing tightly. Others would have accepted their fate, would have laid down and died. But you didn't. You're a fighter. You take action. You're someone who isn't passive. She looked up at him. That's who you are, and we need more people like you in this world. Her words struck him like a bolt of lightning. Naruto sat there, let them sink in. He might not remember the past, but some part of him still survived. The part that was willing to help others in need, the part that was willing to be thankful and appreciate those that deserved it. Makima was right. He was a fighter. As such, he would fight through whatever was happening to him. Naruto squeezed her hand back. Thank you, Makima. I needed to hear that. A pleased look flashed in her eyes. I'm glad I could help. An instant of silence slipped by. So, what now? He inquired. She rubbed her chin in thought. What now, huh? Makima smirked. How about we go out for breakfast? Naruto arched a brow, but his stomach rumbled as if on K. He rubbed his hair sheepishly. I guess I haven't eaten in, what, 3 days? Precisely, Makima confirmed, standing up. I'll be taking a week off of work, so we can spend as much time as we need to help you integrate into society. You're already familiar with many basic things, but you'll find that the world can be a bit harsh at times. Naruto remembered the creature he fought and killed the other day. You mean devils, right? The redhead nodded. Naruto looked at his hands, no longer stained with the blood of that vulture. But he could still recall the feeling as he sliced its throat, as he cut its head away from its body. I took its life so easily, without remorse, he admitted. Did I do the right thing? Makima was looking at him strangely, in a way he could only describe as sheer fascination. You protected 2 innocent people, she answered definitively. You have no reason to regret what you did. I guess you're right, Naruto replied, laughing softly. Still, even devils have feelings, right? They're alive, like me. They must have a reason for doing what they do. Maybe not all of them are bad. She remained silent, then said, perhaps. But I agree, he continued. If one tries to hurt an innocent person, I'm sure I wouldn't hesitate to fight them. Good. Makima clasped her hands behind her back. You'll make a fine devil hunter. Before he could ask what being a devil hunter entailed, besides the obvious name, Makima was already leaving the room, humming a little tune to herself. Naruto sighed, leaning back on the bed, where he stared at the ceiling. If he were honest with himself, he'd admit that he was scared. The future was uncertain as his past. The world seemed so huge and confusing and intricate, even without the existence of these devils. Coupled with such creatures, the complexities of life were multiplied tenfold. Were all devils bad? Did they all look monstrous? Did they have dreams and fears? And what about him? What was he? He had, for a split second, manipulated water and wind. He'd also punched a devil through multiple trees while Eri and Yuta had been powerless against the creature. Naruto groaned. I'm so confused, he lamented lightheartedly. At least Makima was here to help him, to guide him. Naruto stiffened on the bed, feeling a sudden wetness at his feet. What the? Something was licking him, sniffing about. He quickly sat up and was greeted by the sight of a creature. No, a dog. With snow-white fur and piercing green eyes. The hound sat on its haunches and stared at him, panting excitedly. There was a certain spark, a genuine curiosity in its vibrant gaze, head leaning forward happily. Oh, hey there, he said with a grin. Who are you? Naruto ran his hands through silky fur, earning an approving bark from the dog. It nuzzled into his palm and blinked joyously. Then the canine leapt forward and landed on his chest, licking him without respite. And Naruto laughed, just laughed, unwilling to push his new canine friend away as he was covered in happy, innocent licks. Side by side, they walked down a street in Shibuya. It wasn't too busy, and a moderate number of pedestrians moved along the sidewalks. Naruto's eyes were wide. There were so many different types of people. Some short, some tall. Some old, some young. Men and women of all sizes went about their day. Cars and motorcycles darted by, and the world was filled with a kind of noise he could not describe. The sound wasn't unpleasant. Quite the opposite, actually. He found it soothing, the definition of unyielding human activity. The buildings were very tall, too. Very sturdy and well designed. Naruto couldn't help but look at each of them, especially the ones that towered into the morning sky, reaching so far they seemed to touch the shining sun. The ban on travel was lifted yesterday, and the curfew rescinded, Makima noted. She was beside him. Her hair was done in a single, braided ponytail, with red bangs framing either side of her face. She was dressed as casually as he was, outfit consisting of an olive blouse and form-fitting blue jeans. She had a small leather purse strewn around her shoulder as they walked. So, there's a lot more people out. A lot more than I thought there'd be. He nodded as she spoke. Makima also explained to him who the soldiers with guns were, stating that they were Defense Force soldiers sent by the Prime Minister to keep the peace. But now that the situation surrounding 3 days ago was better, most of them were leaving the city. And those are devil hunters, Makima pointed out. We typically work in uniform, so most of the time, you'll see us wearing a suit and tie. Many of them worked in pairs, in a buddy system, of sorts. Naruto watched them, wondering if they had any special abilities. Like him. Or like Makima. From the moment they met, he knew she was different. After all, she'd been floating, flying, when she saved him. A golden, glowing chain had also protruded from her stomach as well, disappearing only after she'd landed. Makima took him to a little restaurant with outdoor seating. It was a nice place, filled with chatting people and the smell of delicious food. What would you like to eat? She asked, tilting her head slightly. He looked over the menu, humming thoughtfully. And don't worry, I'll cover the cost of anything you eat, Makima added kindly. He thanked her, eyes scanning the menu until it landed on something he instantly recognized. Just seeing the words brought about a rush of smells, tastes, and wonderful feelings that left him bittersweet. Ramen, he blurted out, louder than he should have. I'll have the miso ramen, extra pork. Very well. Makima helped order their meals, and for some reason, she chose the same thing he was having. They ate together outside, just enjoying the gentle wind as it blew through the city. Naruto finished first, slurping up his noodles with such enthusiasm that it seemed as though he'd inhaled the bowl too. Makima ate slower, savoring the food with a thoughtful expression. I can't say I've had this flavor before, she commented. It's not bad. In the end, she ordered 2 more bowls for him and paid without question. Naruto made a mental note to do the same for her one day. So, you're a devil hunter, Naruto remarked, taking a sip of his soda. What exactly do you guys do? Makima leaned back in her chair. We primarily kill, or capture, devils, she explained nonchalantly. Then most devils are dangerous, Naruto mused. For the most part, yes, she answered. That should always be your first assumption when coming into contact with one. Though, typically, devils that have a more human appearance are either friendly or, at the very least, unconcerned with humans. Less harmful, in a way. Naruto nodded slowly. And these devils, they hurt people regularly? All the time, said Makima. Imagine a room of 100 people. Now, out of those 100, 35 of them will be killed by a devil, not even mentioning injuries those surviving 65 might sustain. 35% of people, Naruto. It's a serious public health crisis. Not only here in Japan, but in the entire world as well. Huh. Naruto let the words sink in. He recalled Eri and Yuta, recalled the creature that would have eaten them alive, painfully and slowly. If he hadn't been there, they wouldn't be alive today. They wouldn't have stood a chance. Makima clasped her hands on the table, leaning her chin against her fingers. That's why we need powerful people, people strong enough, brave enough, to become devil hunters. He met her gaze head on. You think I should become one? Makima's eyes glinted. Yes, precisely. Why? She smirked. Do I really need to explain why? Naruto shrugged, grinning. Because of my powers? That's part of it, Makima admitted. But it's also because you had no fear when you faced down that devil. She leaned forward. I interviewed those two, you know. Eri and Yuta. And they told me you fought without hesitation to protect them. They consider you their hero. They do? A blush tinted his cheeks. And know they saved me too. If anything, I should be grateful to them. The point still stands, Makima continued. You're the kind of person we need at public safety. An anomaly. Someone to turn the tide in humanity's war against devils. She had a point. He couldn't argue with her logic. If he was as special as she'd made him out to be, perhaps he could do some good here, help people, like he did for Eri and Yuta. What else would he be doing, anyway? He had no memories of the past, no responsibilities, no friends, no job. He had nothing. Maybe the best thing for him to do would be finding a purpose, occupying his time, using his abilities to help those who couldn't help themselves. At least, until he understood more about himself, about the world. Naruto looked up at her, this strange, mysterious, and deeply persuasive woman. Never mind him. Who was Makima? He wondered. There was something about her, in the way she held herself, her poise, her composure, that was completely different from those around her. Oh, good morning, Miss Makima. A sudden, unfamiliar voice. Naruto turned to his left. Sasuke? That name left his mouth before he could stop it. The new arrival, a black-haired young man, arched his brow. Sasuke? Who the hell's that? Naruto frowned to himself, shaking his head. Sorry, you just look familiar. Like someone he used to know. Hayakawa, Himeno, Makima greeted. Good morning, you too. What a pleasant surprise. You're out on patrol, I presume. Yeah, Hayakawa answered. Naruto eyed him curiously. He was tall, pale, with blue eyes. His dark hair was pulled up into a top-knot bun. He was dressed in a suit and tie, as most devil hunters were. And strapped behind his back was a single sword, sheathed, yet ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. Naruto squinted. Something about his face, his mannerisms, were familiar to him. It's been really busy today, especially now that more people are outside, he continued. I can tell. Makima nodded. Don't push yourself too hard. We can't have one of our best agents burning out. I won't, Hayakawa said, cheeks flushing. His companion, the woman beside him, seemed to bristle, biting her lips as she looked at Makima, then at her partner. Naruto glanced her way. She had an eye patch, leaving only one emerald eye exposed. She was quite beautiful, he mused, medium-length dark hair fluttering against a sudden gale. Who's this cutie, huh? Himeno interrupted them, smirking. Is he your boyfriend? Hayakawa stiffened, turning to face him once more. He looked Naruto up and down, appraising him with a curious, somewhat jealous, gaze. Makima waved her off, smiling. No, he's just a friend. Friend, teased Himeno. She leaned closer, placing her hands against the table. She angled herself in such a way that her, admittedly, ample bosom was even more pronounced. Her breath smelled of mint, and she had no qualms against openly flirting with him. Maybe I'd like you to be my friend as well. Say, what's your name, handsome? Naruto, he answered evenly. While she was certainly an attractive lady, Naruto was able to control himself, able to keep his composure as he met her single eye. And you're Himeno, one of Makima's colleagues. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Naruto. Himeno took his hand in hers and kissed his knuckle gently, teasingly. He didn't flinch or pull back. It was likely that he'd had enough experiences with women before he lost his memory, judging by his ability to keep calm. Removing her lips from his hand, Himeno looked over at Makima, as if expecting to get a rise out of her. Makima only stared forward, not reacting. Oh, you're no fun, Himeno remarked, frowning. She pulled back, turned to him. She trying to recruit you into public safety? Naruto shrugged. Maybe. Want my advice? Himeno asked. Don't join. It ain't worth it. For the first time, Makima frowned. It was small, a gentle downward curling of the lips. Stop it. Hayakawa groaned. Don't try to discourage him. If Miss Makima thinks he has what it takes, I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm only kidding, Aki. Lighten up. Himeno chuckled. Do what you want, Naruto. Don't listen to me, especially when I'm sober. Wasn't planning to, he replied with a grin. Himeno grinned as well. You know, we should go drinking sometime, my treat. Come on, Himeno. Stop flirting. Aki took her by the arm. We still have to get to Shinjuku by noon. Fine, Himeno conceded. If you do end up joining public safety, let me take you out after your first mission. She winked with her single eye. I'll see you around, Whiskers. Naruto arched his brow with a tiny smile. Whiskers? Despite her knack for invading his personal space, he actually kind of liked Himeno. She had a certain spark to her. A playful personality he couldn't help but be drawn to. Maybe they could be friends. Take care, Miss Makima, Aki said. He glanced at Naruto, something unreadable in his gaze. And you as well, Naruto. The pair departed, Himeno waving as they moved further along the street. Makima took a sip of her coffee. Did you enjoy the meal? Naruto nodded. I did. The smile on his face hadn't left. I wouldn't mind having such good food every day. I'm sure you will, she replied. Naruto rubbed at his hair. About joining public safety, I think. Makima stood. Hold that thought. You don't have to decide right now. She took his hand and helped him stand. Also, our ride is here. A black car soon parked beside the restaurant. The driver was an older man in a suit, another devil hunter. He greeted both of them and unlocked the door. Where are we going? Naruto queried. Makima opened the door for him, letting him through first. Outside of the city. I want to show you something. Smiley face, she held a box in her lap. The windows were down, and the cool, turbulent air pushed against her face. They had music playing. Naruto listened intently to the lyrics of each song, nodding along to every new band or artist as they sang and performed. She had even started tapping her feet to the tempo of the current song. Its tune was soft, yet energetic, matching the mood Naruto created when around others. He also talked to their driver, asked him many questions. Some were simple, some were complex. Makima leaned back, eyes distant as she stared out the window. Naruto was ever curious, ever ready to explore any idea presented to him. There was pain in his eyes, though, almost as if he was silently mourning the loss of a life he used to live, a life he could no longer remember. Even she couldn't pierce the veil that was his psyche. When Makima gazed into his mind, she was greeted by darkness. By fractured memories. And a monster. It was a fox with 9 flowing tails and an aura of unspeakable, unfathomable power. What was this creature? A devil, contained inside Naruto. She reached out, moved forward. Not another step, woman. Its voice shook the void, rippling the water beneath her feet. The beast roared, and Makima's body was torn apart, shredded to pieces, as she was flung from Naruto's mind, back into the real world, flinching with genuine surprise. Are you okay? Naruto asked tenderly. Makima regained her composure instantly. Yes. She noticed them slowing down. I think we're here. They were. The car stopped in a forested area. A small abandoned house stood starkly against fields of green. There was a hill ahead. It was distant, at least a few minutes walking at a steady pace. They exited the vehicle. Makima said to the driver, "Stay here until we return." Both of them walked through a land of flowers. Makima held the box in her hand, feeling the contents shaking as she moved. As instructed, Prince had placed it in the car earlier, wrapping the box in a surprisingly beautiful way. Naruto looked around fondly, a love of nature evident in his expression. Once far enough from the car, they paused. Naruto marveled. Look at that. Beautiful, isn't? Makima asked smoothly. Yeah, the city was laid out before them, like some map given life by a divine painter. It was a mixture of nature and human ingenuity, and her companion stared ahead with awe in his eyes. You know, I saw the city when I fell from the sky, Naruto began. It was dark though. I couldn't see everything. But now I can see it. Millions of people live here. He frowned. And 35% of them will be killed by a devil in their lifetime. His words hung in the air, some forgotten part of himself clawing to the surface, a part that longed for peace. Makima's eyes narrowed. She turned to him. Naruto, she stated bluntly. Show me your power. That's an order. Silence. Naruto stared at her, utterly confused by her tone. Wait, what? So, I can't control him, Makima mused. Because he was powerful, stronger than most. As the control devil, she had the ability to manipulate those she deemed weaker than herself. But Naruto wasn't weaker than her, was he? Despite being a shell of the man she'd witnessed battling above the clouds, in the depths of her heart, Makima understood that he was superior to her. Not many beings were. Darkness was. Death was. The hero of hell was. And a few others primordials were. Now, someone else had been added to that short list. Very well. In that case, if she couldn't control him by force, if she couldn't make him form a contract with her, then cunning schemes would be the key. She glanced at the box in her arms. Makima laughed. I'm only kidding, she said brightly, tone shifting. I was just trying to shock you into controlling the wind again. He looked at her for a moment. The trust he had in her still remained, despite her miscalculated blunder. Naruto gazed at his palms. I can't manipulate the wind at will yet. It was something that happened in the heat of the moment. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Sorry. What I asked was uncalled for. Don't force yourself to do something when you have no reason to. He nodded slowly, continued to look at the city in all its glory. I have something for you, Makima said after a moment. Naruto glanced her way. I was wondering what you had in the box. Here. Open it. She handed it over. Naruto took the container, curiosity creasing his visage. With gentle hands, he opened the cardboard box. Tears suddenly brimmed in his eyes. Makima smiled to herself, pleased by his reaction. It was a headband. There was metal attached to it, as well as a leaf-shaped symbol carved into its glinting surface. The steel plate was battered, damaged, worn out by time and countless battles. I found this near the place you killed the devil, Makima explained. It had his scent on it, too. So she figured it must be important to him, even if he didn't remember the reason. Naruto grinned and tears streamed down his face. He gripped the headband tightly, overcome with a rush of emotions. I don't know why, he spoke softly, but I think you found something very important to me. He gazed at her with such happiness, such fondness. Thank you, Makima. Don't worry about it. Naruto laughed happily and picked her up, literally lifted her off the ground. He spun her around as her stomach lurched with surprise. 3 twirls. Then he hugged her, pulled her into him, as he'd done when they first met, as they'd done last night on one of her beds. She'd never been embraced so much in a single day. Makima stood there stiffly, frozen in his arms. Eventually, she returned his hug, only to play the part of deceiving him, of making him trust and rely on her to such a degree that he would do anything she said, even without her control ability. Yes, that was it. She was only hugging him in order to carve that path toward a future where he destroyed her enemies with reckless abandon. Yeah, she thought, closing her eyes as they held each other under the midday sun. This is all according to plan. They appeared at nightfall, during a time of rest, when many had retired to bed after a day of hard work. When fathers and mothers had kissed their children goodnight. When most were comfortable and sleeping, wrapped beneath warm blankets, dreaming of a better tomorrow, of another morning to spend with family and friends and neighbors. First, the earth rumbled, and a quake unlike any in recent memory rattled the city to its core. It occurred suddenly, without warning. Buildings shuddered like a frostbitten man, collapsing on countless helpless individuals as the ground shattered, displaced by tremors so powerful they could be felt across the nation. Next, came the typhoon. It ripped across the city, tearing up all in its path. A downpour soon followed, a torrential rain of ancient, biblical proportions. Water fell from the sky, akin to miniature bullets, pelting survivors mercilessly, soaking them to the bone. Those not killed in the initial earthquake fled from unstable buildings, flooding the streets in a manic, mindless panic. Women clutched their children, dragged them to places of safety. Men carried older or disabled people, those who couldn't escape on their own. They ran to the open roads, in hopes of escaping falling debris as they maimed unsuspecting denizens. Wails, moans of pain, filled the night sky. Seconds prior, all had been peaceful, but now, fear and turmoil permeated the hearts of many. The typhoon returned soon after, destroying building after building as it plowed through concrete and reinforced steel, felling massive structures designed to withstand even the worst disaster. Cars were pulled into the air, transformed into multi-ton kinetic projectiles. Many were swept away by this thing, by this creature that was more monster than natural disaster. Third, arrived the tsunami. The coast retreated, as though some great giant had pulled back the Arabian Sea with the sweeping of an invisible palm. Then the water swelled and returned, bubbling dark blue as life-giving fluid surged forward to kill thousands more. The wave crashed over the city. Countless died from the impact alone. Its height was over 20 meters, and it traveled without respite, flooding 1/10 of the city in seconds. Finally, the last calamity arrived. Thunder and lightning. The sky was illuminated by flashes so bright, they turned night into day, only to be swallowed up by dark clouds that blackened the city once more. Over and over again. Like blinking. There were flashes, then sheer darkness. More flashes, then nothing. Followed by thunder that left the eardrums ringing. Lightning struck many, turning bodies into ash. Thunder boomed overhead, the voice of this horrible disaster, proclaiming their arrival to every nation on earth. In time, however, all was still. Motionless. Only cries of pain and the distant wail of sirens filled the air. Sad face, smiley face, he dreamt of the past almost every night. Sometimes, the images were pleasant, peaceful. Other times, they were quite sad and, often, horrific. Tonight, it had been neither pleasant, nor sad, only bittersweet. Deep in slumber, he was lost in a memory of an academy, of a small, loud-mouthed boy with spiky blonde hair and whiskered cheeks. Him. He was a playful little thing during this time. He pulled many pranks, caused great mishaps in school, seeking the attention of teachers and children alike. He instigated many a scene in the classroom, stirring laughter from the mouths of his fellow students. Then he'd be scolded, punished in front of everyone, sometimes to an excessive degree. But that was all right, he'd reasoned. No matter the severity of discipline, he still wore a bright, fake smile. Because at least he'd been acknowledged. At least they had seen him, instead of ignoring his presence and treating him as though he did not exist, as though he was some monster in human flesh. Still, the days were lonely, and the nights even more so. He'd lived alone, supported by an invisible guardian, an old man by the title of Hokage. Yet, despite this distant aid, he was still an outcast. When he walked the streets, crowds parted like cockroaches running from a sudden light. When school was over, parents came to pick their children, and he was left alone, watching from a distance, seated on that old, rickety swing. Staring. Just staring at family and friends as they laughed and made plans for the evening. He cried sometimes, too. Wept in the privacy of his own room, curled up in a blanket, wondering what he'd done to deserve this life, this loneliness. He drowned it, sank beneath the weight of such emotional agony. But it took only one person, one kind and consistent soul, to pull him from the depths of despair. The man's face was clear as day. He was young, skin tan and unblemished, marred only by a scar that ran across his nose. He was a teacher at the academy, and though he often scolded and corrected him, it was done out of a genuine concern for his well-being. The memories came pouring in throughout the night, like a rush of water from the highest hill. He remembered stealing a scroll, learning a certain technique, fighting a white-haired bastard, being protected by his teacher. And being given a headband, that piece of fabric that meant so much to him in ways he could not describe. "Congratulations, Naruto," the man said proudly. "You graduate." Naruto opened his eyes with a wistful smile on his lips. Though the dream faded as all others did upon waking, that one memory remained. He laid still in bed, letting those images linger in his mind. The scroll. The battle. And Iruka. He paused. "Iruka," Naruto repeated, chest swelling with such happiness he could hardly sit still. "He was there for me. He protected me. He believed in me." That man. He'd gifted him a forehead protector, wrapped it around his head with an expression so proud, Naruto could still see it clearly. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the white bundle of fur sneaking up on him until it was too late. The bundle suddenly pounced. Naruto reacted quickly, turning to face his assailant as they landed, their emerald eyes glinting with utter glee. The dog, a snow-white Siberian husky, covered him in licks, Naruto laughing and trying to escape his grasp. He soon acquiesced, wrapped his arms around its neck, surrendering to the sheer affection this dog had for him. "Cream Puff!" Naruto exclaimed playfully, "Enough already." Cream Puff barked, tail wagging excitedly as Naruto scratched behind his ears. "I thought Makima left you in your room with your siblings," he said. "How did you get out?" The husky barked again, almost as if understanding. His gaze glinted mischievously. Eventually, he calmed down, settled beside Naruto on the bed, where he continued to receive gentle petting as a soft wind wafted through an open window. He enjoyed this feeling, stayed there for a time. He ran his fingers through Cream Puff's fur. They were on the third floor of a grand apartment complex, located in an upper-end district of Tokyo. It was truly impressive, this place. From here, he could see towering skyscrapers as they stretched into the dark, early morning sky. Makima was renting out 2 entire rooms on both the second and third floors, rooms connected to each other. He hadn't considered it at first, but now that the thought crossed his mind, he understood that Makima was quite wealthy. She didn't act like it though, didn't flaunt her money around like other tenants in this building often did. It made sense. The fact that she was so well off. She was, after all, a high-ranking member of public safety, which was a heavily funded government organization, one responsible for handling some of the worst threats to mankind. He hadn't realized Makima's popularity until he saw just how other devil hunters treated her. They looked at her through many different lenses, either with respect, wariness, jealousy, or nervousness, or a combination of all four. He couldn't really see why. Yes, Makima was odd. He'd be the first to admit this much. Though she was physically present, it seemed at times that she wasn't really there, that she was pretending, hiding a part of herself from others with a placid smile. But, in a strange sense, Naruto felt that she and him were alike in that regard, in hiding their true feelings behind a mask. Either way, she was kind to him. She let him stay at her place free of charge. She took some days off of work just to help him adjust to society. She talked to him, explained things to him. She was patient and hardworking, even while on vacation. This was why he made a promise to himself, that he would repay her for all her kindness in the near future. The sun had yet to rise, and Cream Puff stirred once more. He suddenly stood, ran out of the room, then returned with a leash in his jaws. "Smart boy." Naruto grinned, then grabbed the device. "Fine, I'll walk you." He attached the blue leash to Cream Puff's collar. The husky led the way excitedly, maneuvering through various rooms with ease. Makima was still sleeping, it seemed, judging by the darkness of the living room. He chose not to disturb her, exiting the front door as quietly as possible. Naruto took Cream Puff on the elevator, then outside, where the scent of the city filled the air. He walked for half an hour with his furry companion. The streets were somewhat quiet, but a number of people still walked about. Cars sped by, headlights blinding in the darkness. He greeted those walking with a smile. Some of them looked at him strangely, while others, surprised at first, smiled in return. After a time, he stumbled upon something, an accident. It was a minor crash involving a single car. The vehicle had veered off the road and was now stuck on the sidewalk, its back wheels buried in a single, large pothole created by construction workers. The driver, a middle-aged balding man, looked on desperately, making calls, wondering how he'd get his car free. He was frantic. Running late for work, presumably. Naruto, walking toward the scene, decided to see if he could help. He tied Cream Puff to a fire hydrant, then went to the flustered pedestrian. "You okay, old man?" Naruto asked, tapping his shoulder. "Oh, old man?" He turned around, obviously offended. "I'm only 45. That's not considered old now, isn't?" Naruto shrugged, chuckling. "Anything I can do to help?" Still on the phone, the man waved him off. "Probably not, kid. You'd need a tow truck to get my car out of that hole." He paused, gasping. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" While he spoke, Naruto had gone to inspect the car. The hole was deep, the vehicle buried to the bumper. Giving it a quick thought, he entered the large depression and gripped the end of the car. "I should be able to do this," he mused, recalling how he'd punched that hulking vulture devil through a large tree. With a grunt, he lifted the end of the car, straining slightly as he got the wheels and bumper free and out of the hole. He'd practically carried half its weight without too much effort. The older man's jaw dropped. Naruto dusted his hands, frowning. He was naturally strong, yes, but he hadn't felt that surge of energy he'd used to punch the vulture devil. When that energy had been flowing through him, the force he could produce was multiple times greater than what he'd just done with this car. How did you do that?" asked the man. Naruto shrugged innocently. "Lots of exercise." The man squinted suspiciously. "You must be a devil hunter," he concluded. "Yes, that's it. Must have a contract with a devil or something to be able to lift a car." "Contract?" He shook Naruto's hand gratefully. "In any case, thank you for your help. Now I'll make it to work on time." "You're welcome," he replied, still curious about what he'd said concerning a contract. However, not wanting to delay him further, Naruto let the man go on his way. He drove off, waving out of his window. By now, the sun was starting to rise, amber rays coloring the city streets. At that, Naruto went to untie Cream Puff from the hydrant. "Think it's time we head back, huh?" The husky barked and pulled Naruto along, as he always did. Sad face, smiley face. When Naruto returned, he showered and got ready for the day. Makima had graciously gotten him a few more clothes over the week, and out of all the things she'd bought, he found he liked the orange ones best. Right now, he was in the kitchen. The stove was on, which he was using to make breakfast for both of them. Not wanting to be a freeloader that sat around and did nothing all day, Naruto started learning to cook. Makima allowed it, having no qualms against him doing something productive with his time. At first, it had been difficult, but soon after, the meals came naturally to him, almost as if he was used to cooking, to living alone and having to fend for himself. A sudden memory burned in the back of his mind. Images of a tiny apartment. He was alone in this small space, mostly eating ramen and other unhealthy foods. However, as he grew older, he became better with his diet, courtesy of a tall man with long, spiky white hair. Who was this man? He couldn't put a name to him. The word pervy sage rang in his ears though, bringing with it feelings of nostalgia and sadness. Naruto shook his head, returning to the task at hand. Makima didn't mind what he cooked. She ate pretty much anything, but he did notice that she had a taste for Western breakfast, something simple, mainly scrambled eggs, waffles, bacon, and a simple juice on the side. Humming to himself, he tossed Cream Puff a piece of bacon. The husky ate happily, wagging his tail before settling at Naruto's feet once more. He continued in silence, until the sound of footsteps made him turn. "Good morning, Naruto." A soft, easy voice washed over him. Makima entered the kitchen, dressed in comfortable clothes. Her hair was slightly damp from a shower, red locks sticking to the sides of a pale face. Her lips curled into that sly, confident smirk. He smiled brightly, always happy to see her. "Good morning." She sat at the dining table and watched him cook. Strangely, Cream Puff didn't rise from his place to greet her. Instead, he kept still, eyes closed as he sat near Naruto's feet. Makima stirred, tilted her head curiously. "He's taken quite a liking to you." Naruto glanced down. "I guess he has. Bet he knows who's the master around here. Or perhaps you just feed him more, Makima countered lightheartedly, leaning over to grab a remote. She turned on the television, tuning into the news with very expectant eyes. You're getting better at cooking, she commented. Only because you eat whatever I make without complaining. Naruto finished with the preparations. He took 2 plates and placed the eggs, bacon, and waffles on each pristine surface. Then he laid the food in front of Makima before grabbing a jug of juice and water for them to drink, along with glass cups. He sat across from her and they ate together. It had become a sort of routine for them over these past 7 days. He was always awake before her, always took Cream Puff for a walk, before returning and preparing breakfast for both of them. Things weren't awkward, either. Because Makima never made it that way. She had a knack for accommodating, for making him feel comfortable in this home. In this world he found himself slowly, but surely, adapting to. She was, by all intents and purposes, a perfect host. Maybe too perfect, he thought. Naruto glanced at her subtly. She ate silently, unfazed by his gaze. Despite her kindness, he still couldn't help but feel she was putting on an act, not just for him, but for everyone else as well. In the back of his mind, he knew there was so much more to her than she was letting on. After all, she was never angry, never frustrated, never surprised by anything. She was perpetually calm and collected, the opposite of most people he'd observed so far. But he still quite liked her, this strange, amber-eyed woman. So, weird question, Naruto began suddenly. He took a bite of his waffle, chewing and swallowing carefully. Do you have any family? Makima didn't seem caught off guard by his question. I do, she answered plainly. Only siblings, though. No parents. Why do you ask? He rubbed his hair sheepishly. I'm just curious about you, he admitted, trying to imagine what her siblings were like. How many? There are 4 of us, Makima said. Her calm eyes grew distant, lost in the past. I haven't seen them in some time. Oh, it was subtle, but there was something in her voice. He couldn't quite place what it was, though. Are they alive? She asked flatly. He nodded. Possibly, she shrugged. It's complicated, Naruto. The last time I was with them, we were fighting a very powerful devil. We haven't been together since then. So, they're devil hunters, he concluded. No, Makima dismissed, took a drink from her cup, then smirked. That's the last thing I'd imagine them becoming. Naruto nodded slowly, still curious about these 3 siblings of hers. If they were anything like Makima, he imagined them being rather eccentric. Well, I hope they're doing okay, and that you get to see them again someday. Her expression didn't change. Thank you, I suppose. But we're not exactly on friendly terms. We'd probably kill each other if we ever met again. Sibling rivalry, you know. She laughed softly at that, a world of mystery hidden behind those words. Sounds rough, Naruto mused. Not like I would know. I don't think I have siblings, or even living parents. How can you be so sure? She asked, head tilted. I just have a feeling, he admitted. Your memories, Makima began. You're remembering more things about yourself? He ran a hand through his hair. Sort of. I don't really know. I keep having these dreams. Keep seeing these familiar faces. Don't worry. That might be a good sign. She smiled. It's only been a week. There's still so much time left for you to recover completely. I'm sure things will work out. Her words, always encouraging, always the right thing to say. Before he could respond, the words, breaking news, flashed across the television in the dining area. Makima glanced over knowingly, increasing the volume. Let's listen, she instructed. It's important to always be aware of current events. He turned, attention now on the screen. Part of adjusting to society involved keeping up with what went on in Japan, and in the world at large. Makima had made this clear to him from the start, especially as the planet became more and more connected through technology. We're seeing live footage of the disaster that befell the city of Mumbai late last night. Naruto stiffened, hearing those words. Disaster? Makima looked on with calm eyes. As always, she didn't seem shocked, even as she leaned closer while the reporter spoke. The news feed occurred from a helicopter. The crew flew over a coastal city, which looked more like a war zone than anything else. Smoke billowed from toppled buildings, fires fueled by flammable materials raging without respite. There was also immense flooding. Rubble littered the streets as first responders worked to aid those trapped or injured in the event. It was chaos. Utter chaos. People were calling for help, trapped on floating debris as they waved at rescue crews traversing the waters on powerful boats. Men, women, children, there was no shortage of victims. A boy was pulled from the remains of a collapsed building, blood dripping from a gash on his forehead. He wailed loudly, clutching the rescue woman as she took him and airlifted him onto a helicopter. What you're witnessing here is reminiscent of the Gun Devil's rampage 13 years ago, the reporter spoke solemnly. Information is still coming in, but according to eyewitnesses, multiple devils converged upon the city late last night, devils that came with natural disasters in their wake. Surprise rippled through Naruto. He stared at the screen, stared at the sheer destruction. Makima had told him the horrors of this world. She prepared his mind for things that might occur. But this was worse than he could have ever imagined. That vulture he fought had been bad enough, yet there still existed beings that could damage entire cities in the span of a single night. As the news went on, Naruto flinched. A sharp pain swam up from his chest and radiated to his skull. He was assaulted by images of explosions so grand they shook the planet, images of a creature with 10 tails that spelled destruction for all living things. He faced the beast with another man, someone with dark skin and blonde hair. They stared down this monstrosity that could only be described as a walking, living, natural disaster, ready to battle it with all the tools in their arsenal. Mountain ranges were vaporized. Cities were turned to ash. Purple spheres crossed entire nations in the blink of an eye, raining death and destruction on a global scale. Makima's hand on his shoulder pulled him back to the present world, a sudden shudder running through him. "Is everything all right?" she asked. Her ringed eyes almost seemed to glow. He wiped the sweat from his brow. "Why yeah, I think so." She glanced at the television. "Maybe I should turn this off." "No," he shook his head. "I want to know what happened. I want to understand the world I live in." By the end of the broadcast, he understood. He finally understood the severity of devils. Finally, he understood the threat they posed to the world, to society, to innocent people. The image of that little boy pulled from a collapsed building played in his mind over and over again. Thousands were dead. Killed in one night. It was a staggering, mind-numbing to envision. As horrible as it sounds, this is nothing compared to what the Gun Devil did, Makima revealed. That devil killed over 1 million people across the world in only 5 minutes. Another shocking revelation. Naruto stared up at her. In a cold, mechanical way, she finally explained to him the events of 13 years ago. Of how the fear of guns had risen so high that a devil representing that infamous weapon appeared in New York City and killed 1.5 million people. All of this, in 300 seconds. He recalled when Makima had taken him outside the city, where beautiful flowers bloomed, and where he could see the beauty of Tokyo from afar. Yet, despite this pristine surface, the world had a horrible underside that most lived with, under constant threat of another disaster. "So, a devil did this," Naruto began, referring to the recent catastrophe in India. "Not a single devil," she clarified. "Multiple devils, those representing natural disasters, are responsible. And the more something is feared, the more powerful the corresponding devil becomes." Her eyes glinted. "Exactly. Then the reason for all this destruction is because the fear of natural disasters increased recently." Naruto frowned, connecting the pieces. "Due to the storms that occurred several days ago. In other words, because of him falling from the sky. His presence had somehow triggered terrible global storms, creating panic and fear in the hearts of many, which in turn, created the disaster that had befallen India last light. He was responsible for this. Not directly, of course. But his actions, before losing his memory, whatever they were, had contributed to the deaths of thousands." He glanced up at Makima. She was looking at him, eyes boring into his soul. There was no judgment there. Only expectation. An expectation for something he couldn't quite discern. She didn't speak the words, but he knew she understood the reason this disaster occurred as well. It wasn't long until phone calls came pouring in. Makima was an important person, after all. He figured people would start reaching out to her as soon as the news became public. She answered all of them without fail. "We apologize, Makima," a voice on the phone said. Naruto could just make out Makima's conversation as she spoke. "I know you're on vacation, but an emergency meeting has been called. This is concerning the recent attacks in India." "No worries," she replied smoothly. "I'll be there as soon as I can." "Thank you," said the gentle voice. "We'll be sending Tendo and Kuros to pick you up. See you soon." She hung up, then turned to him. "Give me a moment, Naruto." Makima walked away, leaving him to think about what had just occurred. By the time she returned, she was dressed in her suit and tie, in that attire that made her look so wonderful and professional. She tied her hair into a single braid, allowing only her bangs to caress the sides of her face. She straightened her tie and walked to where he was seated. Reaching out, she gently stroked the back of his head in soothing, rhythmic circles. Like she'd done that night they met, drenched by pouring rain. Makima remained quiet. Her silence spoke louder than words, almost as if asking him, "What will you do now? What will you do now that you understand the plight of mankind against devils?" Finally, she retracted her hand. Come with me, Makima suggested. To headquarters. You don't have to sit in on any meetings. In fact, you won't be allowed to. You can stay in my office. But afterwards, we can go do something fun. Something to take your mind off of all this. She grabbed the remote and turned off the television. Yeah, Naruto said, smiling weakly. That sounds like a good idea. Who's this? Kuros asked, standing outside the car. A friend of mine, Makima answered as both she and Naruto made their way out of the building. Kuros seemed like he wanted to say something, to ask more questions, but he refrained from doing so. Instead, he opened the back door, allowing both of them to enter. Good morning, ma'am, Tendo said from the front passenger seat. Makima nodded in greeting. Tendo's eyes shifted, landing on Naruto from the rearview mirror. He noticed her gaze, gave a gentle smile before introducing himself to both devil hunters. Kuros barely acknowledged him, while Tendo frowned at his rudeness. Don't worry about him, Naruto. He's always like this with new people. Tendo turned to look at him. You can call me Tendo. He's Kuros. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, Naruto said with a grin. Though, from Makima's perspective, his smile seemed a bit strained. No doubt he was still preoccupied with the news they'd heard this morning. The ride to HQ was a silent one. Kuros and Tendo were quiet. Naruto, too. It was so unlike him. Normally, he liked to talk with new people, liked to try and get to know them, but not this time. Makima glanced over at him. He was staring out the window as the car rumbled along, passing building after building, civilian after civilian. He was deep in thought, contemplating all that had occurred in the past few hours, maybe even days, most definitely considering the consequences of his actions before losing his memories. She'd made it known to him that he had been involved in the global lightning storm of several days ago. That his presence had contributed to major rainfall and shockwaves across the planet. He took the information rather well, considering his mind was a blank slate, where anything, if logical enough, could make sense. At the same time, Makima had suspected something like this would eventually happen. This disaster that befell Mumbai. After his arrival, it was blatantly clear that people's fear of storms and natural disasters would rise, imbuing strength to the devils that represented such phenomenon. Typhoon, she listed. Earthquake, tsunami, and lightning especially. These were the ones, based on the description of each event, responsible for the attacks. And these weren't even all of the natural disaster devils in existence, either. Some were still unaccounted for, making it difficult to predict their next move. Before word spread too far, news coverage of the event would begin to be restricted, thereby decreasing the attention on devils as a whole. With that in mind, this was the perfect opportunity to pull Naruto deeper into her web of control. It was the perfect opportunity to tug at his heart, to give him that extra push to become a devil hunter. He seemed guilty, felt somewhat responsible for causing this disaster to occur. It was written plain as day on his face. Her chance to ease him along her plans loomed closer and closer. But an unexpected feeling gnawed at Makima's stomach. For some reason, she didn't like seeing him look like that. So downcast and contemplative. She reflected over their time together these past few days. In all her years as Makima, she'd never had to take care of someone in the way she took care of him. From day one, he trusted her, relied on her, depended on her for so many things. And as a result, he was becoming more and more independent, growing into the person he'd once been. A stronger, bolder, more endearing version of himself. It was a fascinating thing to watch. And the sight of his forlorn features twisted something inside her, something she hadn't quite felt before. She calmly shoved that emotion aside and turned her gaze away from him and focused on the task ahead. They finally arrived at HQ, which was buzzing with activity, more so than usual. Many devil hunters were gathered here, streaming down the hall and toward a large auditorium. Countless others were outside, patrolling the city in case of any devil activity as a result of the recent disaster. She saw Aki and Himeno from afar, then Kishibe and Yoshida. Even two of the newer recruits, Kobeni and Hirokazu, just beginning their training, were present, fidgeting nervously amidst all the commotion. They was accompanied by Fushi, a seasoned devil hunter. He guided them along with a gentle expression. Naruto can't come to the meeting since he's not a devil hunter, Makima said. Could one of you stay with him for the time being? Tendo shrugged. I don't mind. Always hated this boring stuff, anyway. She glanced at Kuros. Tell me what happens in there. Kuros nodded, a lazy expression on his face. Will do. You can both stay in my office. Makima fished around in her suit pocket, handed Tendo a key, then entered the auditorium, Kuros following behind. Smiley face, sad face. Naruto lounged on a comfortable chair in Makima's office, squeezing a small yellow ball he'd found lying nearby. As expected, this place was well organized, containing dozens of files and books and reports from various years. It was neat, tidy. Perfect. The place practically screamed Makima in its appearance, and he found it mildly amusing. Scanning the table, Naruto noticed the wooden desk was devoid of any personal artifacts. No cards, no posters, no pictures of family. Nothing. Just bare bones work materials. He arched a brow at that, recalling what she'd said about her siblings. Could their relationship really be that bad? He wondered. You sure you want to be sitting in her seat? Tendo inquired tersely. The tall woman was standing to the side, flipping through a blue book. It was subtle, but she seemed stiff, uncomfortable in this place. Makima won't mind, he assured. Tendo shrugged, reaching to place the book back in its rightful place. If you say so. What are you reading? Naruto asked. This. She pulled back and held the book up. It was titled, The Day the World Changed. Some boring old book. Nothing really interesting. He tilted his head. That's so, you were staring at it pretty hard. And, she grew somewhat defensive. A book about the Gun Devil's murderous rampage would make anyone wary. Naruto frowned. Sorry. By the looks of things, she was old enough to have been cognizant when the Gun Devil attacked. Tendo sighed. How old are you? 17, 18. You're probably too young to remember that day. Yeah, Naruto replied softly. He looked at her with as much sympathy as he could muster. It must have been terrible. No one should have gone through something like that, especially at such a young age. I'm sorry that you did, he repeated. Something in Tendo shifted at that, a saddened look crossing her features. You know, most people never talk about it, she whispered. They don't mention it, as if forgetting that it happened somehow makes things better, somehow makes it easier to move on. She clenched her fists. It doesn't. It never did. She pulled a chair over and sat down. The walls she put around herself were not as sturdy as he'd thought. She just looked sad, defeated. Do you want to talk about what happened? Naruto offered. No, she shook her head, then laughed cynically. Kind of hypocritical, right? I rant about no one wanting to talk about it, when even I don't want to. Naruto shrugged. Hypocritical? Not really. I mean, you just met me. You probably don't feel comfortable talking about something so personal with a stranger. So, I get it. She remained silent for a time, eyes drawn to the remaining books in Makima's office, as well as the painting that hung on the wall. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought as the quiet stretched on. So, what's your favorite food? He suddenly asked. Huh? Tendo arched a brow. Let's talk about something else. About food, he suggested. Mine's ramen, by the way. She seemed dumbfounded for a moment, at his ability to change gears so quickly. Sukiyaki, Tendo answered quietly. Ooh, I don't think I've tried that one before, he replied. You haven't? She said, surprised. Are you even Japanese? He rubbed his hair sheepishly, and they continued talking, the tension between them easing as time went along. They talked about random things, about favorite colors, about favorite music, anything that came to mind. Things didn't stray too far into personal conversations, or talks about the past, or family, or any such intimate things, and that was okay. After all, Naruto wouldn't know how to explain to her that he had amnesia, nor did he want to, really. Say, Naruto, Tendo began, then leaned back in her chair. She stared at the ceiling fan above them. Yeah? He replied, finishing a rough sketch of a leaf symbol, the same symbol that had been etched into his headband. What's the deal with you and Miss Makima? She continued. Naruto looked up. The deal? What do you mean? Tendo frowned. I'm not one for gossip or anything, but are you two living together? Only temporarily, he answered nonchalantly. She's just helping me till I get back on my feet. Nothing too serious. Nothing too serious. She laughed. Half the guys in public safety would sell their organs for a single date with that woman. And yet, you're treating staying at her place like no big deal. Guess she really is popular. He thought for a moment. I mean, I can understand why. She's beautiful, intelligent, wealthy, and powerful, after all. Naruto paused, smiled softly. But she's also my friend. She saved my life, actually. She took care of me, made sure I made it to a hospital, and now she's looking after me, expecting no money in return. Ah. Realization dawned on Tendo. You're the person she went to go visit at the hospital, aren't you? Naruto nodded, glancing her way. Yup. I still don't get it. She shrugged. But hey, who am I to have an opinion on other people's lives? She smirked. Just watch out for jealous assholes. They might think you're some kind of competition in their race to win Miss Makima's affection. He grinned. Don't worry. I'm much tougher than I look. I can take them on, no sweat. She snorted. Who said I was worried? He laughed a bit, then looked down at the leaf symbol he'd drawn on that single sheet of paper. So much familiarity burned within him as he stared at it. memories of the past clawing at his mind. He could make out something. The image of a fox-like creature. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he focused on the sketch. The creature had 9 tails, each one swishing about as it descended upon a city surrounded by massive trees. His abdomen suddenly felt warm. The beast laid much of the city bare, killing thousands in its mindless rampage. Naruto froze, blinked away the vision, drawing similarities between this creature and the gun devil. Was this the same horror Tendo had experienced? "Hey, Tendo?" he said after some time. She leaned back lazily in her chair. Why did you become a devil hunter?" he asked. She remained silent, as if wrestling with his simple question, trying to find the best answer to give. "Fuck it," she said suddenly. "I'll be honest with you, Naruto." She turned to him. "I did it for revenge." "Revenge?" "Yeah," Tendo affirmed. "I became a devil hunter because I wanted to kill that evil thing. That damn gun devil." He nodded slowly, unsure if he was satisfied with her response. "What? Did you expect some noble answer?" she asked. "Let me tell you something. That's the reason most of us do this crazy job in the first place. For revenge." She looked at the door. "We're still human, after all. Not saints. Only the deranged ones do it for shit like fame, or justice, or women, or honor, or some other bullshit reason. And I ain't crazy like them." Her phone suddenly buzzed as a text came through. From Kuros, Naruto presumed. She read through the contents with an exasperated expression, frowning as her eyes roamed over what was written. After a while, Tendo sent a message back, then stood up, straightening her tie. "Looks like they're done," she announced. As if on cue, the door to the office opened and Makima walked in, smiling as she saw them. "Thank you for staying with him, Tendo." The taller woman nodded, handing Makima her key. "No problem, ma'am. Will you be needing a ride back to your home?" Makima waved her off. "It's fine. We'll be walking. Plus, aren't you going back to Kyoto today?" "That I am," she confirmed. "This side of Tokyo's too rich for me." "Very well," Makima answered. "Take care of yourself." "It was nice talking to you, Tendo," Naruto said. He stood and instinctively held out a fist. She stared at him for a moment, at his outstretched hand, a small smirk crossing her features. "I guess it wasn't too bad of a way to pass the time," she remarked, bumping his fist. "Watch out for those jealous assholes, you hear?" "Will do," Naruto replied as Tendo nodded to Makima and left the office. Makima tilted her head. "Jealous assholes? Oh, it's nothing," he dismissed, sitting back in Makima's chair. As he'd told Tendo, Makima didn't mind him staying there. Instead of mentioning it, she found a different seat. Her table. Makima climbed atop the wooden desk, sitting directly in front of him. She crossed a shapely leg, eyes glinting against the afternoon sun. "Anything interesting happen in your meeting?" he asked. "Nothing I didn't already expect," she answered smoothly, staring down at him. "We're just to be more alert as we patrol, report more suspicious activity, and be well armed before engaging a devil. More work, basically." "Ah, I see. But that shouldn't be a problem for you, though." Makima smiled. "I suppose not." Her eyes drifted downward, from his face to his hands. She lingered there, a single brow raised. "What's that?" She was gazing at the sketch he held. "Just a little drawing." He handed her the piece of paper. "It's the same as the one carved into my headband," he explained. "It reminds me of home, in a sense." Makima took the paper, observed it for a time. "Can I hold on to it?" she finally asked. Naruto shrugged. "Sure." Pocketing the image, Makima gently dropped from the table. She took off her suit and placed it to the side, leaving only her white dress shirt, black tie, and black pants. She rolled her sleeves up before gesturing a thumb to the door. "Thankfully, it's not even noon yet," she said. "Let's go shopping for more clothes, then we can go see a few movies." Smiley face, sad face. Now several hours into their day, Naruto would be lying if he said he didn't feel better. They walked across the city, Makima pointing out places he hadn't yet seen, historical monuments and buildings that left him with wide eyes and a bright smile. All the tension and guilt he'd felt as a result of the recent natural disasters, while still present, was less pronounced, less prevalent in his mind. The fresh air made him think clearly, made him see things for what they were, an unfortunate occurrence that so happened to coincide with his appearance in the clouds above Tokyo. In the end, the attack wasn't his fault, but at the same time, he still felt a sort of obligation to make things right. Makima took him to a clothing store. There, he tried on many things, and at her suggestion, he picked out outfits that suited him best. Afterward, they went to a theater. By now, it was 1 o'clock, and they still had a few more hours before the sun began to set. This was his first time at a theater. Though he knew what went on here, it was still quite the experience seeing so many people enjoying their day. Some were couples, others friends, or family. Naruto frowned to himself. He wondered what would happen if a devil randomly attacked this place. How many would die? How many would he and Makima be able to save? I do this all the time, she explained as they stood before a number of posters. Why stop with just one movie when you can see them all? Movie hopping, she called it. Which one do you want to see first? She inquired. Thinking for a moment, he picked one. A superhero movie involving a woman in an iron suit. Interesting choice, Makima commented. I haven't seen this one yet, maybe it'll be good? As always, she paid for everything without fail, for their tickets, for their snacks. The theater itself was packed. He sat next to her, genuinely excited to try something new. By the end, Naruto loved it, smiling, clapping, captivated by the entirety of the film. Makima, however, didn't. Her face had settled into a calm, somewhat bored expression. With the credits rolling, she stroked her chin in thought. It was okay, she said, but not worth the hype, in my opinion. Not worth the hype? He asked. You kidding me, Makima? That was amazing. Her journey, her intelligence, being stranded in a desert for months without giving up, and that ending, it was perfect. The CGI was a bit excessive, Makima responded, stroking her chin in thought. But it looked so real, though, he retorted. She shrugged. I suppose we'll agree to disagree on this one. I guess. He chuckled. Or maybe you just have bad taste in movies. Makima smirked. Whatever you say. With that, their movie hopping day began. They were total, polar opposites, it seemed. Because every movie they saw, he ended up loving it, while, at the end of each one, Makima seemed indifferent. When the comedy movie played, he couldn't help but roar out in laughter. When the horror movie played, he was at the edge of his seat. When it came time for a crime-themed movie, he racked his brain endlessly, trying to solve the mystery. Yet, as always, Makima wasn't impressed. They debated their reasoning for liking, or in her case, disliking, each movie. He brought his own points and she presented her own as well, neither of them gaining the upper hand. It was this way for all the films they watched, at least, until the last one. The movie was an old one. Makima herself had seen it many times, recounting how it had affected her so deeply that she would never forget it. If you thought those other movies were good, then this one will change your life. It was only the two of them here. She sat next to him, eyes fixed on the screen as the film began. Makima was right. It was fantastic, incredible, even. The acting, the music, the storytelling, the unbridled agony of the second act. This tale had him gripped from the first scene, and he smiled to himself, watching along with Makima in utter, reverential silence. Finally, this was something they could both agree on as being genuinely good. But there was a particular scene, one so beautiful that he just had to break the silence and comment on it. On screen, two characters embraced, their hold so gentle, so profound that he turned to Makima in awe. I can't believe they finally found each. Naruto went still, froze in place as he saw her, face illuminated by the screen's pale light. Makima. She was, crying. Not sobbing hysterically, but the tears were visible. They flowed from amber eyes, trailing down her cheeks. She didn't turn away as the scene played out, a deep longing in that powerful gaze of hers. Oh. A sudden realization struck him. He and Makima, maybe they weren't so different, after all. She was like him, like that boy sitting alone on those old, rickety swings, staring at mothers embracing their children, friends running together hand in hand, fathers tumbling in the grass with their sons or daughters. Despite being surrounded by so many people that respected her, she was still alone, still looking on from a distance, trapped beyond a chasm that she herself created, and others created for her. She was always Miss Makima, never just Makima, he realized. Then, Naruto reached out silently. He took her hand in his, suddenly breaking the spell. She turned to him, eyes wider than he'd ever seen them, emotions so raw he couldn't believe this was the same calm, collected woman that plucked him from the sky that day. He grinned and said, I'm your friend, Makima. Her gaze remained locked on him, eyes searching his own for something. I will always be your friend, Naruto whispered, squeezing her hand gently, no matter what. The movie continued to play, this moment between them so serene, he'd never forget it. The defect of equality, they never spoke of it again. Not even a mention of what happened in that theater. When the movie finished, both he and Makima exited the building. It was night time, the stars above strangely visible, despite the blinding city lights. You can see them too? Makima asked as they walked. The stars, I mean. Yeah. Then that means you have good eyesight, she explained, like me. She was back to her usual self, almost instantly. Her open, vulnerable moment was gone, replaced by the self-assured woman he'd always known. He didn't think too much of it. After all, he liked this side of her as well. And if being this way was what made her most comfortable, who was he to protest, or try to force her to be someone else? So that's how you spotted me in the sky, Naruto mused. He held a bag filled with clothes, the ones she'd helped him pick earlier today. It's your eyes. He paused, turned to inspect her closer. Have they always been like that? As long as I can remember, she revealed. They're different from most people, but not the strangest things you'll see in the world. Well, I think they look wonderful, he commented offhandedly. Makima blinked, stood there, as he turned to a small pond just below a wooden bridge. Ahead, a family of ducks swam in the water. The mother led 7 of her chicks along. Naruto stooped down near the edge of the pond, touching his finger to its surface. A strong ripple, much larger than he expected, went through the small body of water, reaching the ducks at a distance. Naruto quickly stood, suddenly feeling an urge to step forward. He clenched and unclenched his fists, closing his eyes. He focused, paying attention to his core. He inhaled a deep breath and let that personal energy flow, from his stomach, to his legs, then to his feet. Naruto took a step, tentatively at first, but soon, he began walking on water, actually walking upon a non-solid surface. He opened his eyes, shocked, yet not for long, because it felt so natural to him, like he'd done this 1,000 times before. He turned to Makima, who had been observing his actions. She was gazing at him, not surprised, but certainly intrigued. She stood at the water's edge, hands clasped behind her back. After some time, he returned, smiling so wide it hurt. Did you see that? He asked excitedly. I did. Makima's voice was soft, her eyes lighting up. Was she proud of him, perhaps? He wasn't quite sure. They moved on and headed home, a comfortable silence passing between them. Cars drove by, and the sounds of Tokyo filled his ears. It was calm, peaceful, but Naruto knew better. Somewhere, someone in this very city, this large, unrelenting city, was being attacked by a devil. He might not see it, might not hear it, but it was happening. And newer, stronger devils were emerging as a result of those storms. When they entered her apartment, Naruto reached out and held Makima by the arm. She paused, glancing his way with a tilt of the head. Yes. Naruto's brows furrowed. I'll do it. She turned so she could face him. You'll do what? I'll become a devil hunter, he clarified. Makima looked very pleased. Is this decision because you feel responsible for what happened in India? She inquired. No, he shook his head. It's more than that. You've seen what I can do. I'm different. I have powers people can only get through devil contracts. You know about contracts? Makima asked. He shrugged. Sort of. Someone mentioned it to me today, he explained. But that's besides the point. I can make a difference, Naruto said softly. I can help people, and I can learn about myself as well, as I discover more and more of my abilities. I see, said Makima. Then you have a strong conviction. You'll be a fantastic addition to public safety. She stretched out a hand. Welcome, Naruto. He shook her hand, then he crossed his arms, a sly smile spreading across his face. By the way, don't think for 1 second I'll start calling you Miss Makima now, Naruto teased. He nudged her playfully and turned on the lights to her apartment. As soon as he did, Cream Puff jumped at him from behind a corner, clambering up his shoulders in excitement. Makima's other dogs came rushing in a moment later, leaping at them, barking happily, drowning both of them in licks. I could get used to this, Naruto thought, this life. He held Cream Puff, the barking of several dogs filling his ears as Makima walked them into another room. Naruto stopped just short of the next door, gazing down from the massive window of Makima's home. The city was wide and bright, extending for miles and miles. He was in a more upscale area of Tokyo, and there were many parts he had yet to see, many darker, less privileged parts. Now that he'd chosen to become a devil hunter, he'd likely see some horrible things. Beings that made that vulture look like an ant. Beings that could destroy an entire city. Beings that could shoot bullets across countries, leaving nothing but death in their wake. He looked down at Cream Puff, who was now on the ground, sniffing about. Naruto smiled. If it meant he could protect innocent people and animals alike, then becoming a devil hunter didn't seem like such a controversial decision. He'd get to work with Makima, after all. And Tendo, possibly. Even Himeno and her friend, Aki. He'd get to meet many different, interesting people. But most importantly, he'd get to learn more about himself along the way. Next day, 6:25 a.m. Monday. Devil attacks can happen anytime, anywhere, she told him. We've been lucky these past few days, but don't get too comfortable. Always be on the lookout. Shit. Makima was right, as always. Naruto leapt to the side, cradling the girl as a spray of acid flew through the air, melting the concrete where he'd been just moments ago. The ground sizzled and bubbled, steaming as a gaping hole appeared in the ground, exposing the sewers below. Water suddenly erupted from a ruptured pipe, a jet of cold liquid flooding the streets without respite. Dozens of people were running, screaming. The sun was just beginning to rise, glinting orange, obstructing his field of view. Naruto glanced down at her. At the girl. Kana was her name. She was just a kid, barely 7 years of age by the looks of things. She cried, held onto him tightly. Naruto's eyes softened. He patted the girl's head gently. Hey, he soothed, smiling. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. But my dad, she whispered. He's still in our house. My brother, too. Then I'll go save. Naruto turned, just as the scorpion devil erupted from the house, barreling toward him with unrelenting speed, Stinger shooting a massive, piercing spray of venom. Once, they had been powerful beyond belief, unrivaled by most. When humanity was in its infancy, they lacked the scientific understanding of natural phenomenon. They couldn't comprehend why it rained, why the earth quaked, why fires occurred, why lightning flashed from above, attributing these occurrences to divine retribution, instead of the planet's normal state of being. And thus, in that time of ignorance, natural disasters had reigned supreme, fueled by the superstitions of mankind. But now, with human knowledge and innovation increasing by the day, the fear of natural disasters had begun to wane, forcing them to grow weaker with time, nothing but a passing thought as newer, stronger devils came to take their place. Not anymore, she mused, because something had changed, shifted, in the hearts of man. Mainly, the recent global phenomenon of 10 days ago. What a glorious moment it was! When streaks of lightning had lit the planet, when powerful storms, accompanied with shockwaves and the churning of the seas, had increased humanity's collective apprehension for natural disasters for the first time in decades, granting her and her siblings a surge of power to wreak havoc on the cities of the world. Lightning shivered at the memory, at that beautiful memory, when the skies had been bathed in flashes of purple and golden energy. When thunder had boomed from above, sending tremors throughout the planet. It had been bliss. The power, the destruction, and then, there was him. The one responsible for giving them newfound strength. The golden being that battled in the sky. He'd been so beautiful, so radiant, so awe-inspiring. He was her obsession. He was her goal. To meet him in glorious combat. That was her wish. She shuddered once more, excitement sparking through her. Oh, the destruction they would cause. The terror that would befall mankind as they battled him and plunged Earth back into its primitive state, where the fear of natural disasters reigned supreme. I will find you, Lightning whispered, eyes glowing obsessively. She stood upon a mountain of corpses and rubble, upon another disaster, brought by her hand. And by the hands of her brothers and sisters. The defect of equality. The day began like any other. He awoke early. Cream Puff greeted him enthusiastically, hopping on his bed excitedly, jarring him from slumber. Naruto sat up, the vestiges of a dream lingering in his mind. He wasn't quite sure of what he dreamt, but his chest ached as he pulled himself up and went to the bathroom. Naruto stripped off his shirt, a sheen of sweat slicking his skin. He looked at the mirror, at the scar on his chest, on his sternum. It didn't hurt like the day when he first opened his eyes, but sometimes, especially during stressful situations, a subtle throb would run from the injury, up his neck, and to his skull. The black veins that colored his skin were duller than ever, less visible. However, he could still trace its pattern as it pulsed with the beat of his heart. Only when he dreamed of the past did it hurt the most. In essence, it seemed as though he was still healing. The damage done to his body had been so extensive that a large portion of energy had been allocated to repairing an injury that should have killed him in an instant. What had it been, though? Naruto wondered, just what happened to him. He could see glimpses of it, of that horned, three-eyed woman. Her outstretched palms, and 2 bone-white projectiles flying through the air, spelling certain death for his dark-haired companion. Shaking his head, Naruto dispelled the thought, washed his face, and prepared for the day. Cream Puff was waiting for him outside the bathroom. The husky titled his head curiously. He circled Naruto, sniffing about, before bowing to accept the collar. Naruto dressed casually, wearing a purple hoodie and black pants, clothes fit for a morning stroll. His door creaked open when he moved with Cream Puff, stepping through the silent hall. It was dim, but not dark. The living room was illuminated by a single, dominant light. Naruto turned the corner. And she was there, seated on her couch, reading a book. The glow of a lamp providing just enough visibility for him to spot her among the shadows. Makima looked up, lips curling into a tiny smile. She had her feet propped up against a table. One of her dogs, Tiramisu, sat beside her on the couch. The hound waged her tail lazily, jaw resting against her owner's lap. "You're never up this early," Naruto commented, making his way into the room. "I suppose not," Makima replied. Her amber eyes, calm and placid, returned to her book. He moved closer, brow arched. "What's the occasion?" "Nothing in particular." Makima turned the page, explaining simply, "Sometimes, when I wake up too early, I can't help but think. And think. And think some more. It's very annoying, really. So, reading usually helps get my mind away from all those thoughts." Naruto grabbed a drink of water, nodding. It made sense. Makima had many responsibilities, after all. Today was also her official first day back to work after being on vacation for over a week. He'd like to think she'd had enough time to relax, but with him being under her care, perhaps her break hadn't been the most pleasant it could be. He felt a bit guilty for that, so he sat down beside her. Makima turned to him, a curious glint in her eyes. "What's on your mind?" he offered. She paused, studied him for a moment. Her pale features were unreadable, but she still closed the book and set it on the couch. "The future," she answered after a moment. He nodded slowly. "And what's this future you're so preoccupied with?" Makima almost seemed to hesitate, something unusual for her. She weighed her next answer carefully, choosing what to say to him. Naruto didn't mind this hesitation of hers. After all, they'd only really known each other for 10 days. Not nearly long enough for her to trust him with every single thing about herself. They'd had some intimate moments here and there, namely that instance in the theater, something that still fascinated him greatly. How someone so calm, so controlled, could display such raw emotion, then revert back at a moment's notice. She was a mystery to him, a puzzle he couldn't quite comprehend, but someone he still wanted to understand. "I have many goals, Naruto," Makima finally answered. "For a long time now, I've strived to achieve things many would deem impossible." There was a distant look in her eyes. She sat up, reaching over to stroke Tiramisu's fur. "See, most people, both human and devil, but devils in particular, are too limited in their thinking. Too constrained, despite the power they may possess. Even the most powerful of devils fail to use their abilities to accomplish something great, something truly memorable. Instead, they rampage mindlessly and prey on humans, seeking destruction above all else." Naruto listened intently. This was the most she'd ever revealed to him about her inner thoughts and feelings. So, he leaned closer, hanging onto her every word. "I want to change this world," Makima stated simply, a look of complete assurance on her face. "In what way?" Naruto ventured. She brushed a strand of red hair from her cheek, then looked forward, glancing out her grand window. "In a way that makes it a better place," she said cryptically. It was vague, but still something. Another piece of the puzzle called Makima. Naruto glanced down, suddenly feeling a warmth in his stomach. "I can't claim to know much about the world. I mean, I don't even know much about myself." He glanced her way. "But I do know that there's pain and suffering out there, and that things could be much, much better than they are now." He smiled earnestly, unexplained feelings of solidarity rushing through him. "So, I totally support your goal." Makima blinked, then nodded slowly as he spoke, watching after him while he stood up, cream puff barking in anticipation. "Tomorrow," she revealed when he reached the door, "you'll begin work with public safety. I still have some important documents I need to iron out before you can start. I'll explain the details later." Naruto shrugged. "No big deal. Take your time." He stooped down, putting on his shoes. "Oh, yeah. Almost forget." He turned back to her, grinning. "I'm gonna make you something nice when I get back, a new breakfast dish I've been working on." Makima nodded once more, suddenly contemplative. Her gaze lingered on him, but she said nothing else. Naruto found himself further along the city than usual, tugged along by Cream Puff. The hound was acting a bit odd today, more excitable than he'd ever been. His tail wagged rapidly and his legs moved briskly, guiding Naruto to a place he hadn't yet been during their usual walks. Despite Cream Puff's peculiar behavior, the sights and sounds of early morning filled his ears, bringing with it feelings of calmness and tranquility. A murder of crows suddenly took off. They circled the skies before departing. Some of them, cloaked in jet-black feathers, remained, landing on power lines along the winding, stretching road. Naruto arched a brow. The birds almost seemed to watch him from afar, dark eyes monitoring his every move. Before long, he was in an area filled with single homes, ones where families usually lived. It was a nice, quiet suburban space. It was much different from the metropolitan area where he and Makima stayed. Instead of towering buildings, smaller houses lined the streets, framed by nicely cut grass and cars parked in driveways. "This place is so peaceful," Naruto mused. Someday, when he was better equipped to live on his own, perhaps he would consider staying in a neighborhood like this one. "That sounds nice," he whispered to himself. While walking, Naruto realized something. Much like Makima, he had begun to think of the future. Just as much as he thought of the past. With his memories in tatters, he understood that spending most of his time chasing former things would only hinder him going forward. Naruto cared deeply about what happened to him before meeting Makima. What had caused him to fall from the sky. Why he'd been in the sky in the first place, and how he'd come to lose his memories. But in the same vein, he was beginning to care about the future as well. His life was not only the past, but also the present, which would, in turn, influence what happened later on. So, he had to focus. Had to put effort into both finding the truth of his memories, as well as building something for himself, to the point where he wouldn't need to rely on Makima anymore. Not that he wasn't grateful to her. No, far from it. But he wanted to be able to stand on his own 2 feet, and even repay her for all the kindness she'd shown him. Which was one of the reasons he'd taken his first steps toward becoming a devil hunter. In the end, his decision had been an easy one. Devils killed many innocent people every day, defenseless people, like Eri and Yuta. Yet he had the power to fight them, even without contracts. Plus, along with doing something genuinely good by devil hunting, he could also make money as well, giving him the means to build a future for himself, even if he never fully discovered the truth of his past. At least, this way, he'd have a clear-cut purpose, something to push him day to day. Naruto suddenly stepped in a puddle, a splash of water spraying about. It reminded him of that day, when he'd harnessed nature, bending 2 elements to his whim. Water and wind. He paused, thinking. Of both elements, he felt a closer connection to the wind, yet water had been the first thing he'd been able to manipulate. Odd. But not as odd as him walking on water last night. Having stopped on the sidewalk, Naruto closed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and inhaled. If he focused enough, he could feel that energy in his core, like a burning flame, reaching out to touch every cell of his body. This energy, this chakra. He molded it, sent it streaming from his stomach to his arm, energizing that limb, supplying power beyond that of any human. With this, he could augment his already inhuman strength multiple times over. Huh, Naruto whispered, genuinely amazed that he could do such a thing. Just who was he? Cream Puff suddenly tugged at his leash, eager to keep going. Naruto frowned, but let him lead them further into the small settlement. After a time, he could see red and blue lights. He stopped once more, cautious. Nearby, multiple police cars were present, surrounding a house. Cream Puff continued to move forward, adamant on getting closer. Naruto glanced at his furry friend, holding him still. "What's going on?" he asked, stooping down to pet the husky. "You've been acting strange today, more so than usual. Is it the lights? Are they bothering you?" Cream Puff turned toward the police cars, growling. At that moment, Naruto felt something strange. An odd sensation tingling down his spine. It was almost palpable, like he could sense darkness and malice pouring from that home ahead of them. I really shouldn't, he thought. The police were there, they would handle it. But curiosity got the best of him. First, he took Cream Puff as far away from that home as possible, attaching his leash to a sturdy structure. Then he returned, casually, trying not to look suspicious. By now, more people were filling the streets, ordered out of their homes by various officers. They were told to clear the area and move to safe distance. Some lingered though, speaking with the officers or looking on curiously. And as Naruto drew closer, he could make out 2 public safety devil hunters. There was a man with beige hair, wearing only a shirt and tie, as well as a woman with dark hair, wearing a suit. They were talking to the police, pointing toward the home. The feeling of unease grew stronger than ever, and Naruto knew there was something dangerous lurking in that building. Wait, he froze. Not in the home. Under it. Whatever this thing was, it was beneath the house, beneath the ground. Did they know? He wondered. Were they walking into a trap? Naruto moved forward, past a line of police tape. "Hold on," said an officer, noticing him. "What do you think you're doing?" Naruto began, chuckling nervously. "Just wanted to get a better look, is all." The officer, a middle-aged man with graying hair, held his palm forward, halting him. "This isn't a joke," he spoke sternly. "There's a devil inside that house. You could get yourself killed if you step any closer." Naruto didn't move further. Though he could easily toss the man aside, he chose to do things diplomatically. He relaxed, then stepped back a bit. "Look, I'm actually a devil hunter in training," Naruto explained. His words got the attention of the man with beige hair. "And I'm concerned that you're going about this the wrong way." That gave the officer pause, his resolve wavering. "Even if what you say is true, this isn't your case, nor do you have the jurisdiction to be on." "Now, hold on, Dato," the male devil hunter cut in, walking forward. "Let's hear him out. I'm open to any suggestions before we move in, even from a newbie." But Fushi, began the officer. The man, Fushi, patted his friend on the shoulder, prompting the officer to finally stand down. He then turned to Naruto, smiling. He reached out and shook the blonde's hand. I'm Fushi. Nice to meet you. Naruto smiled in return. Naruto, and likewise. Fushi crossed his arms. So, you're going to be a devil hunter, huh? Naruto nodded quickly, glancing behind the man. As much as he liked meeting and getting to know new people, this simply wasn't the time for extended introductions. He stepped forward. That feeling of malice grew stronger. Even the crows from earlier had moved closer, landing on houses behind them. Sorry, Fushi. I'm sure we'll get to talk more later, but I need to tell you something about that house. The older man considered him for a moment, then listened intently. Good. He wasn't full of pride, nor was he offended at being directed by someone younger than him. Yeah? Fushi inquired. What about it? The devil's not in the house, Naruto explained grimly. The man frowned. Where, then? It's under it. Makima closed her book. She stood. The sun's rays were just starting to shine, stretching over the horizon like glowing, molten fingers. From this vantage point within her suite, she could glimpse the city ahead. It was early morning, yet a few souls stirred outside, beginning their day before the break of dawn. As always, she watched humans scuttle about, saw everything from her lofty perch. Though he wasn't presently with her, Makima could still see him, even from this distance, for the crows were her eyes and ears, her means of seeing that which most could not. She observed his golden blonde hair, observed him pausing to think, ever curious of the world around him. He stepped in a puddle, halted, then proceeded forward once more. Makima wondered what went on inside that head of his. What were his thoughts? What were his dreams? His worries, his fears? What could she use to bring him completely under her subjection? He was an enigma to her, more so than most. Unlike those around her, she could not peer into his mind, not with that creature guarding his psyche. She hadn't tried to, either. Not since that day when he'd sat with her as they drove to a remote hill. The more she thought of him, the more fascinating he became. Questions swirled around her mind like mist atop a mountain. Yet the question concerning his identity persisted. What exactly was he? Human? Most likely. He had a normal heart. She could hear it beating in his chest, drowning out the world around her whenever she chose to listen. However, the things he could do were most certainly not human. He had abilities that only devils, by their very nature, could possess. So, in that sense, he was closer to devil than human. Yet, he did not recover from injuries via the consumption of blood, nor could he, to her knowledge, create contracts with others like she could. No characteristic horns, or exaggerated features like a fiend, either. Makima rubbed her chin in thought, pondering this unique dilemma. For a fact, he wasn't a devil, neither was he a fiend. Human, then, she finally decided. But he was still a different, newer category of human, one she would eventually find a way to quantify. Makima clasped both hands behind her back, straightened her posture, and continued to watch him from afar, fed images through the eyes of various crows. The grand window let the sun enter her suite. As she'd anticipated, Naruto moved further and further out of the city area. Influenced by her will, Creampuff did as prompted, leading him to the situation occurring ahead. It was a test of sorts. It was a splendid opportunity to draw out more of his abilities, whatever they were. He'd already demonstrated the ability to walk on water, physical strength comparable to a devil, and the manipulation of both wind and water. What more did he have? What more did he have for her to use? Makima remembered that day she'd spotted him among the clouds, battling a silver-haired woman, accompanied by a companion cloaked in a suit of purple armor. He'd been in a different form then, a form that glowed golden, shining like the sun while he flew through the air. 6 obsidian orbs had floated behind his back, evidence of another mysterious power. What could those orbs do, exactly? She mused. So many questions, so little answers. But in time, all would be revealed. Because no secret, no mystery, could escape these eyes forever. Naruto was nothing but a tool in her arsenal, a powerful weapon she would use to shape the very world around her. She clenched her right fist, suddenly reminded of that feeling of him holding her hand in the theater. She glanced down, looked at her palm. He'd been so warm, so gentle, looking upon her with such kindness, such care, something no one had ever shown her before. It was a curious thing, these moments between them. But Makima ignored those intrusive thoughts. She stood firm, eyes cold, as she continued to observe him. If she wanted to be rid of her siblings for good, she needed everything. Every advantage she could have in order to destroy war, famine, and death. All this, to create a perfect world. And Naruto was one such advantage in her fight against the remaining horsemen, and the primal devils of hell. Surprisingly, Fushi listened to him. He took Naruto's words into consideration and altered his plan of action. His teammate, the shorter woman, didn't look pleased at the change, frowning as they began to switch tactics. The officers moved further away, and so did Naruto, watching with his arms crossed as Fushi and his buddies stood at the entrance of the building. Good, Naruto thought. That's the spot. Fushi had explained the situation to him. Apparently, the family that lived here, a husband and wife, had been feeling tremors throughout their house for the past few days. At first, they considered natural causes to be the reason. But as time went on, and with an increase in devil activity across the world, they considered the possibility of a devil being present, especially when they began hearing noises and groans rattle the entire building. Fushi and his partner had been called in earlier in the morning, here to confirm the existence of a suspected devil. At first, they believed the devil had been inside the home, living in the basement or in the walls, due to the descriptions the couple had given. However, with Naruto's suggestion, Fushi decided to take a shot in the dark and believe him. So, here they were, waiting for a confirmation. Fushi stood near the house, focused. He looked downward, at a spot near the grass. This is ridiculous, Fushi. I'm telling you, it's inside the house, the woman complained, shooting Naruto a glare. Why listen to someone who hasn't even been on a mission yet? Fushi groaned. That's enough, I'm trying to focus here. She shrugged. Just being honest here, I have a feeling that we're wasting our time. Finally, Fushi stood up and stepped back. He motioned his partner back as well. Here. He pointed down, then made a strange symbol with his hand. Con. Naruto's eyes grew wide as a massive paw suddenly materialized from nowhere. The thing was covered in white fur and eyes, like the limb of some giant creature, sharp claws descending from the sky. Below, Fox, Fushi instructed. The great limb slammed into the ground, throwing up soil and grass, sending a slight tremor up the street. Naruto watched, awed. This must be a devil contract, then. And it was, according to Fushi's words, the Fox Devil. Naruto blinked at that word, fox. He was suddenly reminded of the nine-tailed creature in his visions, in his dreams. He inhaled sharply, a single name returning to him. It was a simple name, just at the tip of his tongue. Kurama, he whispered. The feelings that went through him when he spoke that name was indescribable. This was it. That moment of clarity he'd been searching for. Even saying the name out loud was enough to reassure him. That no matter what happened in the future, he would never be alone. Snapping out of his stupor, Naruto's attention returned to what was occurring. To Fushi's surprise, the fox devil's paw was slowly being pushed back out of the ground. His partner hastily pulled out a knife in preparation for what was coming. Suddenly, a large stinger pierced through the fox's paw, sending blood spraying through the air. An instant later, the fox devil's limb flinched back, as if burned, then promptly disappeared into a cloud of thick smoke. Shit, he heard Fushi curse. Naruto tensed. A large spray of liquid shot from the stinger, splashing Fushi's partner before she could react. The effects were immediate. She screamed. Naruto's eyes went wide. Her shouts of agony were horrifying, unbearable. Then, she began to melt. Her skin disintegrated, turned into liquid as venom ate her body, leaving only bits of fabric from her suit behind. In seconds, she was dead. Melted. The officers scrambled back, and the ground began to rise, the devil responsible bursting free with a jolt of strength. Naruto stared. The devil was covered in a thick, navy blue exoskeleton. Humanoid in appearance, it stood on two heavily armored legs. It also had two giant pincers for hands, strong enough to crush bone with ease. A long, segmented tail originated from its back, swishing violently through the air, generating a significant gust of wind. An inhuman face glanced at them, drool seeping from the edges of what Naruto assumed was a mouth. The first thing that came to mind was a scorpion. This devil looked just like one, except it stood on two legs. And it was large, over 7 meters tall. Permission to use firearms, sir, an officer yelped. Dato nodded hastily. Permission granted. 5 officers drew their pistols and began to fire, peppering the devil with bullets. Nothing. Not even a scratch. The being seemed mildly annoyed, growling. Awoken from my slumber by a swarm of insects, it spat. A distinctly masculine voice, dark and menacing, emanated from a monstrous maw. The being looked to the clouds, stretching, exoskeleton popping into place. It let loose a yawn, which sounded more like a hiss than anything else. In that case, I have no choice but to feast. He glanced downward, and you lot will do nicely. Fushi grimaced, made an attempt to call the fox devil once more, but to no avail. He held onto his arm. The flesh from his wrist to shoulder was injured, a small portion of the venom having splashed him. The scorpion sniffed the air, regarding Fushi. You want to be eaten first, I see. Fortunately for you, I like my food. Naruto shot forward, fist crashing into the scorpion devil's face. There was a grunt, the 20-foot being losing its balance as Naruto knocked him to the ground, a loud thud following. What the hell? Fushi exclaimed. Naruto stood, frowning deeply. Not enough. He glanced at his fist. The devil's exoskeleton was tough. His punch hadn't even chipped its hard exterior. He quickly turned to Fushi. Get out of here, now. There was a hissing sound coming from the scorpion. Its whip-like tail moved through the air, so fast it broke the sound barrier with a crack. Time seemed to slow down. The tail was headed straight for him, but it would first cleave through Fushi like a knife through butter, killing him. So, instead of dodging, Naruto sprang forward, chakra pulsing at his feet, concrete shattering beneath him. He shoved Fushi out of the path of certain death, but by doing so, he headed face first into the supersonic, whip-like tail. It slammed into Naruto hard, and sent him soaring into a building across the street. Naruto crashed through a window, glass shattering, wood splintering to pieces as he struck the wall of a purple room, leaving a massive hole at the entry point. He fell to the carpeted floor, dazed, but completely unharmed. Not even a single bone was broken. Naruto quickly stood, dusting off his pants. His purple hoodie was ruined, torn to shreds by that powerful tail. He ripped the remaining fabric off, leaving only a white t-shirt. Dust and smoke still settling, Naruto's mind began to race, formulating a plan of action. It was almost instinctual, different scenarios playing out before him. Like he'd done this a dozen times before. Like he'd fought against monsters and powerful entities for the majority of his life. Like he was raised to do this. Beams of sunlight streamed into the room. He stared out ahead, to where the scorpion devil had finally picked himself up, tail lashing violently in the air. Thankfully, Fushi had gotten a safe distance away, and so had the officers. Having found cover, the devil hunter was on his phone, most likely calling for backup, as this situation had grown even more dangerous than expected. Naruto walked toward the hole he'd made, locking cold eyes with a creature that would certainly cause death and destruction to this quiet neighborhood. Scorpion stared at him, head tilted in surprise that Naruto was still alive. Then, as if accepting the challenge, the devil tensed, tail lashing even faster, ready to attack. Naruto relaxed, his body knowing what to do, preparing itself for his toughest battle yet. What's happening? His gaze snapped to the right. A little, frightened voice emanated from behind him. He turned, looking on with wide eyes as a child crawled out from under their bed. It was a girl with brown hair and gentle features. She stared up at him, shaking with terror. Oh, hello, he whispered softly, facing her. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Tears welled in her eyes. No, Naruto sighed, relieved. He got on one knee, showing her that he was harmless. I'm Naruto, he said with a smile. What's your name? Kana, she whispered, hesitant, but somehow calmed by his presence. He could already feel the house shaking as the scorpion devil began running, headed straight toward them. Okay, Kana. He quickly scooped the girl up, surprising her. I'm going to need you to trust me. Naruto leapt out the room, Kana yelping. He soared through the air, landing a distance away. Scorpion managed to alter his trajectory, but just barely. He still crashed into Kana's home, damaging the building further. Naruto leapt to the side, cradling the girl as a sudden spray of venom flew through the air, melting the concrete where he'd been just moments ago. The ground sizzled and bubbled, steaming as a gaping hole appeared in the ground, exposing the sewers below. Water suddenly erupted from a ruptured pipe, a jet of cold liquid flooding the streets without respite. Dozens of people were running, screaming. The sun was just beginning to rise, glinting orange, obstructing his field of view. Naruto glanced down at her. At the girl. Kana. She was just a kid, barely 7 years of age by the looks of things. She cried, held onto him tightly. Naruto's eyes softened. He patted the girl's head gently. Hey, he soothed, smiling. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. But my dad, she whispered. He's still in our house, my brother, too. Then I'll go save. Naruto turned, just as the scorpion devil erupted from the house, barreling toward them with unrelenting speed, stinger shooting a massive, piercing spray of venom. Instinctively, he held up a palm, chakra flaring. The water spilling from the sewer rose, taking the shape of a spinning whirlpool, mixing with the venom, stopping it in place, and nullifying its effects. There, he thought. He'd done it again, manipulated water. Naruto held onto that feeling, that chakra frequency that had caused him to perform this feat. Your scent is interesting, the devil remarked. Neither devil, neither human, something different. Not in between, either. Just different. How strange. How very strange. Kana shuddered in his arms, the voice of the scorpion reverberating through the ground. He maneuvered her so that she was on his back, her arms wrapped firmly around his neck. Why did you kill that devil hunter? Naruto asked calmly, and in such a horrible, painful manner too. She, Fushi's partner. Scorpion chuckled darkly. Because I could. Because it is in my nature to hate them, to kill them, to devour them. Just as it is their nature to be my prey. Naruto frowned. I see, and what exactly do you see? I see, that I'm gonna have to kick your ass, he said. Scorpion laughed once more. Come, then. I look forward to seeing what an anomaly, such as you, tastes like. Naruto said nothing else, and a memory suddenly came to him. It was a hand sign, taught to him by, of all things, a giant toad. He quickly formed the sign. Water bullet. The rushing water soon took form, surging forward in the blink of an eye. Like lightning, it struck Scorpion head-on, sending him down the road, into a row of parked cars. That wasn't enough to break his exoskeleton, though, but it bought him the time needed to get Kana somewhere safe, where Fushi was. Arriving there, he quickly handed her over to one of the officers, then began moving forward. But Fushi stopped him, grabbing his arm. Wait, he urged, gritting his teeth through the pain. He held onto his shoulder, the flesh peeling and bleeding. You can't fight that thing on your own. I've already called for backup. It shouldn't be long now. The man growled, frustrated. If only my fiend had been authorized to come on this mission, then. Naruto only smiled, cutting him short. Don't worry, Fushi. I'll be fine. Just make sure you don't lose that arm. He sprinted forward before Fushi could stop him, clearing 200 meters in an instant. Naruto was upon the devil just as it stood, soaked with the water he'd used in his last attack. It was small, but he noticed a crack had formed at the center of his chest. That's how I win. How are you doing that? He hissed, water dripping off his exoskeleton. A contract? With a natural disaster? Naruto stiffened when he heard the word natural disaster. But he shook his head, eyes narrowing. More devil hunters are coming, Naruto began, trying one last time to reason with the scorpion. If you surrender, they might go easier on you. Scorpion scowled. As if I'd let myself be killed. Regardless of who comes, I will eat my fill, starting with you. No more words, then. Naruto's chakra flared. The world around him disappeared. Only this battle was what he saw, what he felt. He blurred forward, a burst of speed that surprised the scorpion devil. Naruto cocked his fist back, aiming for that crack in his chest. He struck true, clenched hand slamming into the devil. He heard a gasp and a gurgle of blood bubbling from the devil's throat. This time, Scorpion didn't fall, steadying himself, skidding several meters back. A hiss filled the air, and Naruto knew that tail was coming. It moved with remarkable speed and precision, whipping downward. Naruto righted himself midair, twisting his body to avoid being struck. The tail hit the ground, destroying the concrete below, forming a massive crater that caused the windows of distant houses to shatter. Landing on the ground, Naruto only had a moment to react as the tail whipped forward, its goal to punch a hole through his chest. He ducked this time, avoiding a powerful stinger leaking deadly, corrosive venom. The whipping tail became faster and faster, accelerating. Each change of motion created a sonic boom, moving so quickly the limb itself became a blur. Naruto bobbed and weaved through the onslaught, whirling his body with perfect skill and control. He felt alive, felt like himself during the battle. The struggle. The feeling as that stinger grazed past him, almost catching his carotid artery, a gust of wind blowing against his skin. That was the incredible part, too. The scorpion devil wasn't just randomly swiping his tail through space. Each attack was precise, aimed to kill. This sensation of life and death, it was so familiar, knowing that his end could come at any moment. And Naruto let go, feeling subtle movements in the air as the tail raced toward him. He shifted himself ever so slightly, he avoided every attack that came his way. He did this, moving closer and closer, inching his way through a barrage of blurred, almost invisible attacks, until he was close enough, his eyes locking on the crack on Scorpion's chest. It had gotten even wider since Naruto's earlier punch. Through the onslaught, Naruto racked his brain, calling upon whatever fragmented memory he could. Trusting himself, he flew through another set of hand signs. Air bullet. This time, he breathed out a pressurized beam of air, which struck Scorpion straight in the chest, finally shattering his exoskeleton. The tail suddenly stopped, a howl of pain escaping the devil's lips. Naruto took that as an opportunity, surging forward. Muscles tensing, he kicked the devil straight in the chest. A splash of blue blood followed, staining his clothes, coating his skin. The scorpion devil screamed and fell on his back. Naruto didn't stop there. He landed on the devil's broad chest and began punching, and punching, and punching. Blood coated him, spraying through the air as he beat the devil into a twitching pulp. Fists plunging into muscle, into a set of lungs, that blew blood, similar to its venom, burning Naruto in the process. Scorpion looked on, unbridled fear in his eyes, but Naruto didn't care. He continued raining blows until the devil was unconscious. Himeno flinched. Her phone rang loudly, annoyingly, waking her up from a very pleasant dream. She moaned audibly, forcing herself out of bed, lest she fall asleep once more. It was difficult, but she managed to stand, shaking the tiredness from her body. Himeno grabbed her phone, then sighed. She looked at the contact information. Public safety, it read. They were calling her. At 6:55 in the fucking morning. Well, she couldn't complain. Himeno was on call, after all. Which meant that she could be summoned to work at any point during the night, usually due to short staffing on the night shift. In any case, for every on-call she had, her paycheck was that much sweeter, giving her more than enough money to support her aging father, as well as afford this luxury, high-rise apartment. As much as she wanted to quit public safety, the pay was just too tempting at times. Work a couple of years, and you'd be in the top 20% of earners in Japan. Work a little longer, like she had, and the money was almost shocking. It almost made all the deaths easier to bear, almost. Himeno flipped open the phone, putting on her brightest voice. Hello, she said cheerfully, answering. How can I help you this wonderful morning? She listened closely, smile suddenly falling, a frown growing as one of her handlers relayed the details of her assignment. Apparently, some small suburb had been the victim of a devil attack, and since many other agents were occupied, she was the best option when it came to providing backup. Someone was dead, too. Fushi's buddy. Fuck. Himeno grimaced. She knew that experience all too well. Himeno nodded slowly as the voice behind the call relayed details of what she'd soon have to face. A decently strong devil, it seemed. Leaning the phone between her neck and ear, she continued to listen while getting readying. After brushing, she pulled on a fresh pair of pants, put on a white shirt, a dark tie, then, finally, her black suit. Hayakawa will be accompanying you as well. He should be arriving at your home shortly. She nodded gently at that, a surge of motivation rushing through her. With Aki by her side, she had something to fight for, someone to protect, someone to keep her going in this deadly line of work. Himeno ended the call and put on that last bit of uniform attire. Her eye patch. She wrapped it around her head, covering the empty socket that used to be her right eye. She took a deep breath before heading downstairs and out of the building. Aki was already there, parked at the entrance. He rolled the window down. God, he looked so handsome. Blue eyes and angular features. Still gorgeous, despite their impromptu assignment. Good morning, he greeted with that voice she loved so much. Are you ready? She smiled brightly and entered the car. Of course, you. Aki glanced at his sword, that horrible, horrible sword. Always, he whispered. When they arrived, it was already over. Huh. Himeno exclaimed. Aki drove through what looked like a war zone. Several houses were in shambles, windows shattered, walls destroyed, foundations almost visible. The ground, too. Massive holes littered at least 3 sections of the road, seemingly melted by some kind of corrosive substance. Cracks ran across the concrete, paving a path of destruction through a small, quiet town. Holding the steering wheel firmly, Aki maneuvered the car gingerly. Ahead, ambulances, as well as a few police cars, were parked. A large black truck had also pulled into the area. Its doors were open, and the body of an insect-like devil was being secured by cables, soon to be pulled into the back of the vehicle. What do you suppose happened? Aki inquired. He scanned the area with even more precision than she did. Dunno. She shrugged. Maybe Fushi didn't need backup, after all. Aki looked forward, eyes narrowing, or he got his backup early. What do you mean? He pointed. A few dozen meters ahead were 2 ambulances. Several paramedics were about, tending to the injured. 3 people immediately caught her eye. Fushi, she recognized instantly. Then, she saw Makima, dressed in a simple shirt, tie, and black pants. And lastly, there was that blonde cutie from several days ago. He was a devil hunter now. What did happen? She said curiously. Miss Makima must have come to help, Aki speculated. Maybe, Himeno began. But there's not even a drop of blood on her. She squinted. But those 2, on the other hand. Finally reaching a suitable spot, Aki parked the car. He grabbed his sword and opened the door. Himeno followed. Once outside, she was hit with the strong, metallic scent of blood. It wafted through the air, drawn by the wind, emanating from the body of the devil responsible for all this damage. She lingered behind, eyeing the cracks on the ground, as well as the flood of water rushing from a ruptured pipe. They waded through a miniature lake, shoes sloshing in cold liquid. By now, that insect-like devil had already been pulled into the black vehicle, tightly secured with thick cables, ready to be transported to one of public safety's holding facilities. Then it's not dead, Himeno concluded, just captured. If it was a powerful enough devil with esoteric abilities, not just run-of-the-mill brute strength, then it could be used in the future to form contracts with devil hunters. If not, then it would either be killed, or turned into a fiend. Miss Makima, Aki greeted when they arrived. His voice sounded noticeably happier. Himeno frowned at that. Hayakawa, Makima spoke in that flat tone. The smile on her face not quite reaching her eyes. She stepped away from the ambulance and walked toward them. Thank you for coming. You as well, Himeno. Himeno placed both hands in her pockets. Seems like you already have this place under control, by the looks of things. Perhaps. But, regardless, I appreciate you sacrificing your time to be here, the woman continued. If any other devils appears, which is still likely, your help would be greatly appreciated. I want you to stay a while longer as rescue teams clean up. Of course, Aki answered without hesitation. Himeno's frown deepened. She could see it in his posture, could hear it in his voice. Of all the people in the world for Aki to fall in love with, why did it have to be this woman? He didn't say it outright, but it was obvious. Makima was one of the reasons Aki was still a devil hunter, that, and his goal to kill the gun devil. If Himeno had it her way, she would leave public safety for good. She would have done so long ago. But Aki, she couldn't just leave him, not when this job would eventually get him killed. She had to protect him, she had to, from devils, from himself. And most importantly, Himeno eyed Makima warily, she had to protect him from this woman. What happened here? Aki continued. We received the call, expecting a dire situation, but it seems like things have been resolved for some time now. He scanned his surroundings with sharp, practiced eyes. Were you the one responsible, Miss Makima? Clasping both hands behind her back, Makima smiled. Himeno didn't like that smile. She nudged her head toward the ambulance. Naruto did this, Makima explained. Aki looked surprised. Him? All on his own? Indeed, intoned Makima. It was subtle, but Himeno noticed something when Makima spoke of her newest recruit. There was a spark in her eyes. A glint of anticipation. Of ownership. Even her voice had changed, shifting from that calm tone, increasing in pitch just slightly. Or was Himeno just imagining things? The newbie did this. Himeno crossed her arms. For real? Makima nodded once. Naruto's quite talented. Even though he just agreed to join yesterday, I know he'll be an invaluable member of public safety for years to come. Aki glanced at the ambulance, an unreadable look in his eyes. He turned to Makima. May I speak to you for a moment, ma'am? Yes, of course, Makima said politely. What of? They began walking. Aki was led away by the red-haired woman, her hands still clasped behind her back. Sometimes, Aki took this job way too seriously. Himeno watched them go, then shrugged. She made her way to the ambulance, stepping around a large crater in the ground. A few paramedics walked past her, nodding in greeting. When Himeno arrived at the open vehicle, she saw him. He was seated on a stretcher alongside Fushi. However, he didn't look injured, not really. Only his forearms were bandaged, and his clothes were torn in several places. But other than that, Naruto only looked like he'd been in a light scuffle. Fushi, on the other hand, looked far worse. His buddy was nowhere to be seen, either. She was dead, something all too common in this career. A paramedic attended to his arm, which was wrapped up in tighter, thicker bandages than Naruto's were. Hey, Whiskers. Himeno greeted. She forced a bright smile, despite the situation. And Fushi. What an odd pair. Himeno. Naruto glanced up and beamed. What are you doing here? At the sound of her voice, Fushi waved a lazy hand, the one that wasn't injured. She'd talk to him later, privately. Himeno stood with her arms crossed. I came with Aki, thinking you guys would need backup. But that doesn't seem to be the case, huh? Naruto nodded slowly, eyes flickering to the damage around them. She moved closer, leaning her hands against the back of the ambulance. I heard you beat a big, scary devil. And it's not even your first day on the job. Hell, last time I saw you, you still hadn't made a decision about joining public safety. Yet here you are, fighting alongside a veteran. He chuckled, rubbing his golden hair. Fushi grumbled. Some veteran I am, the older man whispered. He did most of the work. Oh. Himeno pinned her single eye on Naruto, head tilted. Sue. How'd you do it, anyway? Beat that devil, I mean. She gestured to the battle-scarred town. Must have needed a pretty hefty contract to fight off something this strong, especially when you're a beginner. Naruto met her gaze calmly. My contract is a secret, he stated. Himeno groaned in a playful manner. What a tease. She pulled out a small pad of paper she always carried in her suit pocket. Don't be such a stickler for the rules. Don't be like Aki over there, she mentioned, though in a fond, endearing tone. She took a pen as well, wrote something on the pad, tore the sheet away, and handed it to him. What's this? Naruto asked. My number, Himeno explained. We'll be seeing more of each other soon, Naruto. If you ever need to reach me, dial that number, okay? Okay. The blonde nodded, putting the sheet away. In a rare moment, she grew serious, her eyes softening. She placed a hand on his knee. This job can be rough sometimes, Himeno whispered. Call me anytime. Seriously, I'm always here to listen. His smile was gentle, and his appreciation was almost palpable. Thank you, Himeno, Naruto replied. She nodded, then moved to Fushi, who was still being treated. I'll talk to you later, Fushi. Take care of yourself, alright? In spite of everything that happened, Fushi still managed a nod and a half smile. She left after that, turning to find Aki. As she maneuvered through the debris, something appeared beside her. It was a glowing, floating hand with a mouth embedded in the palm. Ghost. The devil she had a contract with. The devil she had sacrificed her right eye for. Himeno stopped walking. She glanced to her left. It was strange. The ghost devil never appeared unless Himeno requested her to. Ghost was a quiet devil, less friendly than the fox devil, but still willing to work with humans, for the right price. What is it? Himeno whispered. That person, she said in a quiet, uncertain voice. There's something about him. I don't know what it is. He feels different, very different. Himeno arched a brow. Who, Naruto? Ghost didn't respond, disappearing from sight, leaving Himeno to wonder what the devil was talking about. 4 days later, Public Safety Headquarters, Tokyo. Makima finally finished reviewing the damage reports from several days ago. She reached over and grabbed a sleek fountain pen, and with a practiced hand, began signing each form. Her signature was a simple one, easily written, yet distinct. 20 pages of signing later and it was done. She stapled the forms together, placing them in a neat pile. Just one of many she would need to create today. Moments later, a call suddenly rang through. Without hesitation, she reached over to pick up the phone across her desk. Another call from the police, Makima thought, answering. What came next was an hour-long discussion with Commissioner Shiro, concerning ways to improve public safety and Tokyo PD's synergy, especially in light of the Scorpion Devil attack. The police had practically been useless. Their weapons had been useless. Their coordination had broken apart at the first sign of danger, leading to chaos and civilians being placed in the path of a dangerous devil. If Naruto hadn't been present, things would have been much, much worse. Of course, devil hunting was not the police's job, but there were still ways for them to assist official public safety members, all while minimizing civilian losses. Thank you, Miss Makima, said the commissioner, after their extensive discussion. I'll take your suggestions into consideration moving forward. That would be greatly appreciated, Commissioner Shiro, she replied. Good day. You as well. She placed the phone down, then returned to work. With the damage reports finished, she began reading through the paperwork concerning public safety as a whole. Her eyes scanned the words at superhuman speeds, absorbing the information within minutes. Makima leaned back in her chair, crossing her leg. As she'd suspected, the wholesale use of devils and fiends in their day-to-day activities was now being implemented nationwide, not just in Tokyo. All this, in an attempt to keep pace with the Americans, Chinese, and Soviets in Japan's race to achieve that dominant, superpower status. Makima reread a certain portion of the report, intrigued by the irony of it all. In the past, before the hero of hell erased atomic weapons from existence, it had been a nuclear arms race that gripped the nations. But now, it was a sprint by all major countries to acquire the most powerful of devils, as opposed to the most powerful of bombs. The information was highly classified, unknown to most citizens, even those in public safety, but currently, the Soviets had the largest piece of the gun devil, along with some of the weapon devils, under their possession. The Americans had the second largest piece of the gun devil and other powerful entities as well. China possessed the third largest piece of the gun devil, along with Guangxi. And Japan had Makima. However, she had Naruto. Her newest trump card in this messy game of politics, war, and endless greed. She finished the report and placed it down, thinking for a time. Devils and fiends were already used sparingly in public safety, but now, they would begin to be placed on more teams. She had to alter her plans somewhat, especially now that the natural disaster devils had come into play. If history was any indication, there would be a concerted effort by the world's superpowers to utilize the natural disasters for personal gain. So much to think about, she mused. Then, there was still the problem of locating the hero of hell before any of her siblings did. And also reports of a new, strange mineral being discovered near Tokyo. If only she could. Makima straightened in her chair, train of thought lost. A familiar scent reached her nose. Even before he arrived, she knew who it was. Naruto knocked on her door. Makima suddenly found herself fixing her shirt and tightening her tie. She tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear before turning to the door. "You can enter, Naruto," she announced. He opened the door, a grin on his face. In his hands were 2 containers, lunches for both of them, along with drinks. She looked at him, mapping his features in her mind. It was becoming easier and easier to recall what he looked like. Normally, she didn't remember human faces. Not that she couldn't, per se. She just never saw a reason to, differentiating them by scent instead of sight. But with him, she felt the need to remember what he looked like. She wasn't sure why. She just did. "How do you always know it's me even before I get here?" Naruto asked, head tilted. A playful suspicion colored his gaze. "You have cameras outside your door or something?" "No, nothing like that," she stated. "You just have a distinct way of knocking." Naruto hummed. "Sure, right." He said it in a manner that made her know he didn't believe her for 1 second. He strode through the room, dressed in public safety attire, which meant Naruto was officially on board as a devil hunter. He wore the standard dress pants, as well as brown shoes similar to hers. He wasn't wearing a suit at the moment, but he still had a black tie fastened around the collar. His shirt, clean and unwrinkled, was folded at the sleeves, exposing powerful, muscled forearms. "How is your orientation?" Makima asked. Naruto placed the meal in front of her. The smell struck her senses, and she knew he'd gotten her rice with curry, full of chicken and vegetables. "An excellent choice." He shrugged. It's fine. Kind of boring, though. Each lecture is almost 3 hours long. I thought I'd be used to it by day 4, but it's only gotten worse." Makima pulled her food close, opening the box. "Consider yourself lucky," she began. "It typically takes months for a devil hunter to be trained. You're a special case, however. All you have to do is sit through accelerated teachings for a week, then you'll be certified." He rubbed his hair, an endearing habit of his. "Yeah, I guess you're right." He took his food. By the scent of it, Makima knew it was ramen. Actually, she didn't even have to smell it to know he was eating ramen. Then, in a casual fashion, he sat on her desk, right in front of her, legs hanging over the edge, like she'd done with him some days before. He leaned forward and began eating, and she did as well. It was surprising, just how comfortable this atmosphere between them was. None of her subordinates would ever dream of acting so informally around her, even going as far as sitting on her desk and eating with her. In fact, most would probably deem Naruto's actions as disrespectful. But truly, it wasn't. Despite Naruto's leisurely attitude around her, she still found that he held a deep respect and appreciation for her. It was clear in his words. In the way he listened to her so intently when she spoke. Especially in those eyes of his. She didn't see nervousness or jealousy or an overwhelming display of admiration. No, none of that. She only saw kindness in his eyes. That, and an ever-present curiosity. "How's your day going?" Naruto inquired, taking his chopsticks and eating his ramen. She took another bite as well. "Fine," Makima answered simply. Naruto arched a brow. "Really? Even with all this paperwork you have to go through?" Makima looked at the forms around her. "It's not that much, at least, it's nothing I can't handle. The real difficulty with my position comes when dealing with the politics of public safety." "Politics? Yes," she answered placidly. "Dealing with the higher-ups, answering to government officials, negotiating with foreign powers, things like that." "Wow," Naruto intoned. He took a moment to imagine what her job was like. "I don't think I'd ever want to be behind this desk. Nothing would ever get done around here." She smiled at that. They continued to eat, the silence between them tranquil. After they finished, Naruto hopped off her table. He took both of their lunch containers and cups and threw them in the trash. He circled back and picked a book from her only shelf. Titled "The Day the World Changed," it was the most famous account of the Gun Devil's rampage 13 years ago. He returned to his spot on her desk and began reading. Makima continued working, sorting through many more files. Half an hour passed by, then he looked up sharply. "Isn't this office a bit empty?" she heard him say. Makima turned from her work, regarding him with slight curiosity. "Empty? Yeah." He placed the book down. "You barely have anything in here." "Well, besides that one painting in the back, and a few books. She tilted her head. Is that a bad thing? Not exactly. He gestured with his hands. But you gotta show some personality here. Makima set her papers aside. She thought for a moment, humoring him. What do you have in mind? He hummed, then snapped his finger. A picture. A picture, she repeated, voice temperate. Of what? Naruto smiled brightly. Of you and me, of course. He looked positively excited by the prospect. You can put it right here, on your desk. Makima blinked. That was, certainly an idea, one she hadn't expected him to ever bring up. A picture? She took a subtle glance around the room, noticing the hollowness of her surroundings for the first time. Admittedly, this space was lacking in substance. Other offices she'd seen usually had flashy posters and pictures of family and friends lying around. But why did it matter? No one had ever mentioned the emptiness of her office before. No one ever seemed to care about something so trivial, especially when it concerned her. Makima thought of refusing the offer, of dismissing it as a silly idea. However, his eagerness at the prospect made her pause. He looked at her, awaiting her reply. Well, she supposed a simple picture wouldn't hurt. If it made him happier, and made him trust her even more, then what was the harm? Fine. Makima capped her pen, placing it in its designated spot. We can take a picture together. He beamed, dimples forming along those whiskered cheeks of his. There's a store I saw on our way to work this morning, Naruto explained. The sign said that they take pictures and print on site as well. He rubbed his hair sheepishly. That's what kind of gave me the idea. Makima nodded, stood, then grabbed her trench coat. Naruto stood as well. Oh, you want to do it now? Why not? She intoned. I was going to step out for a while, anyway, let's go. The burns he sustained by coming into contact with the scorpion devil's blood were gone. Not even a scar remained. It had taken only a day, maybe even less, to recover. Fushi, on the other hand, was still in the hospital, out of commission for several days, maybe longer. Even now, Naruto was surprised by his ability to heal, as well as his body's sheer resilience. What should have melted a person's arms off only gave him second-degree burns, injuries that were mostly superficial. With this in mind, Naruto realized something. In the future, he would likely see people die of things that he could, no doubt, survive. Take Fushi's partner, for example. She'd just been at the wrong place at the wrong time. If only she'd been a bit further away, a bit more to the left, then perhaps the venom wouldn't have killed her. If only he'd moved a little sooner, too. Naruto let out a soft sigh. Makima glanced at him, but said nothing. At the very least, he'd been able to protect that girl, Kana. And miraculously, her father and brother had also survived, even though the scorpion devil had destroyed a large portion of their home. He'd like to visit her in the hospital soon, and even Eri and Yuta too, who he still hadn't seen since that day. He hoped they were doing well. Rounding a street corner, he and Makima made their way to the store he'd been talking about. It wasn't far from HQ, so they didn't need a driver. They walked side by side, along with dozens of other people. Adults, students, children. Each person went about their day, talking on their phone, chatting with a companion, some even sitting on benches and relaxing. It's interesting, isn't it? Makima commented. Naruto turned to her. What is? How, despite the looming danger of devils, society still functions. People still live, enjoying life when they can, Makima stated. She looked up at the towering building, unreadable. I think it's better to make the most of what you have, rather than living in constant fear of what might happen, whether that be a devil attacking, or any other thing, he commented, then left it at that. He thought of something else, of his fight with the scorpion devil. More of his abilities were returning, and he was surprised by the sheer range of powers he possessed. First, there was the energy within, chakra, which allowed Naruto to strengthen his body, even allowed him to manipulate the elements, enabling him to perform other esoteric feats as well. But the one thing that surprised him most was that sensing ability of his. Back then, it almost seemed like he'd been able to feel the negative emotions of the scorpion devil, even before seeing or hearing it. What was that, exactly? It felt different than his typical use of chakra, like it was a power granted to him, not something innate. That name. Kurama. It echoed in his mind, bringing with it the image of a powerful, unstoppable nine-tailed fox. Is this the place? Asked Makima. Naruto was pulled from his thoughts. They'd arrived at the store, which advertised printing services, as well as picture-taking options. Yeah, I think so. They entered, and were quickly attended to by an employee. The woman was very nice, and she explained to them what the store offered. Simple and straight to the point, Makima selected an option, even buying a small picture frame. All right, you two, just stand right there, the woman instructed, holding a camera. There was a small background behind them, something with a gentle color. However, before taking the picture, she paused, biting her lip, then speaking. I just want to say that I appreciate what public safety does for us. I've been saved from a devil attack before, and I'm really grateful. So, thank you. There's no need to thank us, Makima spoke in a dignified tone. Keeping the public safe is why we do this. The woman nodded, smiling. She leveled her camera at them once more. Is this a formal picture, or an informal one? She asked. Informal, Makima stated. Then you can strike any pose you want. Naruto cracked a smile at that. In a flash, he wrapped an arm around Makima's shoulder, pulling her close. Several moments passed, and he felt her slowly, almost tentatively, slide her arm behind him, snaking her arm around his waist. That's perfect. The woman all but squealed. She took the picture. Later, Naruto had gone home for the evening, and she was back in her office, finishing up on work. The sun had long since set, the bright lights of Tokyo taking its place as activity surged on nonetheless, cars honking, people working, despite the time. Once everything was set aside, she began putting on her trench coat, ready to retire for the night. Makima glanced downward, eyes flickering to something. The picture on her desk. Now encased in a small, rectangular frame, it sat at the left side of her wooden table, facing her. She reached forward, picking it up. Makima's gaze lingered on it for a time. There was nothing breathtaking about the image, no special background or fancy editing. Nothing like that, but she couldn't stop herself from staring at it. Naruto and her were side by side, his arm around her shoulder, hers around his waist. Their heads pressed together. Blonde against red. He was grinning, as always. And she'd managed a tiny smile as well, looking forward and into the camera. This was rather nice. She continued to look at them, together, comfortable, content. Despite this, her nature took hold, and the urge to control him, to use him for her plans, burned ever present in her mind. Her grip on the picture frame tightened. There was a knock on the door. Makima looked up. Someone was here, and by their scent, she already knew who it was. Madoka. She allowed him to enter, setting the picture down. The young devil hunter, maybe in his late 20s, strode in with a metal box in hand. Bearing black glasses, and a single scar across his nose, he was a talented member of public safety, someone with more sense and awareness than most people who joined this organization. As always, a subtle glint of suspicion colored his eyes, yet he never acted on it, never stepped out of line, never tried to interfere with her. Every assignment given, he would accomplish it without fail. He was a good worker. Docile, easy to maneuver. The higher-ups instructed me to deliver this to you, Madoka explained. Makima tilted her head, but received the box from him. What could this be? She asked innocently, though she did have an idea. It's classified. Madoka straightened his glasses with a finger. So, I have no idea. Only certain members of public safety have the code to this container, I'm told. She smirked. So, you didn't try to peek inside? He gave her a blank stare. I didn't. Thank you, Madoka. She sat back on her seat. You're dismissed. He dipped his head, gaze flickering to the picture on her desk for a moment, then he departed. Makima set the metal box on her desk. It was sleek, designed to withstand a beating. There was a small keypad at the top, where one could input a code that would open the container. She did just that, typing the 8-digit number. The container opened with a hiss, revealing something that made her lean forward, one of the things she'd read about in public safety's latest report. It was a small, metallic rock. Barely 3 centimeters in diameter, the stone was, quite frankly, beautiful. There was a dull glow that surrounded it, pulsing like a beating heart. And the most interesting part about this substance was the fact that the energy it radiated felt just like Naruto's. He faced the 4 horsemen in hell: control, war, famine, and death. They stood before him, along with their followers, poised and ready to attack, ready to continue this deadly, unending struggle. It was a battle unlike any in recent memory. A battle that had shaken the very foundations of hell, stirring even the primals to action. The landscape was ruined, lifeless. Smoke rose from gargantuan craters, billowing plumes of deadly black smoke. Mushroom clouds. They swirled about, created by nuclear explosions so grand, yet so beautiful, that the ageless lights of hell seemed dim in comparison to their brilliance. He stood alone. He was alone, fighting a losing battle against some of the most powerful devils to ever exist. All 4 of them gazed upon him, those peculiar ringed eyes watching his every move, anticipating his every step. Etched on their faces were different emotions, different motives for hunting him. Admiration from control. Sheer hatred from war. Apathy from famine, and something unreadable from death. In truth, it was a hopeless situation, an insurmountable scenario. With each attack, his chances for victory grew slimmer, his opportunity for escape vanishing as the hours went on, the landscape of hell scarred beyond recognition. But no matter how many times they beat him down, no matter how much they hurt him, damaged him, broke him, he would always come back. He would come back more ferocious, more destructive, more violent than ever before. Move. His mind screamed at him. Move. Lunging forward, he tore a large piece of flesh from the war devil's body, devouring her innards with a single bite. She screamed in agony, tears falling, features twisting with anger as her powers were weakened, giving him a chance to. Something hit him, crashed into him. It was an invisible force. So powerful, so painful, he was sent soaring for miles, kicking up dirt and dust as he carved a massive trench through the rocky terrain, killing all that stood in his path of destruction. Finally, he struck a mountain, shearing its peak with his body alone. Debris tumbled around him. Boulders crashed to the ground, breaking apart, showering him with piercing shrapnel. He looked up, blood leaking from his razor-sharp maw. And she was there. The one responsible for that attack. The control devil. Her amber eyes were on him, and she was smiling, almost as if enjoying their battle. She pointed a single finger, mouthing the words, "Bang." The sound of thunder startled Pachita from his dream, or rather, from his memory of that time before he met Denji. It was cold, and he'd somehow rolled onto the icy floor, slipping from his best friend's arms and onto an unforgiving stone surface. Pachita shivered heavily, orange fur standing on end. Shaking his head, he stood on tiny paws, stretched his legs, then turned to inspect their little home, if one could even call it that. It wasn't much. Just a small shed that barely managed to shelter them from nature's wrath. The place was old, cramped, and abysmal. A drop of water leaked from the ceiling, plopping against the ground with a constant, annoying splash. Their only means of comfort was a small, aged mattress at the center, along with thin walls that provided some level of shelter. Pachita flinched. Lightning flashed across the sky, painting gray clouds white. His tail lashed violently as a jolt of panic ran through his body. He swung around wildly, smashing into empty cans of paint, a loud crash echoing in the dark, cluttered room. The pitter-patter of a heavy downpour suddenly filled their shed, rain striking the roof so ferociously, it seemed their makeshift home would soon be flooded, reduced to rubble, and rendered uninhabitable. Pachita waited silently, expectantly. Nothing happened. Even as the storm raged and thunder boomed, they were still safe, still secure. He let out a deep, calming breath. Pachita glanced downward, at a small puddle that had formed from their leaking roof. His features were reflected upon the pool of water, and he took a moment to look at himself. Really look at himself. And he marveled at just how much he'd changed. Once a hulking mass of muscle, he was now the size of a puppy. Not just in stature, either. He had the appearance of one, too. The battle against the four horsemen damaging him to such a degree that he'd taken on this weakened, near-death form. Everything about him had changed. His strength. His body. Even his personality, somewhat. He found himself a lot jumpier, a lot more fearful, despite his relative safety, hidden from those that wished to use his abilities for personal gain. At the same time, despite such a drastic physical and mental transformation, he still found himself much happier than he'd ever been, for his whole world had been turned upside down. All this, by a single human boy. Years ago, he'd been one of the most powerful beings in existence. Unrivaled. Known by all throughout hell. Feared, adored, despised. Now, he was small, frail, and weak, but Pachita turned to look at him. At Denji. At the person he cared so deeply for. Warmth spread from his heart to the rest of his body. He'd lost too much during that battle in hell, but he wouldn't trade his current life for anything in the world. Because he was not alone. Someone loved him, not for his strength, or for what he could do for them. No, someone genuinely loved him for him. "We're okay, Pachita," Denji whispered in the dark. He stirred, rubbing the sleep from his single eye. "It's just a thunderstorm. Nothing to worry about. We've been through much, much worse." He gave a sharp-toothed grin. "Now, come here, buddy." Denji held his arms wide open, and Pachita ran into them, engulfed in an embrace so gentle, so loving, he felt as though he could stay like this forever. He might no longer be strong, might no longer be the hero of hell, but he didn't care. What use was all that strength when it earned you a life of solitude and loneliness? No use at all, he thought, soothed to sleep by the lullaby of Denji's beating heart. 12:35 p.m. Devil Hunter HQ, Tokyo. Kobeni Higashiyama was nervous. Scratch that. She was completely and utterly terrified. She fiddled in place, stared up at that large, imposing building. Framed by cleanly cut grass and finely shaped shrubbery, headquarters was a marvelous example of practical architecture. Sleek, compact. Simple, yet beautiful. Unique and easily recognizable. It was defined by a distinct shape that was known by everyone in Tokyo, even its youngest denizens. Kobeni had passed this place more times than she could count, especially when she'd been in high school, contemplating her future career with dread and an overwhelming sense of desperation. Even back then, the thought of being a devil hunter had petrified her. And while many students in her class had dreamed of entering public safety, going as far as joining clubs dedicated to the profession, she was the only person she knew who actually ended up putting in an application. How ironic it was that the person least likely to become a devil hunter was now standing in front of headquarters, dressed in a suit and tie, gazing at that building with regret clear as day on her face. Most of her classmates, soon educated on the difficulties of devil hunting, had ended up choosing safer, cozier careers. Lucky them. Their families weren't dirt poor like Kobeni's. Most of them could actually afford to attend a good university, or pursue a decent career. And the fantasy of becoming a devil hunter was just that, a high school fantasy to make one look cool and seem brave. Unfortunately for her, this wasn't a fantasy, only a cold, harsh reality. Kobeni swallowed. She stood frozen in place. Her hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning sheet white. Many devil hunters trudged past her, either talking on the phone, or with their colleagues, oblivious, or uncaring, of her presence. She was used to it, though. People ignoring her. Despite being surrounded by so many devil hunters, she still felt completely alone. Alone and unprepared for the job. Typically, devil hunter training took upwards of 6 months to complete. This involved lectures, combat training, and contract acquisitions. However, many of them were graduated early, hastily pushed forward by the higher-ups as the demand for public safety officers grew by the day, particularly now that devil activity was on the rise. It wasn't warm outside today, yet sweat still formed on her brow. She gritted her teeth, wrung her hands, and swallowed once more, mouth going dry as the reality of her situation loomed ever closer. Was it suddenly hot, or was that just her? Was the world spinning? She swore it was. Kobeni tugged at her collar, a suffocating feeling seizing her by the throat. This was a bad idea, she thought. This whole thing. From the start. Becoming a devil hunter. Going through all this training. She sucked in a shuddering breath, on the verge of hyperventilation. There was still a chance, right? To turn back. To quit and never return. Yes. She could always just resign and go back home. Mother and father would understand, wouldn't they? They wouldn't, Kobeni realized with a new rush of dread. For most children, that was the case. But she knew better. Her parents wouldn't understand, nor would they care for her excuses. She had no choice in the matter, after all. She never had. Not when there were 9 mouths to feed and an academically gifted brother nearing his high school graduation. Her brother was the pride of her family, the one slated to attend a prestigious university, and she'd be the one funding most of his tuition as a devil hunter. The world could be so unfair. Kobeni stiffened. A gentle hand suddenly fell on her shoulder. She spun, heart pounding in her chest. "Are you all right?" asked a soft voice, concerned, curious. Blonde hair. Sea blue eyes. Kobeni took in his features with a start, gaze widening as she beheld whiskered cheeks and a striking visage. He towered over her, gazing down, his head tilted. She suddenly felt small. Not because he was absurdly tall or anything. Just that she was short, and most people were bigger her. She quickly noticed that, like her, he was dressed in public safety attire, minus the suit. His tie was on, fastened around the collar. His sleeves were rolled up, and he stood with one hand in his pocket. He smiled, a soft upward curling of the lips, an attempt to calm her down, to make her feel safe. He began, repeating his question, "You all right?" "Why yeah," she squeaked, lying. He didn't buy it. No surprise there. He cocked a brow, holding her gaze. And Kobeni deflated like an untied balloon, shoulders slumping in defeat. She looked down. "Honestly, no, I'm not all right." She admitted it more firmly than she'd expected, staring at her feet as the blonde stranger continued to observe her. "How about we sit down for a few minutes, see if that makes you feel better," he suggested, gesturing to a bench several meters away. Kobeni followed him absent-mindedly, not thinking, not knowing where this was heading. But she didn't care. With her confidence shot to hell, she probably wouldn't even react if a devil appeared right in front of her. Oh, God. She hoped one actually didn't. Kobeni let him lead her away from the building, away from that suffocating crowd of people. Once at the bench, she sat down bedside him, hands clasped on her lap. "I've seen you before, haven't I?" the blonde asked. "At one of those lectures from last week. You always sat in the front." Kobeni lifted her head slightly. Yeah, he smiled. Guess we're in the same cohort, huh? She shrugged, wondering when he'd leave her alone. She wasn't used to all this attention, being from a family of 10 siblings and all. It felt different. Anyway, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he continued, uncaring of her despondent disposition. She glanced his way, jaw clenching. He was so bright. Not physically, of course. But his aura, if she could call it that, was vastly different from hers. Similar to her, however, was the fact that he was new to devil hunting. She could tell by the freshness of his uniform, by the fact he'd been at those lectures. Yet he didn't seem nervous, nor did anxiety pour from him in waves. Why was that? Kobeni Higashiyama, she answered weakly. He held out a hand to shake. She hesitated, but shook it anyway. Nice to meet you, Kobeni, Naruto said. He draped an arm along the bench, fingers running across its wooden surface. Lots of devil hunters around today. Kobeni glanced around, nodding slowly. I'm told there are over 1,000 of us in Tokyo alone, he mentioned. It's amazing. Just how many people will risk their lives doing this, no matter their motive. Even if it's for money, she thought. That was her motive. It was a vastly different reason from why many entered the profession. Usually, they joined for some noble cause, mainly to be the first person to kill the gun devil. Kobeni, on the other hand, was only doing this for money. Did that make her a bad person? I hear that a record number of people are signing up to be devil hunters too. Naruto intoned, contemplative. Makes you wonder what the future holds for Japan and the rest of the world. She stared at her feet, now feeling nervous about the future. So, Kobeni, Naruto began, switching gears. What do you like to do for fun? She started, looking to him in confusion. For fun. Yeah, fun. He grinned. You know, things you enjoy, hobbies. Caught off guard by the question, she said the first thing that came to mind. Eating, Kobeni murmured, then stiffened, flushing with embarrassment. And no, I mean, going out to eat, trying different tasty foods. Naruto barked out a laugh. Not in a bullying sort of way, either, just in amusement. I like eating too, Kobeni. He leaned forward on the bench, regarding her. Kobeni averted her gaze, continuing. Particularly when someone pays for it, she whispered. That's when food tastes the best. I couldn't agree more, Naruto affirmed, chuckling. But, you know, cooking's also fun too. Just realized that recently, actually. See, I've been trying a bunch of new dishes lately. Most of them end up failures. He thought for a moment. Still, it's worth it in the end, especially when you make something genuinely good for someone you care about. He was smiling. Thinking about a friend or lover, she assumed. Kobeni sat straighter, and realized that she didn't feel as much anxiety as earlier. It was still there, just not in an overwhelming sort of way. Maybe sitting down and taking a moment to relax was what she needed. That, and someone to talk to. I've taken up writing recently, Kobeni ventured hesitantly. I'm not very good, though. My poems and short stories aren't the best, either. Naruto waved her off. Doesn't matter. You enjoying doing it, right? She nodded slowly. Then that's all that matters, Naruto replied. Everyone has to start somewhere, just like with me in cooking. I'm not that good, but it's still fun, and I'm getting better the more I try. Kobeni felt her lips curling upwards. I guess you're right. Keep writing, Kobeni. You'll get better, he encouraged, then offered. And if you ever need someone to read your stories, you know, like a second pair of eyes, I'd be happy to. Maybe, Kobeni said, blushing faintly at the thought of him reading her work. She chanced to glance at him, quickly changing the subject. When did you join public safety? Exactly. I've been here for 4 months, and I don't remember you being among the new recruits then. Naruto scratched his whiskered cheek. About a week ago, he answered nonchalantly. It was sort of on short notice, something that's not normally done, I'm told. I happen to know someone really high up. She handled the paperwork and other boring stuff. Oh, I see, he joined only recently, yet he wasn't fearful? Like, at all? Was it just her, then? I think I've made a mistake, she whispered. A mistake? Yeah. Kobeni frowned. In becoming a devil hunter. Naruto looked her way, eyes focused. Why do you say that? Sweat trickled down her brow. She raised a trembling hand to her chest. I mean, look at me. Today's supposed to be my first real mission, and even though I've been training for the past few months, I still feel unprepared. You, on the other hand, joined last week, but you don't look half as worried. The words left her mouth before she could stop them. Shame soon washed over her, and Kobeni wondered why she'd even said something so stupid. Something that made her seem weak. Naruto remained silent, thoughtful. For some reason, Kobeni worried that he'd look at her in a different light. One of pity, or worse, disdain. But he didn't. She glanced at him once more. You know, I think it's okay to be afraid sometimes, he said, shrugging. That's not always a bad thing, is it? It can be, but it doesn't have to be. We're human. We all feel fear. Naruto smiled at her, then simply said, I think you'll be fine. How can you be sure? Kobeni asked, almost desperately. Naruto shrugged again. Just a hunch. Simple encouragement, coming from a complete stranger. Even something so small had been rare in her family, and Kobeni found that, deep down, she liked what he'd said to her. His statement wasn't some profound speech or motivational message, but those simple words, you'll be fine, were enough for her to find the strength to look at the doors of HQ once more. Naruto stood. She did as well. Today's my first official assignment too, he said, rubbing his hair sheepishly. I'm still unfamiliar with the building. Do you mind showing me to this room? He pulled out a folded paper from his pocket, which had a list of instructions and a schedule for the week. Kobeni read through it, pausing as her eyes darted through the listed dates. This looked just like her schedule. What is it? He asked after a moment. So, it seems like we'll be on the same team today, Kobeni said softly, and for the rest of the week. Naruto grinned. Really? He folded the paper again and placed it in his pocket. That's great, good thing I met you already, huh? Kobeni hesitated, but nodded. A tiny sparrow landed in front of them, head tilted, regarding them for a time, before fluttering away and landing on a nearby tree, where it continued to watch them. Well? Asked Naruto. Think you can show me the room? Those anxiety-ridden thoughts threatened to rise up again, but Kobeni forced them away with fists clenched. Sure, she finally said, leading him into the building. His companion was cute, Naruto mused offhandedly, eyeing her with a subtle glance. And very odd, too. A strange, yet intriguing combination. She reminded him of someone. He couldn't quite place a name to them, but the image of a shy, pale-eyed girl came to mind. Always fidgeting. Always pressing her fingers together. Always blushing, red like a tomato. If recollection served him well, she'd been a stuttering, tentative childhood friend that he treasured deeply. Memories of her were at the surface of his mind, ready to burst forth, but still lingering outside of his reach. Kobeni, huh? He thought, then glanced at her once more. She was tiny. Barely tall enough to reach his chest. Her chestnut-colored hair was tied in place, bangs held back by 2 scarlet clips. She was pale, and several beauty marks dotted her delicate features, giving a certain uniqueness to her face. Her deep brown eyes darted about, almost nervously, as she led him through this maze of a building. Despite her timid personality, Naruto felt there was more to this woman than her appearance alone. A hunch, as he'd told her, that she would be a noteworthy devil hunter. They entered an elevator occupied by 2 others. Naruto smiled and greeted them as he and Kobeni embarked. She pressed a button, the metal lift shuddering as it took them to a higher level of the building. Naruto crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. It had been a week since he defeated the Scorpion Devil, almost 20 days since he'd awoken without memories of who he was. His involvement in the Scorpion Devil incident, though paramount, had been kept silent, at least the more discriminant actions he'd taken. Makima ensured this, explaining that it was better for his abilities to be revealed over time, as opposed to all at once, so as to steer him away from the greedy paws of political powers, as well as foreign entities. It made enough sense to him. At this point, as far as Naruto could tell, there was no one on Earth like him. No human, at least. His abilities blurred the line of that definition, and quite frankly, he might well be classified as a different being entirely. Neither human nor devil, at least by a strict definition of both concepts. So, in an attempt to keep him from prying eyes, Makima had reported Fushi as the primary person involved in the Scorpion Devil incident, and Naruto as a subordinate that mainly assisted with the battle. How she could convince people of that, he did not know, but Naruto chose not to dwell on the specifics. Makima, being highly ranked, had her ways, and he trusted that her reasons for keeping his involvement under concealment were for the best. The elevator rumbled to a halt. As he and Kobeni stepped out, Naruto realized he hadn't seen Makima this morning, or the morning before, for that matter. She'd left very early for work, even before he woke up. Now that her vacation was over, she'd resumed her regular duties, which, at times, involved traveling around Japan, meeting with government officials, or being tasked with killing extremely powerful devils. Ones that made the Scorpion Devil seem like an ant in comparison. A part of him felt sullen at the thought. That period of time she'd been at home with him had been important, good for him psychologically. She'd been a constant pillar of support, someone that made the world around him make sense, despite his memory loss. He owed her so much, and she never seemed to ask for anything in return. Makima, he thought. What could he possibly do to repay her? Could he ever repay her? She had everything already, didn't she? Power, respect, adoration, wealth. Was he even worthy of? Naruto froze. He ended that train of thought in an instant. He rejected those feelings of inadequacy. He didn't know why, but he felt the need to do so, right here and now. Makima was just a person, regardless of her importance. He'd seen it enough times to know for certain. Behind her stoic exterior, she still had dreams, still worried, still cried. For certain, he would do everything in his power to repay Makima for her kindness, but he would never, ever feel as though she was anything but a person just like him. Enough people already placed her on that pedestal, she didn't need anyone else to do so. "Hey, are you okay?" asked Kobeni. Naruto realized he'd stopped walking. His companion was just ahead, waiting for him. He shook his head, nodding and moving to catch up with her. Finally, they arrived at their destination. It was a room among many others on this floor, a large brown door separating them from what lay within. Kobeni knocked tentatively. There was no response, but seconds later the door opened. Naruto tilted his head, eyes going wide. Someone just as short as Kobeni, maybe even shorter, peeked out from the wooden door. But it wasn't their height that surprised him. Not even their vibrant scarlet hair. No, it was the fact that something floated above their head. A halo. Like the angels he'd seen in various paintings. The circular appendage glowed dimly, hovering in the air, but staying close enough to the figure that Naruto knew it belonged to them. "A devil?" Kobeni squeaked, backing up so that she was beside Naruto. Genuine concern marred her features, and she'd reached into her suit pocket, as if to draw a concealed weapon. The devil, or fiend, in question stiffened, features unreadable as they two back away from the door. Away from both of them. Naruto observed the redhead with curiosity, as well as a healthy dose of wariness. This one wasn't like the scorpion devil. Not even an ounce of malice flowed from their body. "Aren't there devils and fiends in public safety?" Naruto whispered to Kobeni. She shuddered visibly. "Why yeah, but they're usually kept in special holding cells. Even fiends are under close supervision, and are confined to the lower levels of headquarters. But, this... I don't know. Someone must have made a mistake." Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. "I'm not too sure, Kobeni." He glanced at the devil, who had now retreated to one of the chairs in the room, as far away from them as possible. They sat silently, avoiding Naruto's gaze. They have on a uniform, and they haven't tried anything strange. Still, I should call someone. Kobeni fumbled around for her phone, pulling it out. "I know we're supposed to have another teammate, so there must have been a mix-up somewhere." Naruto glanced at the angel, then at Kobeni. "Maybe they're our teammate," he suggested. A chill seemed to run through Kobeni. Don't be ridiculous." "He's right, you know." Both Naruto and Kobeni turned. The lithe devil had spoken for the first time, soft voice reaching their ears. Objectively speaking, the devil was strangely beautiful, Naruto realized. They had delicate features and a slim physique, giving them an androgynous appearance. Long, unruly locks of vermilion red fell past their shoulders. And their eyes, almost as red as their hair, was dull, empty, devoid of any care or passion. "Guess you weren't told that a devil would be joining your team, huh?" they said, then shrugged. "Figures." Before either of them could respond, someone waltzed right past them and into the room, looking mildly hungover. "Of course, it's you," Naruto thought with a small smile. Sorry. Himeno seemed tired, yet she grinned, a steaming cup of coffee in her hands. "I'm already off to a bad start, aren't I? Coming in all late. How am I supposed to have you lot respect the rules if I can't even keep them myself?" She paused, turning to both him and Kobeni. A single eye took them in. A flash of excitement suddenly reflected in her crystal-like gaze. "Normally, I only take on one trainee at a time. At most, two. But," she glanced at Naruto specifically. "This might actually be a bit fun." Angel sat far away from them. Apparently, he was male. Naruto figured as much, but it was still good to have such a detail confirmed, lest he offend the distant devil. They were in a conference room with one long table and several chairs. Kobeni sat next to him. Himeno was at the front. Angel was at the very back. He had his cheek against his palm, expression blank as he stared out the window at a patch of clouds floating high above. "I'm sure you have a bunch of questions," Himeno said. Kobeni nodded swiftly. "Well, I'm all ears." Kobeni sat up in her seat, glancing about nervously. "Why is there a devil with us?" "Straight to the point, I see." Himeno smirked, leaning back in her chair. "To be honest, I have no clue. I was just told earlier this week that more devils and fiends would be added to our ranks. Some new experiment from the bigwigs, I hear." She shrugged. Not that I would know about the specifics." "Is he dangerous?" Kobeni whispered. as if the devil sitting mere feet away couldn't hear everything they were saying. To us, or the public. Himeno chuckled, but when Kobeni didn't join in, she settled into a calm expression. From what I hear, Angel is one of the most well-behaved devils we've ever captured. He bears no ill will against humans. Naruto glanced at the devil, a part of him already wondering if they could be friends. And if he doesn't behave? Kobeni ventured. Then I have clearance to kill him, Himeno said nonchalantly. Angel didn't flinch at those words, but Naruto certainly did. It wasn't as if he was opposed to killing devils. He'd already killed one, and damn near killed another recently. But the way Himeno talked about this particular devil, like he wasn't even a sentient being with thoughts and feelings of his own, made him feel uncomfortable. It wasn't just Himeno, either. Kobeni was the same. And he figured many others had similar attitudes about devils in general, regardless of good behavior. After all, even weaker devils could rip a human to shreds with minimal effort. But still, he glanced at Angel once more. Why did he feel the need to befriend this particular devil? Naruto turned to Himeno, changing the subject. Why exactly are we here, though? The three of us, I mean. Are you going to be our sensei, or something? Himeno crossed her arms. Not your sensei, per se. But I will be overseeing your missions for a few weeks, at least until you can become an independent unit. She took all of them in with that piercing, single eye. As for why you three, well, turns out that you're the most promising new additions to public safety. Angel, among all the devils in our arsenal. And you too, among the humans of our organization. The words hung in the air. Kobeni seemed shocked by the notion, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow. In short, Makima believes you three have the potential to be the most powerful unit in all of public safety. And I mean all, including every division in Japan. Silence once more. Naruto shifted in his seat. Something about this felt familiar. A unit. A team of three. Led by someone with only one eye exposed. He'd been here before. Not here, specifically, but he'd been on such a team before, in the past. A picture suddenly blurred to life before him. It was a moment in time, where a photograph was being taken. There was a dark-haired young man. And Naruto himself was here. Also, a pink-haired girl was present. Lastly, there was a white-haired man with just his right eye visible to the world. Kakashi. What will we be doing today, then? Asked Naruto, recovering from his stupor. Hunting a devil, of course, Himeno announced. She tapped her chin with a finger. Normally, we'd start with basic patrols. But seeing as you all are already advanced enough, particularly in a fight, that can come later. Kobeni looked even more petrified. We're going right now? Yup. Declared Himeno. We already have one assigned to us, too. Naruto nodded, almost feeling eager. He grinned. Whatever you say, boss. Hey. Boss. Himeno glanced around. I like the sound of that, Whiskers. She stood up, and they all did. One more thing. About Angel over there, Himeno mentioned. You can't, under any circumstances, make contact with his skin. If you do, he will drain your lifespan in a matter of minutes, killing you. He can't control it, either. She began casually walking to the entrance, as if that revelation was common knowledge. You've been warned. Now, let's get going, rookies. Kobeni was white as a sheet, glancing warily at Angel. Again, the petite devil didn't seem to care, obviously accustomed to such treatment from humans. Naruto reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder while they left the building. Let's do our best, okay? Seemingly jump-started by his encouragement, Kobeni nodded, appearing less pale, as Himeno led them out of the building. They walked. Himeno was ahead. Angel was right behind her. He and Kobeni were at the rear, with Kobeni glancing Angel's way every few seconds. The devil was quiet, having spoken but a single word since they left HQ. Himeno had driven them to their location, and now, they were on foot, headed to a large office building in Shibuya. Already, the flashing red lights of police cars reached his eyes. There were several of them gathered here. Like always, yellow tape lined the building ahead, blocking out unauthorized individuals, creating a 300-meter perimeter. Himeno stopped just short of their destination. She turned to face them, a playful, calming smile on her lips. As strange as Himeno was, Naruto admitted that she had a certain peacefulness about her. That is, she tried to keep others at ease with banter, lighthearted jokes, or something as small as a smile. He liked that about her. Okay. Here's the deal, Himeno began. I can already tell all three of you are strong. I've read up on your file, Angel, and you're no joke. The petite devil regarded her with a half-hearted glance. Kobeni, I've had the pleasure of doing some training with you in Arai over the past 4 months, so I know you have talent. She turned to Naruto. And you? Taking down the scorpion devil last week was all I needed to convince me of your skill. At the mention of that fact, Kobeni glanced at him, surprised. Regardless of your abilities, you three are still new to this. Himeno placed her hands on her hips. Get cocky, and you just might die. Kobeni stiffened. I don't know what the higher-ups are planning, but that's beyond my pay grade. Himeno smiled. Just be careful. Watch each other's backs. Try to work as a team. I'll be right there with you. Naruto nodded firmly. So, what are we fighting? The Grape Devil, she revealed enthusiastically. The Grape Devil, Naruto echoed, finding it somewhat funny. Almost anything could be a devil, apparently. Even concepts and ideas and non-tangible things. He had to remind himself of this to keep from laughing at the prospect of fighting a fruit. I've encountered it before, years ago, Himeno explained. Normally, it's a very weak devil, but now. They all followed her gaze as she pointed to that large office building. Naruto squinted, then started. He hadn't noticed it at first, but at a second glance, he realized that there almost seemed to be vines wrapping around the two-story building, holding it in a tight embrace. The vines were moving, squirming, even reaching out to the building beside it. If it looked this bad from the outside, Naruto couldn't imagine what it looked like on the inside. Kobeni looked absolutely petrified. Even Angel had perked up, walking up beside them, but still keeping a 2-meter-long distance from Naruto. We suspect that the Grape Devil consumed a fragment of the Gun Devil, making it more powerful than it's supposed to be. Oh, yeah, that. Makima had explained to him the particulars of this process just last week. That being, if a weak devil consumed a piece of the Gun Devil, or any powerful devil, for that matter, it would grow much stronger, this, in proportion to the amount and size of the piece it ate. In essence, the more gun flesh a devil ate, the stronger it became. It was startling how much danger existed around them, to the point where weak devils could become horrible threats like this. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the need to have a weapon. He thought back to that day in the rain, when he'd encountered Eri and Yuta. He'd had something on him, a knife. A kunai. He'd used it to slit the vulture devil's throat. Unfortunately, he also lost that blade during the fight, as he was dragged into the clouds by a desperate, dying devil. I can make one for you. Naruto turned to Angel. The devil was so quiet that, at times, Naruto forgot he was even there. He felt guilty about this fact, and promised himself he'd speak more to the devil beside him. What can you make? Naruto asked. A weapon, he said softly, if you need one. You noticed? A single nod. It looked like you were reaching for something that wasn't there? A blade, maybe? Yeah, Naruto answered, then tilted his head. You can actually create one for me? Angel shrugged, untamed hair falling over his shoulders. I normally don't like making weapons, but this seems important enough for the mission. So, sure. What do you need? Naruto thought a moment, ready to give Angel an answer. Then, he paused, a sudden image coming to his mind, accompanied by the face of a single man. Asuma. That man, his weapon, it was a mixture between brass knuckles and a combat knife, and could be used interchangeably, sharpened even further with wind chakra. That's it. That's what he wanted, not just a regular kunai, something far more versatile. Deciding, Naruto gladly described it, even going as far as drawing a rough sketch on the schedule he still carried in his pocket. Himeno watched them with intrigue, not interrupting the process. In fact, she almost seemed pleased that they were already preparing for the assignment ahead. After a brief explanation of the subject matter, Angel finally nodded, understanding what he needed to create. You might want to take a few steps back, Angel warned. When Naruto complied, he held out his hand, the halo above him rising, glowing even brighter. Naruto watched, fascinated by what he was witnessing. Usage. 5 years, Angel murmured. Suddenly, a flash occurred, and something emerged from his halo. 2 blades, dark as obsidian, with strange, almost alien, runic symbols running along its sleek surface. The supernatural metal glinted beneath the sun, smooth and beautifully polished. It was wonderful. Truly, wonderful. This is perfect, Angel, Naruto praised, smiling. Thank you. The devil looked away, but nodded slowly. When he drew near to retrieve the weapons, Angel moved back a step, gazing at Naruto strangely. You sure you want to be so close to me? Asked the devil. It's only skin-to-skin contact, right? Naruto reached out and took the chakra blades from him. In that case, I think I'll be fine. See? He patted Angel on the shoulder, surprising him. The devil stiffened, stood there like a statue. Naruto finally let go and turned back to Himeno and Kobeni, who had been patient during their exchange. Himeno clapped once. All right, I think we're ready to move in. She wrapped an arm around Kobeni, pulling the shorter woman to her ample bosom. I'm told it's dark in there, so we gotta stay really close together. Kobeni blushed vibrantly, and Angel seemed very uncomfortable at those words, at the notion of closeness. Even so, Naruto smiled and stood beside him while they walked toward the line of police cars. After a brief talk with Dai, senior officer at the scene, the quartet was standing before the building. Now up close, Naruto could clearly see the writhing, twisting vines, hundreds of green tendrils now curling around the building so tightly, the reinforced concrete was beginning to crack. Windows shattered to pieces as a grinding sound consumed the air, to the point Kobeni flinched with discomfort. It was a horrible, screeching noise that made the situation even more eerie than it already was. Naruto crossed his arms, thinking about how they would approach this assignment. There were several hostages inside, based on eyewitness accounts. At least 20 people that hadn't managed to escape as the building was invaded by living vines. And this malice. He could feel it even more strongly now. The negative emotions from the grape devil had been like a dull thrumming in his mind when they were further away. But now, up close, it almost seemed to hammer at his senses, driving him to its precise location. With Angel, no such negativity existed, Naruto mused. Even several feet from the lithe devil, he couldn't feel a drop of ill will coming from him, which was why Naruto felt so comfortable standing beside their non-human companion. Then again, he still had to be careful. Maybe some devils were just proficient at covering up their emotions? For all Angel's politeness, Naruto reminded himself to remain ready for anything, at least, until he got to know the little devil better. "Ready to move in?" asked Himeno. Naruto nodded firmly, chakra blades at the ready, worn like brass knuckles. Hell yeah. She led the way, the trio following behind her. A sliding door opened as they walked through, and the first thing Naruto saw was a setting akin to a dense forest. He stared. Twisting vines engulfed the lobby, wrapping around furniture and lamps and desks, even computers and televisions. The greenery spread across the floor, densest on the ceiling, encroaching slowly, ready to encapsulate the entire structure. Naruto moved to stand beside Himeno. "This anything like when you first fought the Grape Devil?" She shook her head, seemingly shocked. "No, not at all." Himeno looked around. It must have eaten a large piece of the gun. What do we do?" Kobeni asked from behind, still keeping her distance from Angel. "This isn't its main body," Angel said quietly. "We beat this thing by locating its heart." Naruto turned to Himeno. "Is that true?" "I believe so," she nodded slowly. "With humanoid devils, killing them is pretty straightforward. Destroy their head, their organs, their body, stuff like that. But with something as vague as this, physiologically speaking, just chopping up its vines doesn't seem like it'll do the trick. We have to find the source of all these plants and destroy it." "So, we go with Angel's plan, then," Naruto said. Their team leader nodded. "But where is this main body located?" "Probably somewhere near the top floor, judging by its growth pattern," Himeno replied, groaning. "The elevators are all covered in vines, though. God, I hate taking the stairs." Naruto chuckled a bit, and Himeno smiled. Good. They had a plan. Something to work toward while they also looked for captive employees. All they had to do now was be careful. Kobeni suddenly yelped. Naruto spun around, eyes widening as green vines began wrapping around her and Angel. They were quick, lightning fast, like tendrils with the precision of a seasoned pianist. The green ropes shot toward him and Himeno next. Naruto whirled, pushed her out of the way, then gripped his trench knives. Yes. This was right. The feel of these weapons, their weight within his grasp. Naruto shot forward, wind chakra streaming down his blades. Dense energy coated the weapons, flowing down the tip, further extending his reach. Like a hot knife through butter, he cut the vines in half, predicting their unorthodox movements with sharp eyes. He sliced a dozen to pieces in a flash, and the vines retreated, as if pained, now twisting about to form a massive fist. Naruto tried to move, but countless vines had already wrapped around his ankles, stalling him for an instant. Shit. The fist struck him, hard. A small shockwave spread out upon impact, glass shattering around them. But Naruto caught the vine fist, grunting as he halted its momentum, skidding back several meters. The vines around his ankles snapped apart by the force of the blow. It was like being hit by a truck, but he still lived while any other person would have died, only a dull, barely noticeable ache radiating down his arms. He recovered quickly enough, roaring as he tossed the car-sized fist aside. Beside him, Himeno stretched out her hand. An invisible, ghost-like creature held the vine fist in place, giving Naruto a chance to leap forward and slice through the appendage with a wind-aided chakra blade. The vines that made up the fist, now severed from its source of power, flinched back, then collapsed to ground, the green ropes drying out, turning dark and lifeless. Nice one, Whiskers, cheered Himeno. By the twinkle in her eye, She was very impressed by his physical displays of strength, yet somewhat suspicious at how he was capable of such feats. He nodded, then quickly turned around. Panic flared through him as he saw Angel and Kobeni, still entangled by a web of vines, being pulled high above them, toward a larger mass of vines above. Himeno lifted her arm, and that ghostly appendage reappeared. It was invisible, but Naruto could almost see it, a subtle distortion in the air as it moved and held Kobeni's cocoon in place. Naruto leapt upward, jumping 20 meters high. Then he sliced, quickly, yet precisely, releasing his fellow devil hunter from her prison. Kobeni's gasped, tears in her eyes as she saw him. He smiled reassuringly and grabbed her by the arm, pulling her from the vines before they could ensnare her once more. She clung to him as they fell, arms around his shoulders. They landed a moment later, Naruto taking the brunt of the impact. She was shaking, trembling. Sweat slicked her brow, eyes darting back and forth with fear. "Are you hurt?" he asked. "And no," she stammered. Relieved, Naruto turned to go after Angel. But, no he couldn't. Because Angel was gone. Dragged into a large mass of vines above. His cocoon vanished among twisting, writhing greenery. Naruto felt his heart sink at the sight. Not even minutes into the mission and they'd already lost someone. "Damn," Himeno cursed, staring up at where Angel had just been taken. "Ghost, go." She reached up once more, that invisible creature tearing through the vines above, ripping them apart in an attempt to locate Angel. Nothing. Several moments of striping the ceiling bare, yet the red-haired devil was nowhere to be found. By now, the vines around them were growing, encroaching upon the trio. The entrance of the building had long been covered, making escape difficult, if not impossible. Naruto fell back, green tendrils whipping about violently. Hundreds of vines encircled them, a tornado of plants threatening to swallow them whole. The vines reached up, forming a cocoon large enough for all three of them. Naruto gritted his teeth. Darkness began shrouding them as light was cut off. Himeno looked around for a way out, eyes darting about. "I can't do this," Kobeni whispered, sinking to the floor. She clutched at her head. "I can't. I'm gonna die." "Hey," Naruto said firmly. "Don't speak like that, Kobeni. I won't let anything happen to us." He pulled the brunette to her feet, mostly against her will. She stood, but clung to him like a lifeline, hands grasping at his shirt. A different side of him took hold, and Naruto couldn't help but try to keep them together. Keep them from panicking. He glanced to the eldest member of the team, who, though calmer than Kobeni, was starting to crack under the pressure of their situation. In truth, this was a much more difficult mission than originally anticipated. "Himeno," he implored. "Stay close to me, I'll get us out of this." Somehow. She nodded once, a spark of reassurance filling her gaze. She trusted him. No matter her years of experience, she saw something special in him, and he hated the idea of disappointing her. He carefully stored both blades in his pocket, deciding to get to Osler after this mission. In a world of encroaching vines and a moment of impending doom, not just for him, but for the two at his side, Naruto felt that excitement once more. The feeling of battle his body had long been accustomed to. He drew upon muscle memory and held both palms out. A sphere of wind erupted from his immediate area, pushing back the vines. Despite being made of air, his translucent barrier was durable enough, swirling furiously as it kept those green tendrils from covering them even further. Soon, the darkness surrounding them began to retreat, and with a final grunt of effort, Naruto sent the vines back dozens of meters with a shockwave of wind, giving them a chance to escape. Though alarmed by his display, Himeno immediately took charge. She pointed to the stairs ahead. "Let's go," she ordered, "before it tries to cover us again." She took off, and so did Naruto, grabbing Kobeni's hand as they ran up the stairs. The vines, now reforming, chased after them. Naruto turned, pulling out one of his weapons, chakra streaming down the knife. He cut down any vines that got too close. Himeno did the same, using her invisible ability to keep them at bay as they sprinted. They entered a winding stairwell, pacing themselves as they ran up multiple floors. Kobeni held onto his hand tightly, as though it gave her the strength to push forward. A sharp vine shot forward from the wall, nicking Himeno's side, barely missing her stomach. She hissed in pain, part of her suit ripping as the vine continued, punching a deep hole through the concrete walls with an audible crack. It was like a high-caliber bullet, and a dozen more vine spears burst forth, headed to Kobeni, sure to impale her. Naruto tugged her arm, pulling her from harm's way. He shielded her with his body, the sharp vines striking his back. Naruto winced, the vines punching him full force. However, they didn't pierce his skin, despite their sharpness. Only stung. In his arms, Kobeni stared up at him, eyes wide with shock. She trembled, fearing that she'd gotten him seriously injured or worse. He only smiled reassuringly, turning around to slice the vines behind him with a deft strike. "Come on," Naruto urged, the pain in his back already fading. He stood and so did she. Following after Himeno, they made their way higher up the stairwell. Again, Himeno stretched out her hand, and her devil, he'd heard her call it ghost, burst forward, destroying double doors that led to a large auditorium. They ran inside, greeted by a sight that made Naruto's eyes widen. Here, a dozen cocoons hung from a labyrinth of vines, each one connected to an odd-looking creature at the center of it all. The grape devil. Its appearance was what he'd expected, somehow. The thing consisted of a large mass of eyeballs connected by stems and roots, practically a grape, just with eyes instead of actual fruit. It was massive, as large as a car. The devil was suspended from the ceiling by thick vines. Other vines, reaching out all around the auditorium, encased many, he assumed they were people, in thick, green bundles, also hanging from above. As they moved past rows of seats, Naruto looked around, wondering if Angel was among those cocoons. He better not be dead, Naruto thought, already considering the devil an important member of this newly formed team. Kobeni stuck close to him as they continued forward at a brisk pace. Rows upon rows of chairs were in this room, and a stage for a speaker was at the very front. There, the cocoon-like vines hung above from bright floodlights. As they drew closer, the vines chasing them slowed to a halt. Naruto frowned, regardless, because even though they weren't being attacked at the moment, they were still being encircled at a distance, the vines akin to waves, just waiting to drown them in a sea of green. They had entered a larger area, but were effectively surrounded once again. Behind them, the entrance Himeno had made, by blowing the doors off its hinges, was now being covered by plant life, trapping them in the auditorium. Now at the center of the room, Kobeni's panic soared to new heights. Her legs wobbled. She looked ready to collapse again. But Naruto grabbed her by the arm, kept her from sinking to the floor. He met her gaze, eyes steady. He didn't look down on her for being afraid. There was no judgment from him. This situation was truly frightening, especially for someone new to the job. Yet he still felt she had so much more to offer, that she would pull her weight and help them get out of this situation alive. He just knew it. Makima believed a team made up of him, Kobeni, and Angel would be powerful. He believed it too. "Don't give up, Kobeni, not now," Naruto said sternly. "Not when we've found the source of this mess." She remained silent, eyes fixed on his own. Kobeni then nodded, still shaking, breathing still heavy. She didn't fall to her knees this time, though. Tentatively, she pulled out her own knife, a sharp blade that she held with a tight grip. Himeno stood in front of them, almost protectively, as a senior member ought to, eyes scanning the room for a way to escape, or a way to destroy the devil hanging above them. Kobeni tugged at his shirt. Naruto, still in a defensive stance, ready for a new wave of vines to attack, Naruto focused on her. "What is it?" You told me earlier that it was okay to be afraid," she whispered. His gaze softened. "I did. Do you still believe that?" He nodded. "I do." Kobeni swallowed. "Are you afraid right now?" "No, I'm not," he admitted. "I don't know why, though." Kobeni nodded slowly, knife held at her side. "Is there anything you are afraid of?" Taken aback by the question, even in this crazy situation, Naruto gave a bittersweet smile. "Of course there is," he supplied. What are you afraid of?" she ventured, relieved by what he'd said for some reason. His smile turned into a grin. "How about this?" he said. "When we make it out of here, I'll tell you. Deal?" A moment of silence slipped by, then she nodded. "Deal." Himeno turned to them, teeth clenched. "We're pulling out, you two," she announced. Naruto stiffened. "What? You heard me," Himeno said. "This mission needed more people to pull off, not me and a bunch of rookies." But what about Angel?" he asked, looking around. There were 20 vine cocoons hanging from above. One of them had to contain the red-haired devil. "Which one, though?" "He's just a devil," Himeno hissed, finally losing her composure. "He can be replaced. They all can. Don't forget that his kind is the reason we're in this mess in the first place." Her sheer hatred for devils, like many other people, was now on full display. Though he disagreed with leaving Angel, Naruto understood her thought process. Most people in the world had suffered, either directly or indirectly, at the hands of devils. Himeno was no exception. She'd probably lost loved ones, friends, students, to them over the years. Her feelings on the subject were valid. Still, Naruto could not bring himself to leave Angel behind. He just couldn't. Not when he saw no reason to believe Angel had evil intentions. "How would we even get out?" stammered Kobeni. "We're at the top floor." The massive wave of vines began to circle around them, rising high into the air. By holding on to me, Himeno answered, searching for a good spot. With my devil, I can probably make a hole through those vines. We'll jump. Both of you will grab me, and then, I'll slow our fall again with Ghost. It was a solid plan, albeit a reckless one, but that seemed to be the best option in Himeno's mind. A large vine suddenly shot forward. Naruto sprang into action, slicing it with his chakra-coated blade. Like many times before, the vine flinched back, almost as if pained. And for the first time, a voice echoed throughout the auditorium, a shrill, horrid sound that sent shivers down his spine. Scary, scary, they all turned to the grape devil, the vines around them shuddering. It hurts, you hurt me, what? It was you, this whole time. Naruto stared at his weapon. Had he done that? Must kill, you. The vines squirmed even more violently. Fuck, Himeno swore. We have to move, Ghost. On cue, that invisible creature tore a hole through the encroaching vines, then proceeded further and destroyed a section of the building itself, creating an exit as fresh air streamed in with a rush. Come on. Move, yelled Himeno, already sprinting. Kobeni immediately followed, but Naruto hesitated, his mind still on Angel. As the two female devil hunters ran toward the hole, a massive vine fist, many times bigger than the last one, materialized in an instant. Quick as lightning, despite its size, the appendage crashed down on Himeno, sure to kill her if it struck. Panicking, Naruto instinctively held out both palms. A blast of air shot forward, faster than the fist, hitting Himeno square in the back, just as she noticed the giant appendage headed her way from above. The sudden gale knocked her off her feet and pushed her out of the hole she'd made, out of the building entirely, and safe from harm. However, it gave the grape devil time to cover their escape route with even more vines, trapping Naruto, Kobeni, and Angel inside once more. Only this time, without their more experienced leader to guide them. Kobeni faltered, watching in horror as their only escape route disappeared before her very eyes, covered in thick, unending greenery. Overwhelmed, she finally sank to her knees, tears in her eyes as that massive vine fist changed its course, headed straight for her. In that moment, Naruto moved like he'd never done before. His hand reached for Kobeni's shuddering form, the world a blur. The defect of equality, the ride was a bumpy one. Makima didn't care though, leaning back against the car seat. Despite her driver's best efforts, the road ahead was littered with rocks, holes, and other miscellaneous items. A particularly large hump rattled the car, made the container by her side shake. While the driver, an older female member of public safety, apologized profusely, Makima only shrugged, unconcerned, steadying her important cargo. After some time, she reached over, grabbed it, and placed the item on her lap. It was the same container Madoka had given her 2 days ago, provided by the higher-ups of public safety. As she'd done many times before, Makima entered a specific code that opened the metal unit. Within, that silver-white crystal gleamed, regardless of the afternoon's brightness. She observed its jagged surface, its multicolored light that spilled from a core even her eyes could not fathom. Curiously, she touched it. Burning. A sudden burning. The pain was as intense as it was immediate. Her skin, once exposed to the metal, was engulfed in an agony so potent her flesh began to peel, instantly affected by the alien material. Finally, she pulled back. In moments, her burnt finger was healed, returning to its former, healthy state. For the last 2 days, she'd studied this material closely. She'd looked under a microscope, using her sharp eyes to view it at a detailed level. With her gaze, everything was laid bare, and her fascination grew with time, especially when she'd observed an important fact about this stone. It wasn't radioactive, as tested numerous times by public safety, yet it constantly emitted a unique energy signature similar to radiation. In fact, the energy was so similar that it mirrored the behavior of radioactive elements, despite not responding to a Geiger counter. However, unlike short-wave radiation, the energy released from this stone was not dangerous to humans in any way. A person could touch it without injury coming to them. But conversely, the energy produced by the stone was harmful to devils. To her. Makima observed the stone once more, drawing connections in her mind, pieces falling together as she tried to understand what she was looking at. This energy felt almost like Naruto's. Lively, warm, bright, and full of, strangely, a sense of positivity. Nearly identical to his, really, save for a few small differences. I wonder why it's harmful to us, Makima whispered, especially when it came to prolonged physical contact. At a distance, she was fine, unaffected. Yet as she drew near, the burning started anew. Not to the point of charring her skin, but she could feel a sting when she placed her palm close to the crystal. She already had a theory on the matter, one that she would like to confirm once she saw Naruto again. Makima closed the box, then placed it at her side. She stared out of the car window, thinking about him. The last several days had been busy. They hadn't even eaten together once since then. Not lunch, not even breakfast, which was a kind of ritual by now. She'd be up long before he awoke, and back home by the time he was asleep. She leaned her head against the glass, watching stray clouds in the sky. He's gotten good at cooking, she mused absently. She glanced at the other box beside her, homemade lunch from him, made just for her. Her older sister, the famine devil, would want Naruto all to herself just for this fact alone. That he could cook would be enough reason for Kiga to try and steal him from her. Makima would never let that happen, of course, because Naruto belonged to her, and her alone. She shook that thought aside, wondering why she was even thinking about famine. They hadn't spoken in quite some time. Presently, Naruto was on a mission, his first official mission since she'd finalized all of his paperwork. She'd pulled some strings behind the scenes, ensuring no specifics about his sudden appearance in Tokyo, the Vulture Devil's death, the Scorpion Devil's defeat, and his inhuman abilities were called into question. Makima had eyes on the building, this, in the form of various birds. She could see everything occurring from the outside, but not the inside. The entire structure was now covered in vines, particularly the glass windows that were normally transparent. Things were getting worse as time went on. All entrances were sealed off, even affecting the building next to it. The situation, once manageable, was spiraling into a large-scale problem. Even she was intrigued by how powerful the Grape Devil had become. Usually weak as a mere rodent, fodder in the vast ecosystem of hell, it was now a threat to some of their more experienced devil hunters. For the first time, she wondered if maybe this was too much for Naruto to handle. A stab of unease pierced her, unbidden. There was a certain discomfort, concern, even, knowing that she had authorized this mission, and that whatever happened to Naruto would be solely due to her decision to push him to his limits. All this, in an attempt to awaken the person he once was. The person that had shook the entire planet, causing a ripple effect that echoed to the depths of hell and back, altering the future forever. She was going to bring him back, no matter what. Then, when he was finally whole again, she would defeat Naruto at his strongest, and take true ownership of him, creating a tool that would aid her against the remaining horsemen, the primals, and the hero of hell himself. Again, a stab of concern struck her as she viewed, through her birds, the ever-encroaching vines that covered the building. She clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and tried not to dwell too much on the subject. Naruto will be fine, Makima told herself. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.